Good morning to those who are here in the room in Geneva and those who are joining us online today. Today is the start of the events of the Environment Week 2023, which follows the very successful event in October 2022. My name is Ashish Chandorkar. I'm the counselor at the Permanent Mission of India to the World Trade Organization. And I welcome you to this first session of Tuesday morning. On behalf of my delegation, I would like to thank the CTE chairperson, Ambassador Valencia of Ecuador, and of course, the WTO Secretariat for making this event possible. To those of you who are Geneva-based delegates, you will remember that this week last year, we were all struggling, waking up late nights to host and run the Ministerial Conference 12 of the WTO. We didn't get much sleep this week last year, and we witnessed a very successful event. So as this Environment Week completely overlaps with this year with the last year's schedule of the MC12, let us hope that this event is as successful and in bringing us all together in narrowing down differences on the views related to trade and environment. And we have a very informative week ahead of us. With me today on the podium is Mr. Amitabh Kumar, Joint Secretary at the Department of Commerce in New Delhi. And together we today present the story of two international organizations which are working in the sphere of environment through and through. In fact, we had presented the work of these two organizations in October 2022 as well. We continue this engagement with the International Solar Alliance and the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure this year, so that the WTO members are able to familiarize themselves with the work of these two organizations, which are both based in India, but are international in characteristic. We would love to hear from you. So if you have any questions, please make a note of them. We will take the questions for both the organizations together after the presentations. To start off the presentations today, we will have the International Solar Alliance. The ISA was formed with the joint co-sponsorship of India and France after COP21. Its mandate is to catalyze global solar growth by helping reduce the cost of financing and technology for solar. It aims to create universal and affordable last-mile electricity connectivity towards facilitating economic development. After last year's presentation of the ISA, they were invited this year to also speak at the Trade and Environment Sustainability Structured Discussion. So in that sense, the ISA is already actively engaging with the WTO members. To talk more about their work, we are joined virtually today from New Delhi by Mr. Sudhanshu Mishra of the ISA. Mr. Mishra is a solar energy professional assisting ISA member countries in the country readiness assessment and developing a pipeline of bankable projects and programs. In addition, he is actively working with the expert group of professionals, developing the solar roadmap for universal energy access with specific focus on solar mini-grids for the upcoming G20 summit with the focus on the African region. So Sudhanshu, may I invite you to share your presentation? You can perhaps put on your slides and then take on from here. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Ashish, for the introduction to Honorable Chair and my and respectable delegates who are available. And I, Sudhanshu Mishra, working as a consultant in International Solar Alliance, will be going to give a brief about what International Solar Alliance is all about, who we are, what we are doing. In terms of programmatic support, in terms of...
Sudhanshu, sorry, if you can just put your slide on the slideshow mode, please.
I hope it is in slideshare mode. Is it visible?
No, we see the the normal mode, actually, not the slideshows.
Just a moment.
Yeah, it's fine now.
Yeah. Thanks, Ashish. Thanks, Ashish, for the assistance. So let me give you a brief about International Solar Alliance. Can I have the next slide, please? So we will be giving a brief note related to what ISA is all about, what are the programmatic interventions that we are going to provide, how the resource mobilization is being done in terms of trading of equipments, sourcing of funds for reducing the cost of the project across the member countries, and proceeding further in terms of providing the capacity building initiatives. It also will be going to cover the interventions provided from our side for extension of the grid as well as supply chain. Can I have the next slide? So International Solar Alliance is basically an intergovernment treaty-based organization with a suo motu of providing a solar interventions across the member countries for scaling solar project as per their requirement and as per their mandate. And we are having 115 signatory countries, out of which 93 countries have already ratified the framework agreement. Our main mission is to provide universal, affordable last mile electricity connectivity towards facilitating economic development and environmental impact. We have also received the UN observer status, and we are proceeding further in terms of programmatic support to the member countries. Next slide, please. Yeah. As you can see, our journey from 2019 to 2023, we have gradually graduated towards 62 member countries till 115 member countries. We have aggregated 9.5 gigawatt of solar portfolio across 44 member countries, in which it includes the scalable projects, which majorly consist of solar parks, as well as social related impact projects, which consist of off-grid solar system, mini grids, rooftop, and other small-scale systems. We have mobilized $84 million to reduce the cost of the project and to ascertain the technical know-how among the member countries. From our various capacity building initiative, we have trained 3,073 technicians, engineers, and other stakeholders so that they can have a technical know-how of how the projects has been implemented. So for assistance in terms of providing how the particular solar projects are being scaled in the member country, we have also initiated the demonstration project, in which we are concentrating towards the lower least developed countries and small island developing states, of showing the nitty-gritties about how the project can be scaled. So out of 47 countries, 27 countries have shown the interest, and we are proceeding further in terms of project commissioning while providing them the financial assistance of $50,000 and giving them a showcase about how the project is being scaled. It also consists of small-scale off-grid systems like solarization of healthcare segment, of installation of solar water pumping system, installation of solar RO system, solarization of schools, colleges, etc. For knowledge dissemination purpose, we have made a flagship reports of solar technology report, solar market report, solar investment report, as well as ease of doing solar, so that the member countries can have information about what are the developments which is happening in the field of solar, and how the particular projects is being scaled, what are the regulatory and policy interventions which are happening across the globe. Next slide, please. When we talk about our governance structure, our International Solar Alliance is presided by Government of India, with the co-presidency rests with Government of France. We have 8 vice presidents across the 4 regions: Tuvalu, Bangladesh in Asia Pacific region, Somalia, Mali in Africa region, Venezuela and Dominica in Latin America and Caribbean region, and Denmark and Sweden in Europe and other regions. On yearly basis, we have 4 regional committees across the 4 regions and 1 committee, which is being taken care by annually assembly, in which all the necessary approvals, all the necessary policy and regulatory interventions, and how the programmatic support we can give to the member countries are being taken care of. So International Solar Alliance has 3 major portfolios. One portfolio suggests that what are the policy and regulatory interventions that a member country can be assisted with based on their requirement. So we provide them the programmatic support in terms of policy and regulations. Second is what are the technology and technical know-how assistance we can provide them and make the technicians at the lower level till the higher level of other stakeholders who are the decision makers, provide them and sensitize them about how the particular solar project can be scaled. Third thing is related to the programmatic implementation support. After a particular country is having a policy and regulatory interventions, as well as the technology know-how, we provide them the facilitation in terms of project implementation about how the project is being done. To reduce the cost, we provide the financial assistance also. Can I have the next slide? Thank you. With triple P policy, our main mandate is to mobilize $1 trillion USD over a period of time of 2030 to enable 1,000 gigawatt of new capacities, helping 1,000 million people and with enhanced access to electricity and reducing 100 million tons of carbon emissions. How we are doing it? We are concentrating towards the people of providing them the training, providing them the assistance, as well as with the help of our various capacity building initiatives, giving them the knowledge dissemination with the help of reports, as well as both physical and technical trainings and virtual trainings to them. We also provide like I told you before, that policy interventions, which is very much important. For scaling the solar project, one needs to have a proper fundamental information about what are the policy and regulatory framework a country can have for scaling up the solar project. So International Solar Alliance provide the assistance in terms of formalization of these policy and regulatory interventions. Then what is the process? How this particular solar projects is being scaled? So with the help of our partner organization, we provide the assistance of scaling solar projects as per the requirement of the member country. It can be a small scale project. It can be a large scale solar park projects also. It totally depends upon the member country how we are going to do that. To reduce the cost of the project, it is our responsibility with the help of governments as well as with the help of other philanthropic organizations. We provide the financial support of scaling down the cost of the project and then execute the project accordingly. Next slide, please. Yeah. So in our theory of change, we are concentrating towards three major issues. One is universal energy access. Second is energy security. Third is energy transition. If we are concentrating towards the member countries, the region is being divided into three main pillars. First region is Africa region. Second region is Latin American Caribbean region. And third is Asia Pacific region. So when we talk about energy access, it is a huge amount of issue. The issue rests with majorly with the Africa region. When we talk about energy security, it rests with Asia Pacific, where most of the countries are being assisted by the power is being supplied by DG gensets. When we talk about Latin American Caribbean region, there is an energy transition issue where there is no issue of electricity access. Rather, there is an issue related to how we can reduce the cost and tariff of the of electricity. So there we are providing solar parks, floating solar projects, as well as providing financial assistance in terms of reduction of the cost of the project. So when we talk about energy access, security, and transition, we are addressing three major pillars. First is related to the policy and regulatory support. Second is the trainings, which a technician as well as decision makers and other stakeholders require. So we provide both the assistance parallelly. Third is the programmatic support. If both the pillars are being satisfied and even then also the project is not being scaled up, then with the help of our partner organizations, we provide the assistance in terms of implementation, in terms of giving a pilot project assistance, in terms of giving the the funding support like incentives, like subsidies or viability gap funding methodology. So we are mitigating the risk for implementation of the project. So it includes the investment mobilization, it includes promotion of technologies, it includes the risk mitigation financing modalities for reduction of the cost, and then ultimately enabling the particular member country of scaling the project. So impact is universal energy access, climate change mitigation and adoption, as well as green economic recovery with growth in terms of energy access. Next slide, please. If you see how we are doing it, we are doing it with the help of our partner organizations like UNIDO, like SAFE, like World Bank, like UNAIDS, UNICEF, UNIP, as well as European Union. They are the major partner organizations who are assisting us in terms of both technical as well as financial mode, so that the project cost can be reduced and we can proceed further in a very smooth form. Next slide, please. Now, International Solar Alliance is having 9 programs. First program is scaling solar application for agriculture use. Second is affordable financing at scale. Third is scaling solar mini-grid. Fourth is scaling solar rooftop. Fifth is scaling solar e-mobility and storage. These 5 programs are majorly giving the social impact to the member countries who are having the issues related to energy access, energy transition, as well as energy security. We have our, a flagship program, which is Solar Park, which is basically majorly concentrating towards the energy transition front, where there is an issue in terms of curtailing the cost of tariff. So the Solar Park is a flagship project assisted by floating solar project to reduce the cost of it, and then proceeding further. Then remaining programs of solarizing heating and cooling system, solar PV and battery waste management system, as well as solar for green hydrogen. It is basically meant for knowledge dissemination purpose primarily, so that what are the things that are happening across the globe, what are the developments in terms of policy, regulation, in terms of financial assistance, and the new technologies which are happening across the globe. So our responsibility is to provide knowledge to the respective member countries that how this particular program can be scaled within their portfolio. Along with that, scaling solar projects, which includes our program 1 to 6, is the major portfolio where the member countries are being sensitized in terms of the implementation part of it. And the program number 2, which is affordable financial at scale, is a very important program which help us in terms of delivering as well as implementing the project as per the interest of the member country. How we are doing it? We have an operative model. We generally interact with the member country through the national focal points, who are the part of the ministry of the particular country. With them, we get information in terms of expression of interest, that what type of solar projects they want to scale within their country. So we assist them in terms of understanding their requirement first. We understand that what are the policy interventions that they are having. If there is any gap, then from the successful business model which is available across the globe, we provide them the assistance for the same. Third thing is that we also provide the capacity building through our capacity building initiatives, both virtually as well as physically, to train them, to make them understand about how this particular project can be implemented at scale within their region. And when all these things are being satisfied, then with the help of our partner organizations like NTPC and Solar Park and other private sector initiatives, we provide them the support of implementation. And along with that, with the help of affordable financing at scale program, we try to reduce the cost of the project by providing them the VGF facility or incentives or subsidy, so that the project's cost can be reduced and the pilot project can be implemented. And ultimately, these programs and projects can be scaled within their region. So the main objective is to scale the solar projects and to reduce the cost of tariff that they are paying. Next slide, please. So with reference to that, you can see that we have aggregated 9.5 gigawatt across the globe, across the program, which is majorly being dominated by solar rooftop mini grids, as well as solar water pumping system. Next slide, please. In demonstration project, like I said before, our objective is to provide the assistance while showcasing that how the pilot projects can be implemented. We provide the assistance of financial assistance of $50,000 to those countries and make them understand the project implementation phases, as well as how they are performing, while as giving them assistance of operation and maintenance also. So you can see we are assisting the member countries under 27 least developed countries and small island developing states. Now, when we come to resource mobilization, the funds are being mobilized in 2 forms. First is core funding. Core funding means we are getting the funding support from the respective member countries. You can see that India, France, United Kingdom, United States of America, Sweden, Japan, Australia, and European Commission have supported us with the cumulative financial assistance of $44 million. Along with that, we have a support from non-core funding also, which are majorly being supported from the philanthropic firms like GI, like SAFE, Bloomberg Philanthropies, Sequoia, MacArthur, and other organizations, which are supporting cumulatively around 40 million US dollars. And it is showing the increasing trend, because if you see from 2015 till 2023, our penetration within the member countries have been increased to such a great extent that these things and our initiative are being taken in a very positive mode, and it is an ever-growing process. So with the help of both countries as well as philanthropic organizations, we are trying to mobilize the funds and trying to connect with the countries to supply the items, to supply the products as well as services to the member countries for scaling the solar projects. Next slide, please. Under this particular flagship, under affordable finance at scale, we have gone to one of the biggest initiative is solar facility, where we are providing the assistance to the member country in terms of payment guarantee mode, in terms of insurance, in terms of investment. Currently, we are proceeding towards the Africa region in the first phase, and then it will be followed by Asia Pacific and Latin American Caribbean region. Here, the objective is to, for private sector intervention, we need to provide them the guarantee. We need to curtail all the necessary risk in terms of insurance as well as safeguard their investment. So for that purpose, we are coming up with solar facility, in which with the help of our philanthropic organizations and the countries, we are making a fund and then trying to mobilize these funds to the respective member country where the projects are being scaled right now. So it is ever, in this particular year, we have proceeded with the Africa, where energy access is one of the issue, and to the member countries who have shown the expression of interest for scaling solar mini grids, for scaling solar park and floating solar. So we are assisting them in terms of financial support for further scaling of the solar projects within their region. Next slide, please. Under the development of private sector, we have come up with SolarX Grand Challenge. Under this particular perspective, we are going to shortlist 20 entrepreneurs who are very much interested in scaling solar project across their region as well as globally. And with the help of our partner organizations, our main objective is to attract the global investment in this particular sector, catalyze the solar adoption rate, motivate the innovators and researchers to work on this particular segment, enhance the technology so that the better results can be taken care of, promote the national focal points to invest more into this particular ecosystem, startup ecosystem. It is also been initiated from Africa region first, and then later on it will be going to proceed further with other regions, Asia Pacific and Latin American Caribbean region. So to make the regions independent and reduce dependence on the fossil fuel, this is one of the initiatives to strengthen the private sector as well as the entrepreneurs to work more on this particular segment and proceed further. Along with that, we are also working on for the identification of innovations and what are the cost benefits it can provide in scaling the solar projects. So this is one of the flagship initiatives that we have initiated, and we are proceeding with Africa region first, and then later on it will be scaled in other regions also. Next slide, please. Like I said before, under the capacity building initiative, we are majorly, if you see, we are majorly concentrating to all the respective stakeholders like policymakers, researchers, scientists, consumers, engineers, technician trainings, financial investors, as well as project developers and utilities like discoms. So here you see that we have several number of initiatives, both under virtual mode as well as under physical mode. Like the example that we will be going to give, like we have recently called Western African Power Pool officials to visit India, visit the facility out here, get accustomed about the technology interventions, how the particular project has been scaled, what are the policy and regulations that are being prevailing out here, and then make them understand about the project, about how the power evacuation is being done, how the funds are mobilized, how the material are being sourced in terms of implementation of the projects. So these all are the basic nitty-gritties and the sensitization that has been imparted to the respective officials and the stakeholders. And then the objective is to that after training, if taking a proper training, they can replicate the same within their organization and sensitize them about the implementation of the project. So this is the way we are proceeding with other member countries also, trying to make them understand about the project implementation and make them sensitized enough about the policy and regulation fundamentals, which has been very much, a foundation is required for implementation of the project, and then accordingly scale further. So both in terms of physical as well as virtual mode. Along with that, we are providing the flagship reports also to sensitize them about what are the necessary updates are happening across the globe and how it is being implemented within their regions. So all these things are coming up in our capacity building initiatives. Next slide, please. So for under the capacity building initiative, this is one of the interventions which we have taken up in this year, which is Solar Technology Application Resource Center, which is called as TASI. It majorly consists of that International Solar Alliance, based on the interest of the particular member country, visit there, have a tie-up with the respective country as well as the university which is interested in scaling solar projects. Establish a center out there so that a physical training can be provided to the respective stakeholders, to the students, to the engineers and technicians, and provide them hands-on experience about how the standardization has been done, how the testing and certification of the solar projects has been done, what are the solar resource assessment are being done, and then providing them the training in terms of implementation of the project also. So this is the flagship program in which we provide an in-house facility, we use the in-house facility of the respective member country, establish equipments out there, provide them the financial support so that this particular equipments can be established and the knowledge dissemination can happen to the respective stakeholders, and then help them and assist them in terms of implementation by showcasing them about how the project has been implemented. And this has been implemented across the globe. Currently, if you can see that all the formalities, has been completed in Ethiopia. 4 countries like Cuba, Kiribati, Somalia, and Cote d'Ivoire has given already, we are under the advanced stage. 3 countries have given the MOUs to us. And then we have also trained 368 government officials about how this particular project will be developed and what are the new schemes and programs under the solar technology framework is being there. So we are continuously progressing in terms of knowledge dissemination for establishment of STAR-C, which is Solar Technology Application Resource Center. Thank you. Next slide. This is one of the initiative which is into a conceptual mode. The objective is that sun should never set across the globe. How we are doing it? We are trying to figure out with the aim to connect the different regional grids with the common grid so that there will be the intermittency of power is happening with the help of with the utilization of different technologies. So for under the one sun, one world, one grid methodology, we are trying to connect all the countries under a single grid mode, under a single grid in which the respective power evacuation from one country to another country can happen, and wherever it is required across any region, power can be provided to them. So universal energy access as well as energy security, both the issues are being addressed under one sun, one world, one grid. And it is under a conceptual mode because it requires several support from the member countries, and it requires the policy and regulatory framework assistance based on the respective member countries that are having. What are the cross-subsidy surcharges, what are the duties, what are the trading mechanisms are applicable across the globe. All the things are being are being addressed right now. And then we are trying to figure out the policy and regulatory framework of making this particular a particular grid a common one, and then providing a power accordingly. So this is one of the, this initiative is into the conceptual mode, and it'll be the moment it has been established, it will be I should say that a flagship program for providing energy, for addressing the energy access portfolio. Next slide, please. Supply chain. Now, if you see, the projects are being implemented across the globe. Africa region, Asia Pacific regions, and Latin American Caribbean region. To supply solar products as well as services is very difficult from a single region. So we require a certain pockets or certain areas assistance from the member countries to mobilize the products to the respective country where the solar projects can be scaled. So for that purpose, we have to strengthen our supply chain. We need to understand where the solar products can be, transported to the respective location. What all are the necessary duties? What all are the necessary tariffs that are prevailing? And we require the assistance of WTO as well as the member countries to provide the assistance in terms of where we can supply the materials, where we can mobilize the funds, where the technical assistance we can provide in terms of supply of material, as well as providing the assistance to the member country for scaling solar projects. So for Latin America, for example, for Latin American Caribbean region, we require a supply chain, a network to be established from Europe as well as from America. And for Asia Pacific and Africa region, the centralized system can be formed where the products as well as services can be provided from the respective member countries or a group of countries, as well as when we talk about Asia Pacific region, then we can utilize the services of local, to enhance the what we call it as a global infrastructure is required. Making a particular global infrastructure is required in a certain member country to establish a product out there, transport the material from there, and then scale the projects across the region. So in each and every region, we require a proper establishment where the product can be provided, where the product can be scaled, and the transportation can happen. So under the supply chain framework, we are trying to figure out the ways, we are trying to mobilize the funds to establish this network and utilize the assistance from the partner organization for doing this, for supplying the material. Next slide, please. You can see International Solar Alliance is basically being an international organization, is being headed by Mr. Ajay Mathur, who is the Director General. We have international staff like Philippe Malbranche from France, Mr. Joshua Vaikilfe from Fiji, Mr. Ramesh Kumar, who is taking care of project and program implementation cluster. Ms. Pragya is from India, taking care of resource mobilization. Oni from Nigeria is taking care of legal specialist. And Nidhi and Nikhil are assisting from India for both human resource and communication and advocacy front. So being an international organization, we are having staff, and with the objective of providing electricity and universal energy access with energy transition and security, we have a proper portfolio of scaling solar projects across the globe to the member countries. Thank you very much. Ready to address any questions that you're having.
Thank you, Sudhanshu, for your presentation. Perhaps we can take the questions together once the CDRI has also presented. But this was very informative, and clearly the ambition which you bring to the table to make a change at a global scale, that is really appreciable. And we can take the conversation forward in a few minutes after the CDRI presentation as well. So in the next segment, we have the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. In the second part of the session, we will bring to you an overview of the work which this organization undertakes. In the last year or so, when the WTO members present their views on what topics should be covered under the thematic sessions in various WTO bodies, a key topic which shows up almost every time is supply chain resiliency and trade infrastructure resiliency. These areas seem to have very high recall. Now, the CDRI is in fact already addressing some of the concerns that the WTO members have expressed on the broader theme of resiliency. Of course, their focus is infrastructure at large, but it certainly also helps the trade infrastructure, and we'll hear about that. The CDRI promotes rapid development of resilient infrastructure to respond to the Sustainable Development Goals of expanding universal access to basic services, enabling prosperity and decent work. To talk about this, we are joined today virtually by Ms. Suchismita Mukhopadhyay. Ms. Mukhopadhyay is Lead Specialist Advocacy for CDRI, having previously worked with the Worldwide Fund for Nature in the climate change and energy space, and before that with FICCI, premier Indian industry association. She's passionate about the topics of climate change and energy transition. Suchi, may I please request you to present the CDRI story to our audience?
Thank you so much, Ashish. Good morning to all, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to the audience about the work of the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. Very happy to have this platform to share with the August gathering some of the initiatives of the coalition. Is my slide visible?
Yes.
Thank you. So we can go to the next one, please. CDRI is basically a multi-stakeholder partnership of national governments, UN agencies, programs, multilateral organizations, and the private sector, which was launched in 2019 at the UN Climate Action Summit by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, with the idea of promoting the resilience of new and existing infrastructure systems to climate and disaster risks in support of the broader goals of sustainable development. We can go to the next one. CDRI promotes the rapid development of resilient infrastructure to respond to the 3 global agendas on sustainable development, on climate change, on disaster risk reduction. Since its launch in 2019, the membership of CDRI has grown to 37, which includes 31 member countries, 5 international organizations, 2 private sector organizations. And the membership is from diverse geographic representation, socioeconomic and disaster climate risk profiles. The Secretariat also was recognized as an international organization by the Government of India through a headquarter agreement in August last year. Next one, please. So CDRI basically aims to provide its members a forum to access knowledge, resources, to make infrastructure resilient and to contribute to each other's growth and progress. The strategic priorities of CDRI include technical support and capacity building, and this includes disaster response, recovery support, innovation, institutional capacity building assistance, standards, and certification. The second priority is in terms of providing research and knowledge management support, which would include collaborative research, global flagship reports, a database of infrastructure and infrastructure sector resilience, and finally, advocacy and partnerships. So to be present at global platforms, at global initiatives, to engage with the global audiences, global experts and countries, to disseminate the global discourse on the importance of resilience of infrastructure is basically one of the important goals of CDRI. We can move to the next one, please. So before I go into the details of CDRI and its initiatives, I would just like to step back and take a moment to talk about infrastructure as a priority for climate adaptation. And when we say disaster resilient infrastructure, which is what CDRI has been propagating and talking about, in broader terms, it means the infrastructure systems and assets are able to resist and absorb the disaster impacts. They're able to maintain adequate levels of service continuity during a crisis, and they're able to recover in a manner that the future risks are reduced. With this broader aim and with this broader understanding and definition of disaster resilient infrastructure, CDRI is basically looking at encouraging the member countries, encouraging our members and partners to look at resilient infrastructure that is resilient, because going forward in the next 15 years, it is expected that almost $80 trillion is going to be invested in to basically close the infrastructure gap. Infrastructure being the backbone of economy, it becomes extremely important that it is resilient to disasters, climate risks. The vulnerabilities are reduced. The comprehensive planning and management of infrastructure systems is taken into account. All of this is basically amplified more by rapid urbanization, by the interdependencies of different sectors. As we see that, and we can see in the slide here that the cost of infrastructure disruption in the low and middle income countries is basically $391 to $647 billion. And a lot of it is going to be in the power and the transportation sector. Any delay in adaptation and mitigation action is going to lead to a risk of cost escalation. It is going to lead to locking in of unsustainable and non-resilient infrastructure, and it is going to lead to stranded assets. If we look at the developing countries currently, which are investing more and more in new infrastructure, this is an opportune moment to really start thinking about integrating and mainstreaming disaster resilience into their overall planning, operation, and management. And especially for countries that are going to be investing in infrastructure going forward in a big way, I think this is also a demonstration of how we can look at sustainable development by integrating and planning our infrastructure development in a manner that we do not look at stranded assets. Going forward, the aging infrastructure, which is one of the challenges faced by the developed countries, these are more resilient, and we can sort of integrate the policies, can integrate the technologies, the innovation, and the knowledge and capacities that is really required and critical to invest in resilient infrastructure. We can go to the next one, please. Also looking at the role of infrastructure in the supply chains, we see that a lot of the transportation systems are impacted by earthquakes, floods, tsunamis, and similar such natural hazards and climate risks. Almost 90% of the international trade happens through the sea. And some of the estimates state that $75,000 per day are spent on rerouting ships due to disruptions in the seaports. Infrastructure, therefore, needs to be strengthened. It needs to be, sustainability needs to be incorporated upfront, basically to also address the past dependencies, because infrastructure systems and sectors are interdependent amongst themselves. So instead of looking at infrastructure in a sector-wise or project-by-project manner, it is also now important to look at a system of systems approach where infrastructure resilience can be looked across different sectors and at different levels. And eventually, this will lead to reduced stress on the operations, reduced stress on the supply and the value chains. It is going to lead to better return on investments and also food security and inflation. Just to state a few of the benefits that we can look at while we are moving towards resilience of infrastructure. Next slide, please. This is basically to reinforce the point that in looking at infrastructure pathways for climate adaptation are extremely important, also because of initiatives such as the Global Goal on Adaptation, which was adopted at COP26, which talks very specifically about climate adaptation. Almost 88% of the cost of adaptation is going to be attributed to the infrastructure sector. And therefore, looking at infrastructure as one of the ways and means of climate adaptation to be achieving these goals is extremely important. We can go to the next slide, please. So CDRI with this approach basically aims to address the challenges of building resilience into infrastructure systems and associated development. What we basically do is to deliver on the climate adaptation agenda from an infrastructure lens, which is unique to the way we are positioned, which is unique to our mandate. We engage with our member countries through research, knowledge and management and advocacy initiatives. We try and mainstream resilience principles into different sectors, into the policies, processes, and practices. And at the end of this, what we are trying to basically achieve is economic, social, and climatic well-being of the vulnerable populations across the globe. Next slide, please. As a global partnership, CDRI ensures that the investments of its partners are aligned and they're well coordinated in support of the shared ambitions of, as I mentioned, sustainable development goals, the climate goals, the disaster risk reduction goals. The coalition work spans across knowledge, critical infrastructure resilience programs, geocontextual resilience initiatives, flagship programs and initiatives. And how we achieve all of this is through a cross-cutting approach based on capacity building, looking at enhancing finance, looking at natural hazard information, standard certification, nature-based solutions, and mainstreaming gender and social inclusion in all the work that we are trying to achieve. We can go to next. Just a snapshot of the work that we are doing currently. Since 2019 to 2023, we are trying to build the evidence that will support our work going forward. So our basic priorities, as I mentioned earlier, are technical assistance and capacity building, research and knowledge, and advocacy and partnerships. And advocacy and partnerships. No, the earlier one, please. So currently we are building a host of different knowledge offerings that are going to inform our work going forward. and are also going to serve as resources for our member countries to take their initiatives on disaster resilient infrastructure forward. Some of these major initiatives, and I'll talk a little bit more about this in the subsequent slides, but just to give you a snapshot, we started by developing a DRI lexicon. So we realized that there is a need for a common language on infrastructure resilience. What does it mean? What are the major terms that need to be standardized? What are the different usage? So at our annual conference this year, the International Conference on Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, we launched the DRI lexicon, which is a collaborative project which brought together different organizations, academic institutions, think tanks, experts, and member countries to basically sit and think through a common lexicon on infrastructure resilience. We're working on developing communities of practice. We started by initiating some work in terms of a community on practice on energy transition, where we're again bringing together experts to start the dialogues and discussions around what would infrastructure resilience of the energy sector mean, and what are the initiatives that are already happening, what are the good practices, and how can these be disseminated to our member countries and beyond. We are working on various sectors. We are working on sectoral studies, which will then lead to some very concrete technical assistance programs, which will come in as demand from our member countries. These sectors right now are power, telecom, transport, health. We are also working on creating a DRI Connect platform, which is going to be a one-stop shop for basically all information on disaster resilient infrastructure. It's going to have e-learning courses. It is going to have a marketplace where organizations that are working on innovative technologies can come. They can present and talk about their different technologies available. It's going to be. It is also going to host certain courses. It is going to host various good practices from our member countries and beyond, and it will be easily available for wider consumption. Our strategic initiatives include IRIS, which is our initiative with the island states that was launched in Glasgow at COP26. We have the fellowship program, which is a forward-looking program which looks at bringing in young talent and young researchers to work more in the field of infrastructure resilience. IRAX is our initiative with academic institutions. ICDRI is our global flagship advocacy platform, which tries to create the DRI champions and basically initiate dialogue on infrastructure resilience. And the biennial report on global infrastructure resilience is our flagship report that I will talk about in the subsequent slides. We move to the next one, please. So very briefly about the International Conference on Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. This year was the 4th edition of this conference. We started out initially by talking about the challenges, by bringing forth the issues that need to be addressed. Going forward this year, we started talking more about delivering solutions. And at the conference this year, we were able to bring in case studies and good practices on disaster resilience across systems, assets, and finance to the platform for people to know that besides the challenges, there are also solutions and innovations happening across governance, planning, data, finance to address the challenges and to deliver on on infrastructure resilience. The conference this year had over 100 speakers. We had virtual registrations for over 158 countries. It was virtually inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister of India and Honorable Prime Minister of Bangladesh. It was graced by honorable ministers from India, the Netherlands, Samoa, and Fiji. And some of the announcements were the IRAX, which I talked about earlier, the Infrastructure Resilience Academic Exchange. We released a report on disaster resilience of airports, and we launched the DRI lexicon. Next one, please. I'll start by talking about the Infrastructure for Resilient Island States initiative, our engagement with the SIDS. It was launched at COP26 by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, along with the Prime Ministers of Australia, Fiji, Jamaica, Mauritius, and UK. So basically, this initiative aspires to equip the SIDS with the knowledge, the tools, and the partnerships that are needed to achieve disaster and climate resilient infrastructure. It aims to provide technical support on multifaceted issues posed by infrastructure systems to promote disaster and climate resilience. And the broader goal is directly to contribute to the Samoa pathway and to deliver on improved SIDS infrastructure, to strengthen knowledge and partnerships, to look at gender equality and disability inclusion, and promoting this through all the work that is happening in the SIDS. Since COP26, when it was launched, to a year after that, at the COP last year in Sharm el-Sheikh, COP27, we launched a call for proposals for countries to submit proposals for technical support, for knowledge curation support, and for capacity building support. We received 50 expression of interests from over 28 SIDS in the first annual call for proposals. And broadly, the themes that came up were risk-informed policy and planning, implementation readiness, including and access to finance actions. Next one, please. So currently, we are in the process of evaluating these proposals. There were 44 national proposals and there were 6 multi-country proposals that were received. Of these, we are going to award about 9 to 12 projects. And these projects are going to be around the themes of multi-hazard early warning systems, social infrastructure, WASH, coastal zone resilience. Next one, please. SIDS is it's basically a co-curation project. We wanted different donors and the SIDS to come together and co-curate this initiative. These are some of our donors and partners who are engaged very actively on the IRIS initiative. You can go to the next one. And these are some of the SIDS representatives and stakeholders that are working with us to co-curate this process. We've had about 40 consultations comprising 80 SIDS across the Pacific, Indian Ocean, and Caribbean regions. From there, we basically formulated the IRIS strategy. And now we are moving forward in line with the strategy with the first call for proposal. And by the end of this year, by COP28, we hope to have awarded about 9 to 12 of these projects. Next. The biennial report it was basically launched, started last year in 2022. The ambition is to launch this report this year, aligning with India's presidency at G20. This is going to be the first edition, which will lay out the political and economic imperative for investing in infrastructure resilience. And it's based on a large body of evidence. We are working with several partners across the globe. The key offerings of this report are going to be a state-of-the-art estimation of global disaster and climate risk to infrastructure. It's going to provide more insights into the challenges for infrastructure governance and resilience. It will help us identify policy alternatives. It will help us identify alternatives for mobilizing more finance into infrastructure resilience. And it's going to basically aim at providing an open access, interactive, and interoperable online data platform, which will be a public good available to all to basically try and understand what are the risks to their infrastructure from global disaster and climate related challenges. The thematic area for this year, for the first edition of the biennial report, is nature-based infrastructure solutions. We are working with organizations to basically bring in good practices, bring in stories on how nature-based solutions can complement, substitute, and safeguard traditional gray infrastructure. Next one, please. The fellowship program is another ambitious program that aims to promote research and innovation on disaster and climate resilient infrastructure. It provides financial aid, a seed grant, to support the new innovative ideas for solutions to real-world disaster resilient infrastructure problems. It is an opportunity for peer learning and capacity building. It provides us, CDRI, as a coalition, access to several global resources and experts. And in future, there is the potential for uptake of this new innovative research into the work that we are going to be doing with our member countries. And all of this is going to connect to the DRI Connect platform that I mentioned earlier, which is going to be a repository of all of this research, all of this new innovative ideation that will be happening across the globe. You can go to the next one. So till date, we have worked with 77 fellows across 15 countries, covering a wide range of hazards such as earthquakes, landslides, floods, cyclones, heat, across sectors and themes, some of which we are already working on, including transport, power, telecom, health. We are gradually getting into water and urban as well. And the solutions are extremely innovative, state-of-the-art, very new in terms of web-based apps, decision support systems, damage assessment tools, and very interesting solutions which we are also now trying to bring into our own work and promote and propagate further. Yes, please. The IRAX program, which has been formulated to address the gaps in knowledge and technical capacities. So we realized that we could talk about infrastructure resilience, we could talk about advocating for it. Countries might be very willing to take it up and move towards a more sustainable infrastructure pathway. But that will not be possible unless we create a cadre of professionals, infrastructure professionals who are informed, who understand infrastructure resilience, and who are able to mainstream, basically provide the wherewithal and the knowledge and capacities to mainstream infrastructure resilience into the planning processes that are happening across the globe. Therefore, the IRAX was basically launched with the idea of bringing together researchers, academia, private sector to share knowledge, expertise, build the professional capacities, and to scale up some of these initiatives. The ambition is to enhance the capacity of 10,000 professionals by 2026 and to create a network with 50 universities across our member countries who are going to curate training modules, who are going to build course into their existing educational programs, and they're going to sort of talk more about this issue so that there are more and more infrastructure professionals who are willing to take up this issue and are willing to learn more and then implement what they're learning into their actions and initiatives. Next, please. The IRAF is a multi-partner trust fund. It's a dedicated international multi-donor trust fund that was launched last year, COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. It has been established with the support of the UNDP and UNDRR. It will be managed by the United Nations Multi-Partner Trust Fund Office, and it will basically enable CDRI to achieve its mandate of resilience through risk-informed investments, infrastructure development resulting in reduced vulnerability of populations. The fund is of about $50 million, which is supported by a number of our member countries. Thanks. Just a snapshot of some of the sectoral work that we've been doing. And as I mentioned, we are currently in the process of building the evidence that will support our work going forward. We've started by taking up a 3-part study looking at the impacts of disasters and climate risks on infrastructure. We've started with India, working with a few states in India, and moving forward, we are in discussions with Fiji, Chile, and Brazil to move this work forward. The idea is basically to provide recommendations for making the power systems resilient in the face of disasters. In addition, also to build capacities, to develop advisories. We have started this process by organizing a workshop under the Quad, in partnership with the Quad, to basically inform power sector practitioners in the Indo-Pacific region about the basics of power infrastructure resilience, what it means, and how to build back better. Next one, please. Our next initiative is the Transport Infrastructure Resilience Program. We've done a global study on disaster resilience of airports across 53 countries with 111 airports. And we are in phase 2 now, where we are doing an in-depth study on 12 airports across 11 countries, including Fiji, India, Bhutan, a couple of states, the airports from a couple of states in India also. Some of the recommendations or some of the challenges that basically came up through the phase 1 of the study are the survey that was conducted was in terms of safeguarding runways, providing access linked to airports, power supply and communication systems failure, the need for periodic vulnerability and risk assessment, to have a resilient strategy, to have investors and insurance looked at collaborating these and defining these risks when they are looking at the projects, and to ensure financing for redundancies in infrastructure and utilities. Next one. In the telecommunications sector, again, we are doing national and subnational disaster risk resilience assessments and trying to create a roadmap for telecommunication, starting with India. and then to scale it up for in other countries. The key focus areas being asset scale impacts, network scale impacts, and the system scale impacts. Next one, please. The Health Infrastructure Resilience Program, again, is going to focus on the system level risk and resilience assessment of the health sector. It will aim at building local capacities of departments to build back better, to respond better to emergencies and post-disaster recovery. And it will look at some policy level advocacy in terms of influencing investments in resilient health infrastructure projects. We are doing this in partnership with the World Health Organization and GIZ. Next one, please. We are now also looking at realizing the importance of the urban sector and safeguarding the infrastructure in urban areas, looking at the rapid urbanization happening across the globe. We are looking at building a urban sector resilience program. We'll start out by looking at two major challenges that have emerged as strategic priorities also from our discussions with our member countries and our partners. And these will be urban flooding and water management and extreme heat. Just to start with, we've initiated a study which will be completed quite soon to basically understand the current level of infrastructure resilience in one of the cities in India. And then using this as a base, we are going to basically build our program and see that what are going to be the initiatives, what is going to be that niche that CDRI is going to create for itself in this space, and what is the offering that we can give in terms of resilience of infrastructure with respect to water and with respect to extreme heat. We are currently having consultations with different stakeholders. We are going to different platforms, trying to understand, trying to do a landscape analysis. And by next year, at the international conference that we organize every year, we hope to be able to announce our urban sector resilience program, looking at urban extreme heat. The water resilience program, which is under development, is being supported by the government of Netherlands. And we are hoping that by COP28, we will have a framework or a strategy in place. We are just starting out with some work on financing disaster resilience, looking at fiscal risk assessment studies at the national level and at the international level in the countries of Nepal, Fiji, and Mauritius, and also to appraise India's national infrastructure pipeline projects using a resilience. Next one, please. And to end with, basically, as I mentioned earlier, the idea is to bring together a strong coalition to work along members to co-curate our projects, to bring together the resources, to create a global leadership, DRI champions. And we are doing this by having a presence at different national and global platforms. So we are engaging with a number of these different institutions, platforms, and conversations through the COP. We've been going to the COP since Glasgow, and every year it is our effort to basically make an announcement, initiate some new programs, or to have these discussions to more visibility to the discourse on disaster resilience, as well as to also give us more direction in terms of where we want to take the work with the member countries. We are deeply engaged with the G20 process. We are a knowledge partner to the NDMA on the DRR working group. We are also working closely in the Quad processes. As I mentioned, we did a workshop on power sector infrastructure for the Quad last year, early this year actually. We are engaging with global leaders for improving access to resilient infrastructure, especially catering to the vulnerabilities. We are focusing on global priorities for our governments, for the private sector, for the academia. We are trying to create a cadre of, trying to create DRI champions who will take our message forward and will also help us bring together good practices, what is happening across the globe, what is the kind of technical assistance, tools, technologies that are available that we can then source to our member countries and meet the demands from on the various critical infrastructure sectors that they are looking at to build resilience. And also, we aim to collaborate further. We aim to enhance our partnership. We look forward to engaging more with the WTO and its members in helping us champion this cause and in providing the knowledge, the expertise, and the capacities to basically look at infrastructure resilience. and addressing its impacts on the impacts of climate change and disaster. I will end there. Thank you so much. Happy to take questions.
Thank you so much, Suchi, for your presentation. We heard two very interesting stories on trade adjacent areas, both the energy transition aspect as well as the resilience aspect, which are both critical to managing trade infrastructure. We can, if there are any questions, we can take them. I had one question from a participant, and let me just read it out for Sudhanshu. Sudhanshu, you had mentioned about the ISA having 4 regional committees and 1 standing committee. So if you can perhaps elaborate on the role of what those 4 committees regionally and 1 standing committee does.
Yeah, thanks, Ashish. Thank you very much for the question. Basically, in our governance structure, you can see we have 4 vice presidents across the 4 regions. So when we talk about the standing committee and regional committees, as I have told you that for the programmatic support, generally interact with the member country, try to understand their requirements, and then provide them the solutions. So wherever the strategic decisions are need to be taken care of, for example, suppose we have recently completed our first standing committee in last week out here in Delhi, which has been presided by India as well as co-presided by France, government of France. So there, whatever the decisions related to implementation of the project, related to policy and regulatory interventions needed to be provided to the respective member country, those decisions are being recommended in the regional meetings for the specific region and in the standing committee for across the globe, so that those proposed decisions or recommendations are being heard, entertained, solutions are need to be provided, and accordingly in the assembly, which happens in yearly basis, the decisions are made, so that the it's in a very smooth manner, the projects are being implemented with the help of the partner organizations. So the role of standing committee and regional committee are based on the respective regions. For in Africa region, we are having a Africa region regional committee. For Latin America, we have a separate Latin American Caribbean regional committee. There, the recommendation happens. Whatever the recommendations are being there for the respective countries, it has been addressed in a standing committee, and after that, the decisions are being taken in the assembly. So this is how the governance structure is being made in International Solar Alliance.
Thank you, Sudhanshu. We'll open the floor for questions in the room, if there are any questions. Yes, Ajit.
I just want to thank the speakers for very interesting presentations. Maybe a question for CDRI and one question for ISA as well. For CDRI, very interesting work that they're doing, and I was interested in that biennial report that they're preparing. I was just wondering, in the trade context, have they also looked into things like aid for trade, enhanced integrated framework? Because I think they're also working in the trade and climate and disaster areas as well. Natural disasters is something which, of course, sometimes does get have many trade implications. Yeah. So I was just wondering whether there's been any look into the work of the enhanced integrated framework for LDCs and aid for trade more generally with regard to the CDRI's work, and also for their biennial report that they're doing, because they have some good case studies there. And for the ISA, again, very interesting presentation. Just maybe if they could just elaborate a bit more on the supply chain question, because of course they're now diversifying the projects, and that's an interesting angle to look at. He had mentioned, of course, that depending on the region of the project, sourcing and transportation, etc., is taken into account, but perhaps some further words on that. Thank you.
Under the thank you, sir. Yeah.
Thank you for the question and for your interest in the biennial report. The biennial report is also one of our flagship and very ambitious projects. Right now, we are starting out by sort of trying to assess the risks from the climate and disaster risks to infrastructure. We are trying to provide an open access tool for countries to really have it as a public good, to be able to understand what are the risks to infrastructure. We are not specifically looking at the trade aspects yet, but this is just the first edition. We are starting out. We are looking more into the theme of nature-based solutions. We are looking into mobilizing finance and investments into closing the resilient infrastructure gap. But we are also in discussions for the subsequent report, which is going to, it's a biennial report. So we are expecting the next one in 2 years' time. And we are looking at opportunities and newer ideas for areas that we can look into. And this is definitely something that I can take back as a recommendation for us to basically deep dive into going forward in the next report. Thank you.
Thank you, Suchimita. Now let me address the question related to supply chain. Whenever we are executing a project, so project is being done with reference to taking care of the major things, which is from where the material will be supplied. The techno-commercial things are being assessed based on the costing which is being done. So costing while doing the costing, we need to understand from where the material is being supplied, from where the finance is being raised, and then accordingly what is the methodology of executing the project, what is the business model which has been adopted. So business model can only be able to be successful when we are able to understand where the funds are utilized, where the material will be supplied. So for example, we have just floated a tender of 60 megawatt for Cuba, where the solar park project of 60 megawatt is need to be executed. It is under the OPEX model. So we need for OPEX model, if a private sector has to invest in the particular project, they have to participate in the tender process. So they have to have a very clear information about from where the material is being sourced, so that the cost of the project can be reduced, from where the funds will be raised, and especially in terms of both equity as well as debt funding front. And then accordingly, he will be going to do the costing. So International Solar Alliance is trying to address these queries based on where the project is need to be implemented. So each and every country is having their specific set of requirement when it comes to the solar projects. When it is a larger project, we need to understand from where, because majorly the solar project, it is the material which is majorly dominating in the solar project is the solar modules, inverters, structures, as well as batteries, if it is applicable. So these all materials from where it has been sourced. We need to understand what are the hubs, what are the manufacturing capabilities of within the country as well as outside the country, and what are the necessary duties and obligations are there from where the material will be supplied. And then accordingly that costing is being designed. So International Solar Alliance, based on the expertise that they are having, is trying to find out those hubs where the manufacturing is happening, trying to develop the domestic hubs where the material can be, where the material can be constructed as well as sourced, and accordingly it can be aligned within the domestic region and then simultaneously supplied to the respective doing the execution work. So we are trying to find out the phase, trying to mobilize the funds for reducing the cost of the same, and then providing a proper framework with the help of our partner organization to reduce the cost of the project, providing a financial assistance to the respective country and reducing the cost, and giving a payment guarantee mechanism or support to the private sector so that they can come, understand the nitty-gritties about the project and do the investment for scaling the solar project out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sajid, for a great question, because, perhaps I can interface with CDRI and make them aware of the work which the CTD does in terms of the aid for trade. Question from Nepal.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I have one comment and simple questions. Thank you very much for the insightful presentation by the International Solar Alliance and CDRI. As you know, Nepal is facing the challenges of floods, landslide, and earthquake. A big number of infrastructures are destroyed by the floods and landslide in the rainy season every year, which obviously cause disruption in the supply chain. Infrastructure resilience program implemented by CDRI are insightful, and also appreciate CDRI for choosing Nepal in its working area. I have a small questions and comments to International Solar Alliance. As ISA presented in its strategic plan and ongoing projects and future perspective, I appreciate the presentation and wish for the best implementation of this strategic plan. As you presented that 27 LDCs members are at the center of the implementation currently. I would be happy to know the basis of choosing a member country and what is your next plan to extend this program to other countries. Thank you very much.
Sudhanshu, did you get the question? And I think we are facing some network issues there in Delhi. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible, but the voice is breaking in between.
Okay, I think there were some network issues. The question, the summary of the question which Nepal asked was, what are the expansion plans for the two organizations? If you can probably comment on that. So, and the basis of selection of
For
projects, etc.
expansion,
Mainly
thank
for
you, Ashish. For expansion plans, we are proceeding in all the three regions in terms of the specific requirement for the necessary member countries. For example, we, like I said before, that we are interacting, having a continuous interaction with the respective member countries through the national focal points. If they share the respective requirement that they are having in terms of scaling solar project based on the 9 programs that International Solar Alliance is having, we try to have a discussion with them and then provide them the necessary interventions related to both policy and regulatory as well as programmatic support. So currently we are having a discussion with Pacific Island countries for scaling solar mini-grid and rooftop projects in the region. In Africa region, we are proceeding with the solar mini-grids specifically because they are having the universal energy access issues. So it's a mini-grid as well as other distributed renewable energy systems are the best suitable options. So we are promoting and doing the advocacy for implementation of these projects. For Latin American Caribbean region, we are proceeding for both rooftop as solar park, in addition to floating solar projects for under the energy transition mode. So we are continuously having a discussion with the member countries, and right now 55 member countries, ISA is engaging with 55 member countries for implementation of implementation or capacity building or program, analytics and advocacy support to them. And it's a continuous process, and we are proceeding. We are expanding also in terms of the discussions with other member countries also. Thank you.
Suchi, you can probably comment on from a CDRI side.
Thank you, Sudhanshu. First, we are looking to expand our membership. We are looking to engage more with the member countries, try and understand their needs and their assessments. We are in constant dialogue with the countries that are our members to understand what are the areas where they would require our assistance. As I mentioned, our mandate is technical assistance and capacity building, knowledge curation, and advocacy and partnerships. And through all of this, we are trying to sort of build our different programs, which will then directly try and handhold the member countries in the sectors that they require handholding. Our strategic work plan has been approved, and we are working in line with the strategic work plan, where in addition to the sectors that we have already started our work on, which I mentioned during my presentation, we want to include some of the newer areas, such as a stronger program on urban sector resilience. We are looking to work in the high mountain regions. So that will be another program where we will be engaging with some of our newer members, with some of our members who are in the high mountain regions. So, and in addition to that, we'll be expanding the scope of our fellowship program, our academic exchange program. We will be expanding our work that is happening in our sectors, power, telecom, finance, etc., to go beyond the few countries that we are currently focusing on, to reach out to more and more of our member countries. So that's the broader plan for action, and we are definitely in conversation with few of the countries that have expressed their interest in being members and signing our charter. Those conversations are constantly happening. We are going to various forums and platforms, talking about the discourse, talking about the need for mainstreaming resilient infrastructure. And we will continue to do that. And in doing so, we are going to basically build the constituency of organizations, multi-stakeholders who are going to be part of our overall aim of looking at infrastructure resilient investments. Thank you.
Thank you. Would there be any other questions? I don't see any questions online. Any other comments or observations from the floor? Okay. So since we don't have any further questions or comments, we will then come to an end to the session. On behalf of the delegation of India, I would like to thank the WTO delegates who are present here, as well as those who have tuned in online on Zoom and YouTube. We had a fairly good presence on both the platforms. As we grapple with the global issues of environment and climate change, it is critical that we start focusing on real, tangible solutions which can make a widespread impact. It is in this spirit that India worked towards establishing ISA and CDRI in partnership with other like-minded countries, most of whom are also WTO members. These organizations can immensely benefit from understanding the world of trade, which can facilitate conversations on not just better deployment of goods and services, but also on financial support and technology transfer. In fact, the International Solar Alliance has put in an application to be recognized as an observer to the Committee on Trade and Environment, the WTO. Ambassador Valencia is going to hold informal consultations on this subject very soon, and we do hope to get the support of all WTO members towards this end. I would also like to remind you that we have another event coming up on Friday morning in this Trade and Environment Week. This is hosted jointly with the delegations of Indonesia and South Africa. This is on Friday, so it's online only, which is the format for that day. Please bookmark your calendars. The details are available on the WTO website. And with that, I will thank you once again for tuning in, and thank you for the WTO Secretariat for conceptualizing and organizing this event. Thank you, and look forward to having further discussions.
ठीक है
海上风来也是蓝海来风。离岸25公里，正在建设502兆瓦的海上风场，这是中国迄今为止
精确的对接，它受风的影响比较大。
风能，全球公认技术上最成熟的绿色能源，在中国正在加速乘风破浪。目前海上风电累计装机规模，中国已经跃居世界第一。
有风赛跑。
800落个好，落个停800。
见过大风浪的建设者将掀起新的风潮，向海洋要能源，更要向深海、远海进发。全球80%的风资源位于水深超过50米的海域。
海上风电现在又往远海去发展，风资源是越来越好，需要更大的这个发电机组，配更长的叶片。各种配套的设施都需要升级。
480吨的机舱，100吨的轮毂，长达102米的叶片，每一个都是名副其实的大块头。远海风电的运转需要设计、制造、安装上百个关键环节的同步突破。厂区里，风力发电的心脏。发电机正在组装，这是产业链上400家企业中的其中之一。
其实也都没有想过会发展的那么快。就比如说我们一开始研发11兆瓦的，我们认为这个是王炸啊，结果当它真的批量交付的时候，你发现它并不是王炸了。还好当时提前谋划了，是吧？必须得创新，必须得开拓。
风电产业链上。每家企业都在刷新追风记录。
今天我们召集个专题会议，我们公司新接到一个海上11兆瓦变压轴承项目，为了满足设计寿命25年的要求，对轴承轨道的粘硬层和表面硬度提出了特别的要求。
风电轴承的制造容不得半点马虎。恶劣的使用环境，25年的耐久寿命，高昂的维修成本，都是曾经难以逾越的门槛。
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good morning and a good afternoon to those in Asia and the Pacific region. Thanks for attending the Energy Transition and the Role of Trade Policy event, co-sponsored by China and the WTO Secretariat. As we are in the time when the Earth is under threat by climate change, mitigation and adaptation has been put in the priority list for many governments. China has also made great efforts in this regard and set the aim to peak carbon dioxide emissions by 2030 and achieving carbon neutrality by 2060. However, achieving carbon peak and carbon neutrality is no easy task. especially for developing countries. It requires tremendous efforts, but it will also bring about far-reaching, profound, and systemic impact to both the economy and the society. As a country with 1.4 billion people and an energy endowment that is rich in coal but poor in oil and gas reserves, China faces enormous challenges in pursuing carbon peak and carbon neutrality. On the one hand, it demands China to make unprecedented efforts for a profound transition towards decarbonization and zero carbonization. On the other hand, the transition must take into account the possible negative impacts on employment, local economies, and other socio-economic affairs in the process of energy transition. A smooth and steady transition rests on the comprehensive planning and step-by-step process. Though facing various challenges, China has always been active to fulfill its responsibilities as a big country. A national strategy to address climate change has been developed with a plan on the low-carbon energy development. This has actively promoted reforms in energy consumption, energy supply, energy technology, and energy institutions. Between 2012 and 2021, China witnessed its energy consumption per unit of GDP dropped by 26.4% on a cumulative basis, and an average economic growth of 6.6% supported by an annual energy consumption growth of just 3%. Preliminary estimations indicate that China's carbon dioxide emissions intensity per unit of GDP in 2021 was down by 50.8% over that in 2005. By the end of 2022, China's installed wind power connected to the grid has reached 365 gigawatts, and that of solar had reached 393 gigawatts. These efforts represent an important contribution made by China to the global efforts to respond to global climate change. Through its experience with energy transition, China fully recognizes the important role of trade for energy transition in accelerating the diffusion of technologies and the best practices, enhancing the accessibility and affordability of environmental goods and services, and incentivizing low-carbon technological innovation worldwide. The World Trade Report 2022 of the WTO also emphasized the importance of development, adoption, and the diffusion of environmental goods, services, and technologies for low-carbon transition. In this context, the WTO can work better and make great contribution in response to climate change by promoting removal of trade barriers for the smooth, predictable, free flow of environmental goods and services, such as solar panels and wind turbines. Recently, the TESTI has conducted detailed and fruitful discussions on the renewable energy sectors, with goods and services in the solar sector as an example. Relevant trade barriers were identified. Participants of TESTI recognize that facilitating the trade of environmental products can advance the cross-border flow of the relevant goods, technologies, and investments, with accelerating the energy transition, achieving emission reduction goals, and bring benefits and opportunities for developing countries from the process of low-carbon transition. In this regard, China is ready to support the WTO in playing a bigger and better role by way of enhancing the coordination of trade policies, improving transparency, and promoting the reduction of trade barriers. By so doing, the WTO can actively contribute to the global low-carbon development, especially for developing countries. This is also the purpose of today's event. Today, we are glad to have Mr. Wang Zongying, Director General of the Energy Research Institute of the National Development and Reform Commission of China. Mr. Wang is a witness of China's energy transition process, an advisor on the formulation of China's energy transition strategies, and a contributor to global energy transition cooperation. He will deliver a keynote speech sharing stories, experiences, and insights about the energy transition in China. Furthermore, we are also delighted to have Mr. Lim, Director of the WTO's Trade and Environment Division, as our moderator. The panelists joining us today are Mr. Hidu, DPR of the EU to the WTO, Mrs. Danielle Gasher, DPR of Ecuador to the WTO, and Mrs. Sun Yanxing, Global Head of Strategic Marketing from Longji. I'm looking forward to the insightful ideas and comments. I wish this event a complete success. Thank you all. Now I will give the floor back to moderator, Mr. Lin.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Lee, for your opening remarks and for already introducing the panel. Once again, I'm Ho Lim, Director from Trade Environment at WTO. Great pleasure here to be with this panel here. And the first thing we will do is actually to provide some remarks from Mr. Wang, followed by a panel discussion. So Mr. Wang, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Respected ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to give everybody as an introduction about the China energy transition and also our thinking tank, the thinkings about the 2060 energy system in China. So I come from the Energy Research Institute. About the Energy Research Institute, ERI belong to the China Academy of Macroeconomic Research, belong to the NDRC. It's a National Research Institute and also is the first 25 national high-level thinking tanks. We are focusing on the energy policy research. We provide the technical support to the decision-making in the national level energy development, as well as consultancy to the local authorities, industries, domestic and international organizations. Our organization's research covers the fields of energy transition strategies, energy economics, energy system analysis and outlooks, energy security, renewable energy, energy efficiency, energy environment and climate change, sustainable development and international energy cooperation. Today, I will give everybody the report three contents. First, about China's low carbon energy transition and development have remarkable results. Second, I will give introduction China's low carbon transition and development in the energy sector have made a significant contribution to global energy transition and in addressing climate change. Last, that's our thinking tank, ERS, the latest research results, China's green and low carbon energy transition and development outlook 2023. 2030. We know China achieving the dual carbon goal, last our President Xi said, is not something others let us do, but we must do it ourselves. And about the dual carbon goals, during the, I remember in the 2090 in the Taiyuan Energy Low Carbon International Development workshops, President Xi gave the letters to the conference. He said, low carbon energy development is a matter of great importance for the future of mankind. China pays high attention to low carbon energy development and are taking active measures to advance the consumption, supply, technology, and system reform. China is willing to work together with the international country on strategies all around energy cooperation. That's how we say what kind of revolution on energy side and one kind of international cooperation. So this is our attitude, how deal with our energy development for future. In China, so far we know we high penetration of the fossil fuels. So I have how to say assumptions. We are now in the present in the one kind of situations, just like the triangle. One angle set up, one angle stand support the other two angles, economic growth and ecological environment societies. This is not very sustainable. That will increase the energy supply and demand security, environment security, climate changes, climate security, even national economic security problems. Now we are changing this situation. We hope we can set our two-angle stand, new type of energy system and modern economic system support our future ecological environment, civilization societies. These are our goals. So in the Communist 20th reports, we mentioned and emphasized we will set up a new type of energy system. We understand that this is a new type of energy system that includes the green, security, and economic. We think we must find a way, find a roadmap to make this is make between the green, safe, and the economic reach a balance, achieve the balance. This is we said the new type of energy system. During the push the low carbon technology and how to establish our new type of energy system. In past 10 years, China do a lot of work. For example, enhancing flexibility and accelerating development of modern energy system. The new type of energy storage has entered the earlier commercialized stage with the market scale has steadily expanded. during the 14th five-year plan, we set up the goals of construct the modern energy system. And also our energy efficiency contribute to improve benefit from technology innovation and accelerate the phase. In buildings, transportations, more areas we have the many achievements. So in past 5 to 10 years, China's total installed hydropower, wind, and solar PV capacity, that's the #1 of the world in the world. Intensified efforts in clean energy development have helped creating the new pattern of energy development. This is a dramatic shows our wind capacity growth comparing the world of the countries. I find early, the China wind capacity very small, but now that's already huge when compared with other countries. This is the solar PV, same situations. I remember 20 years ago, our institute support the government 2020 years renewable energy development plan. In that year, we set up the goals for 2020 year. I remember the wind capacity is 30 gigawatt. 2003 years, we set we research the development plan. We set up the 2020 years goals for wind capacity, 30 gigawatt, but now that's the 300 gigawatts. So huge change in China. Now I show you the pictures in China, in some West Mountain, the PV, that's very beautiful. If everybody have your opportunity to come to China, visit China, I can recommend it that this is a beautiful scenario, sightseeing for everybody. Hybrid PV stations, and more beautiful for wind farms in China. Now we go to the second part. For example, for wind turbine, in last year, 2022, many large wind turbine launched in China. So we said never have the biggest. We only have a big one. We only have big one. So far, we already have the 18 megawatt wind turbine launched last December, last year of December. That's this is 3 types. All of the large one. Offshore wind turbine in the Sanxia company, Haizhuang company, and the Haiyou companies wind turbine. And also our blade, turbine blades, we already can production the 126 meters long. We think we will quickly reach the 150 meters. That for the more large wind turbines. Some of the very key components for wind turbines, so far we also can production in domestic building gearbox bearing and the spandrel bearings, huge bearing for example, for the 18 megawatt wind turbine. And also we have the advanced wind turbine installation equipment, most for the offshore wind farm development. They can create the 2,000 tons capacity, 3,000 tons capacity, 3,000 tons. If we go back the history of wind turbine, China wind turbine development, we can find earlier years, for example, from the 600 to 6,600 wind turbine that keeps almost 10 years, almost 10 years. Almost 10 years. But now, a new type of wind turbine only can keep the 2 or 3 years, so that you can find the technology innovation, the speed very quickly. And also wind power development cost and keep down. But in part 3 years, that's almost stably, and sometimes a little bit increase, but not influence our wind farm development. This is in China's 3 regions, the wind power development cost so far already lower than coal power plant. Now we go to the China PV photovoltaic technologies. In past years, we continue to set world records. From the 2014 to now, we created the 56 times our world records. And also have some of the new type of the PV technology development from the map you can find. And also the size of silicon wafers and the new and the N-type battery technology has increased rapidly. And also the cost of China photovoltaic power plants was slightly reduced large in past 20 years, but in past years, slightly reduced. Also, we know last year we have a lot of PV products export to the whole world, especially in the European world, and support the European energy transition. And also our PV investment go to the worldwide. We set up the overseas industries. According to IEA report, China has the lowest solar PV module manufacturing cost for the all segments of the supply chain, economics of scale supply chain integration, relatively low energy cost and labor productivity to make China the most competitive solar module manufacturer worldwide. This is according to IEA Renewable Energy 2022 report. And also according to the IRENA report, the global weighted average LCOE of a newly commissioned utility scale solar PV project declined by 88% between 2010 and 2020, whilst that our onshore wind and CFD fell by 68% and offshore wind by 60%. All of this get the contribution from the China solar PV and wind turbine development. Now we go to our latest research results. China energy transition outlook. That's the China's green and low carbon energy transition development outlook. ERI, since 2015, we launched the first launch the 2050 high penetration renewable energy development roadmap in China. Since 2015, every year we launch the from the high penetration renewable energy development outlook. Now, since the last year, we start to launch the energy transition development outlook. We get this international organization support our partner, and also get the SAFE funds the supports for our research activities. Our development, our models, methodologies, because time, I'm not deeply to give the introductions. And our research covers the whole energy fields from end use to supply. We take the optimizations, calculations, and we have our electricity system power models, and we use the LEAP models to analyze the under use for energy, and energy for use utilizations. We set up the 3 scenarios, but we only focus on the 2 kind of the scenarios, CNS1 and CNS2. This is the big difference for these 2 scenarios. CNS1 for the energy system emissions neutral, more depend on the CCS and CCS. And the CNS2, that could be, say, the high penetration renewable energy, for example, wind and solar PV development. So we go to the our model, the results. Scenario simulation of the CNS2. For example, 2060, the electrification level will significantly rise in the end user sectors. Energy total final energy consumption will reach 70% from the electricity, about 70% from electricity, and also have the big share of we use the green electricity to produce hydrogen. We said the green hydrogen. This is for industry, different industry, the energy consumption final results. This we just give the how much electricity we need by the 2060. This is how to say the first launch these results. In past 2 COP, the 26 and COP the 27, we also launched our research results. In this is the WTO Environment Week. we show you everybody's latest results. So we estimate by 2060, we will need 18,700 to 20,300 TWh. That's a huge. This is for the power capacity, renewable energy power generation by 26. The share of installed renewable power capacity will reach the 97% to 98.6%. The share of renewable power generation will reach 92% to 95%. That's the CNS1 and the CNS2. CNS2. But for our scenario CNS1 and CNS2, wind power and the solar PV will become the dominant energy source. Finally, I show everybody the two pictures for the huge wind and solar PV power station in the electricity system. How make the balance and the electricity system stably? We do simulations. We take for example, the different technologies. First step, we can use the coal-fired plant flexibilities. Then we can energy storage, V2G, and green hydrogens. I show you these pictures. I say the high penetrations for renewable energy in 2060. How much? We will establish construct the 4.19 billion kilowatt wind and 4.81 billion kilowatt PV in 2060. This is a different power generation technology. Together, we do the 2060 years simulations. We use V2G and the green hydrogen, make the power system stably, no problem. Finally, I give the wrap up. Firstly, is efficiency improvement on the demand side is needed to ensure that the pace of supply side development. Second is renewable energy electricity, and also green heating plant to replace the fossil fuel heating. Third one, that's the high penetration for the energy underuse, go to the electrification. The fourth one, green hydrogens. That's not only stable the power system, then also will support our industrial transitions, go to the low carbon. CCS creates the last options. Carbon markets, long-term planning, concrete innovation and implementation strategies, and the cooperation across the stakeholders. Last ones, we set up the two scenarios. I think if we want to reach 2060 carbon neutral, the energy system must reach the carbon neutral or net zero emission before the 2060s. So this I give our two scenarios final results. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wang. You gave us a very comprehensive overview of the story of energy transition in China, where it was, where it is today, and where it will go in the future. I'm sure we'll come back in the panel with a question to you. We're now actually entering the panel session, and we'll have like 3 to 4 minutes for initial questions that I'll pose to the panelists, and then we'll open up the floor. Hopefully we can get something going in the room. We don't have that much time, unfortunately. We have to finish by 12:45. So if I could ask the panelists for this first round to keep their remarks to about 3 to 4 minutes, that would be great. I would like to start with Mr. Guido Huben, Deputy Permanent Representative of the EU Mission to the WTO. Mr. Huben, you've heard about the energy transition story. The EU, of course, is a major force and also player in energy transition. So be really interested to hear from you some of the experiences that you might be able to share with us from the EU perspective, as well as if there's anything you'd like to share on the role of trade in that experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lim. I'll take a bit more than 4 minutes, but it won't be 8 minutes. It'll be less than 8, but more than 4, because I didn't know it had to be this short. And there are a few points I just want to say to frame the subsequent discussion. But first of all, thank you to Ambassador Lee for inviting the EU to participate in this panel, and to Director General Wang for coming here, and the Chinese delegation from China. So thank you very much for joining us. There's a few things I want to say. We're in the Environment Week, and I think this is a really important week because it's something we all have to internalize, which is how to make sustainability an integral part of every part of our lives, including the trading system that we work for. And so it really impacts all policy areas, including trade. The second point is that I think that despite the fact that I think we all acknowledge there are more geopolitical tensions today, we are obligated to look for areas of common purpose and commonalities, and this is one of them. And I have to say, always impressed by China's capacity to identify a plan and then implement it. And I think all across the world, we're always impressed by China's capacity to mobilize society behind a certain goal, and then to go ahead and do it. Because doing it by 2060, I think, is a very ambitious goal. And I think it's very impressive if you meet that, because in Europe, and we're more developed than you are, we're aiming to do by 2050. So you're only asking for 10 more years, which I think is really very impressive, and probably also appropriate because of the climate challenge we have. And so we agree with the priorities that you have identified. There's 4 points I want to make, just very briefly. They have to do with technology, they have to do with jobs, they have to do with the regulatory environment, and they have to do with openness. So the first point, I think, on technology is that what I think you have also shown, Mr. Wang, in your expose, is that renewable energy is cost competitive today. And so we can do it, basically. That's the answer that you give. It's possible to do it. I remember I was in Washington 10 years ago, and Americans were already saying, technology can solve this problem. So we have a problem of getting carbon out of the global economy, but with technology, we can get there. And I think in Europe, we're at 22% of our energy, which is renewables based today, and we're increasing it by 3% every year. And by 2030, we will be at 42%. And so that's how we aim to come to net neutrality by 2050. The second, which is a broader political point, which I think you have also captured in China, and I think we also want people to internalize that, is that this transition can actually, it's disruptive, but it can actually end up creating jobs. So it's definitely disruptive because there are sectors that have to adjust and adapt. But in terms of the net effect on the economy, provided it's managed well politically, it can actually create well-paying jobs. The main challenge, and I think we've seen this from your presentation, from Mr. Wang's presentation, is that in order to implement the transition, you have to do it through a whole of government approach, in which you look at every part of the production system. You have to look at industry, at transport, at buildings, at infrastructure, and you have to, in a sense, accompany this transition. We do it through accelerated permits, we do it through financing, we do it through skills development in universities, and we do it through what the EU is best known for, which is the integration of our 27 markets of our member states. But all of this needs to fit together, because you can only take the carbon out of the economy if you do it at all different levels and parts of your production system. I'll just make a last point on the relevance for us here in the WTO and the link with openness, because there's so much discussion today about me-shoring or friend-shoring. And I think what we very much first have to note is that if you look at the production of many of these renewable forms of energy, they depend on globalization. So whether you're looking at photovoltaic cells or steel windmills, which are made all over the world, or at the supply of critical raw materials, or at batteries. What I think we are trying to very much convey coming out of Brussels in Europe is that we acknowledge what I think Ambassador Lee has also been saying recently, which is that it's legitimate to look at supply chains. We all need to look at supply chains to make sure that we are protected. But I think our message from Europe is that a supply chain is best served for us if it's diversified, rather than going for a me-shoring option or a friend-shoring option. So when we look at the relationship of the energy transition to trade, we are really thinking about de-risking and about diversifying the supply base through which we source critical raw materials and others. But it really depends on the global system remaining open. And I think that's really the key message I would give for all of us to think through. First, we have to internalize the challenge of the transition, and then we have to think about how to do it wisely so that it benefits all the different members of the organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Huben. You're actually very much on point and on time, so thank you so much for that. You emphasized the points about de-risking the internal transition that's required, and of course, how the open trading system could assist in that. And I'd like to take up a perspective, if I can, from Ms. Danielia Garcia, who's the Deputy Permanent Representative of the Ecuadorian mission to the WTO. And Ms. Garcia, we've heard from the Chinese perspective, to a certain extent, the EU perspective. If I could have from you, from Ecuador, both from your national perspective, but also more from the work that you're doing in the WTO. Ecuador is a very active player here in the different environmental initiatives. How do you see it from both the WTO perspective, the initiatives, as well as from your national perspective as a developing country in this energy transition? Thank you.
And thank you very much, Ho. First of all, thank you very much to China. It's a pleasure to be here in this panel, and thank you very much to Mr. Wan and Hiro for sharing your perspectives. Certainly, this is an area of priority, energy transition for Ecuador, and an area of priority for all of us here. We, from the perspectives that were shared, is an area that can bring a lot of tension and competition, but as you mentioned, a lot of cooperation and potential collaboration to the table. So how to bring this area to the WTO? Certainly there are linkages with trade, environment, and also sustainable development. And I really liked when it was mentioned, for example, safe safe and clean energy, but also how it impacts our development in every stage, because energy is certainly key for agriculture, communications, transport, but also health. And it has a socioeconomic impact as it impacts every part of our daily lives. But it's also an area that we have acknowledged we need to transform to meet the goals, certainly, that our governments have put forward in terms of climate change. And it's an area that needs to address human health from every perspective. It is not only through clean energy, to access to clean and affordable energy, we certainly can protect health, for example, by reducing pollution. And that's one a key example of the interlinkages also with other environmental issues. It can also help us provide healthcare. So energy is a crucial area for all. And how to bring this to the WTO, and thank you, Ho, for asking these important questions. And I think more than an expert on energy, we have been thinking on how to bring this to the trade perspective and how trade can contribute in terms of the energy transition that is certainly important for all. So this year, it is the 3 SDGs that are particularly important. Is one SDG 7, that is ensuring access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all, but also SDG 9 and 17, 9 about resilient infrastructure, inclusive and sustainable industrialization and innovation, and certainly goal 17 about partnership. So this brings together what we have been talking about, cooperation, collaboration, and bringing the interlinkages also under an umbrella of SDGs, as my colleague from Brazil once told me, and it actually serves the purpose very well, like looking at sustainable development and how it impacts and how it helps us to really engage with every aspect of a trade intervention across every part of every aspect environmentally, but also in a from a socioeconomic perspective. So in the WTO, there are many areas where this issue has certainly been addressed. We, as our ministers in the MC13 outcome, recognize the role of the Committee of Trade and Environment, for example, as the area where the debate about trade and environmental measures can take place. So that's one of them. Certainly in the Committee of Trade and Development, there are discussions about natural disasters, for example, and the impact of infrastructure that means, including for energy, that is certainly an essential infrastructure, an essential service for our economies. And as it was well mentioned by Ambassador Lee, it's important, and the conversations within TSSE, for example, have proved that this sector is cross-cutting in many of the areas. So it's a sector that has been addressed in terms of climate trade-related measures, but also subsidies, EGS, where the exercise about looking into how trading goods and services, and of course, access, uptake, and development of technologies can help to the energy transition, can really support environmental, but also socioeconomic goals. And when I'm talking about environmental energy, not only, of course, essential for climate, but also for pollution and biodiversity. And where trade, of course, the diverse trade tools in terms of how to foster the diffusion, development, accessibility, and uptake of goods, services, and technologies. This is a good conversation in many of the areas. Supporting mitigation and adaptation both in developed and developing countries. And certainly in the exercise also of trade-related strategies, supportive of developing countries and alliances, and looking at the linkages also with technical capacity building, but also capacity building and technical assistance, but also, of course, the linkages with investment, a very important initiative, and financing in the broader perspective. There is also the initiative very well led by New Zealand in terms of fossil fuels. There is another area where energy transition plays a very important role in terms of and also measures in terms of transparency, and certainly other areas, not only at the multilateral level, but also plurilateral, regional, and sectoral levels. And I will finish by mentioning it is an area certainly important for the Coalition of Trade Ministers on climate that can cross-cut every of the priorities that we are looking forward to address at a political level when we talk about the interlinkage with climate, trade, and sustainable development that is very important for all of us. I really liked the presentation. Thank you, Mr. Wan, in terms of how it addresses every important part of when we're talking about energy transition, and certainly touches every aspect that is important, not only from the environmental point of view, but from the socioeconomic part. And as my colleague, as Hiro mentioned, this is an area that can really bring cooperation and really brings every part of the WTO, I mean, in terms of trade tools, to harness necessary transformation for energy transition. I will stop there, and thank you very much again for the invitation, and thank you, Ho, for giving me the floor.
Thanks very much, Daniela. That was, again, very comprehensive, all the different activities and possibilities here at WTO. And I think you helped us to map out a bit the linkages between the energy transition world and some of the activities within the WTO that could potentially be supportive. I'd like to turn to Madam Sun, Sophie Sun, who's a global head of strategic marketing at LONGi Green Energy Technology. As the private sector person on this panel, I know sometimes the language that we use on WTO and our processes may sound very strange, but hopefully some of the things that you've heard here can make sense to the sort of things that you are engaging in. And it'd be really interesting to hear from you the private sector side of the story. I mean, we heard from Director General Wang on the China energy transition. And from the private sector side, how have you seen this? And if I could ask, have barriers, supply chain issues, trade issues been a concern? And if they are, what are these things from the private sector perspective? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lim. I'm sure we'll have some common language, as the energy transition has been a common vision for all of us. So hello, everyone. My name is Sophie Sun. I am the Global Head of Strategic Marketing from LONGi Green Energy Technology Corporation. Yeah, I am the only representative from private sector, probably in this room as well. So I do have some firsthand observation to share with you, because we've been working on the field. We are a practitioner of the new energy, and we do need to know. We do know what might be the best approach to realize the net zero future, and how us, private sector, IGO, NGO, policymaker like academia could actually work together to bring that future into reality. Let's start with some numbers. Can you imagine that in the modern world we're living in, there are still 11% of people that has no access to electricity? How about a number of people that have no clean cooking access and could only use polluting materials to cook meals for their families? It's 2.4 billion, about 1/3 of the global population. So energy poverty that does not constrain some very fundamental livelihood for food, medical treatment, like you just mentioned, or education, but also limit the possibilities for the future of human being, especially for developing countries. So you may ask, what brings to all of this? What's the cause for energy poverty or energy inequity? We have to admit that for a long period of time, fossil fuel has been the main body for global energy structure. Yeah, as we all know that it is the uneven distribution of fossil fuel resources and its limited affordability that have become the major cause of energy poverty and energy inequity. Yeah, as we all know that the fossil fuel resources of the globe has been owned by few countries, you name it. For example, top 5 oil reserve countries, they own about 62% of the global oil reserve, but only account for 3% of the global population. And we all know that energy price has been soaring this year. As if you look at the energy price index, it is 3 times as it was 2 years ago. So it has come to our concern that with the rising cost of the fossil fuel, it will just make the energy poverty situation even worse. But let's come back to the renewables. Yeah, we'll see how solar represented renewable energy has become and will be the major force to enable the global, like realizing its net zero transition. This is a map. It's a solar resource map provided by the World Bank. We'll see that the sun is just so fair that compared to fossil fuel, the sun is way more widely and evenly distributed globally. Yeah. And if you look at the dark red area, you will even find that the solar resource is more abundant in developing regions like Latin America, South Africa. This is a gift we get from the universe and from the sun. And this is how we can make solar energy more accessible for developing countries. On the other hand, it's all about the cost, about the money people pay out of their pocket to use electricity. So the cost of solar PV could be continuously decreased through technological innovation, say by improving the cell efficiency, the cell we used on a panel. We have seen the LCOE, which is the acronym of levelized cost of energy of solar PV system, dropped by 90% in the past 10 years. And I'm also very proud that LONGi, we are honored to break and keep the world record of cell efficiency of being 26.81%. What does that mean to us? That means like whenever people use 1 kilowatt hour of electricity, people will just pay less and less. This is kind of magic brought by technology and which you can never get from oil and gas. And it is the R&D investment and technology breakthrough of private sector, along with academia, that could actually helping human beings to maximize the value we could get from the nature in a green and low cost way. So it's not difficult to project that in the near future, solar will play the most critical role in realizing global net zero transition, while at the same time bringing profound economical and social values at the same time as well. For example, we did some prediction that by adopting solar energy, approximately like 2,000 billion US dollars of energy cost could be saved every year. So those saved money could just be reallocated to support other meaningful sectors like medical or education. However, despite of those booming future or huge growth rate of solar PV, the energy transition for renewables has not always been easy or as easy as it seems to be. We have been facing various challenges from different aspects: global cooperation, domestic policies, and the labor market. From the perspective of solar PV industry, we have seen like the global trade is also experiencing some like turbulence. Yeah. Tariffs, non-tariffs, custom issues, supply chain disputes, et cetera, you name it. Also, like right now, when people want to kick off some like construction site for the utility site for their solar energy in their country, people are facing tedious domestic approval process. Yeah, it's tedious and slow. And at the same time, we see that developing countries might be absent from talents or experienced workers due to lack of proper education or training. That's why we are here. That's why, thanks to this platform provided by WTO, that we are calling for global action to realize this common vision of energy transition. And this will never work out without global level cooperation. To begin, we'll have to build a more open environment for technology innovation. Secondly, we would like to advocate for optimized tariff and more streamlined custom processes so in order to help us to facilitate the energy transition and adoption of new energy for many, many countries. Last but not least, we would encourage policymakers and governors to go back and review to see how we could simplify some domestic administrative processes. And also investors, you're so welcomed and encouraged to reallocate your investments more to developing countries as they're so abundant in terms of solar resource. And we understand it takes time to realize all of those possibilities, but we're pretty sure that with the unrelenting efforts of all the stakeholders in and out of this industry, the energy transition will eventually bring us an open, green, and sustainable world that is full of hope. So now let's take a picture, like we picture what does the future look like? By then, we think that the global energy resource distribution would be quite even, and the climate issues would be effectively addressed. And for developing countries, they might have adequate access to clean energy, clean food, quality education, etc. So the world will have indefinite possibilities just because of the sustainable development we're talking about here today. Yeah, it's a common vision of our own, and I'm sure we have common language for that. And only by working together can we unleash a sustainable future. Thank you. I'll give the floor back to Mr. Lim.
Thank you very much, Madam Soon. I think you made it very concrete in terms of what the private sector and technology can offer, and at the same time what you are asking from the policy world. So thank you for that. I was going to open up the floor, but just before I do so, I just asked Director General Wang whether there were any things you heard that you'd like to come back on, or whether there were any points that you found interesting that you wanted to share from China's experience of energy transition in terms of what other countries might want to think about. But if you don't feel you want to come back now, that's also okay, but it's a bit up to you.
I think the energy transition, that the China have many advanced case. For example, last year I went to the COP 27. I bring some of the case studies from the China Yunnan province. That's in the mountain area, they use the PV stations, pump the water, PV stations, small PV stations. That's the Yunnan universities and Perth, they developed this is. I think this kind of case in China many years. We can transfer this case to the Africa and the other world of the regions, but this have some of the also barriers, and we need the international organizations give the support, such as the WTO, for support. In China, we have, for example, South and South program, and also we Belt and Road program, Belt and Road program. We can combine together under the WTO. This is the umbrellas. We can send more support to the South Africa and other countries. I just give the complimentary.
Thank you. Thanks for raising the capacity building angle. Now, I'd like to turn to you in the room. You've heard some very excellent presentations. You may have some comments or some questions, hopefully some questions. And if you'd like to take the floor, just raise your hand or flag and just introduce yourself before your question. We have some 20 minutes or so. The floor is open. Do I see any gestures of hand being raised or some sort? There is one by the United, my eyesight is bad, Kingdom. Thank you.
Correct, yeah, United Kingdom. Thank you to all the presenters. That was really fascinating. I believe UNCTAD estimated that the market for these green frontier technologies that Mr. Wang presented on is expected to reach $2 trillion approximately by 2030. And then just touching on the point Mr. Huben made about diversifying supply chains, I'm wondering if the panelists can give some views on how trade can help countries, and in particular, the lowest income developing countries, to benefit from these emerging markets, to more fully participate in these value chains. And maybe to speak a bit about the potential opportunities for these businesses, but also, as Ms. Sun touches on what the main obstacles are to that right now. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Do I have another question before I turn back to the panel? Not yet. So let's start with that one. A question that we actually get asked quite a lot about how do we diversify supply chains and how can developing country enterprises get more involved in these supply chains? Any takers? It was Hido, you were mentioned. It wasn't directed at you personally, but don't know if you'd like to start. And
well, what I think is part of the new horizon and the new profile of new energy is that the old energy, the fossil fuel system, is very multinational, capital heavy, very it requires a lot of concentration of knowledge and an enormous amount of capital. And if you look at photovoltaic or wind energy or other forms of energy, the logic is that you work in smaller units. And therefore, if you are a developing country, that should become more accessible in a sense, because I think we all agree that energy production and collection will become more diversified. So with smaller units and smaller transposition into the grid and out of the grid, and those different types of use and production of energy should help, I think, bring energy production closer to the source of use.
thank you very much. Daniela?
Thank you, Ho, and thank you very much for the question. I think many things were mentioned here, and I really like your intervention. So thank you very much. In terms of investment, is one of the areas certainly where there is trade-related interventions, but also Ecuador, for example, even if we are fossil fuel producers, our energy matrix depends mostly on renewables, hydro, and it has been very much sustained by investment and certainly governmental interventions in terms of education and so on. And when I talk about education, certainly services comes to the equation when we talk about goods and services necessary for different areas of energy. It's different to talk about solar, wind, and we talk about hydro, for example. But certainly taking into consideration the different contexts, it's when we talk about energy, transportation, also the provision and production of energy, transportation is a key issue that needs to take into consideration every context and the needs of developing countries and localities even. We're just upgrading a project in the Galapagos Island, in the Galapagos Islands, so the islands can be 100% dependent on renewable energies. And this is going to take into consideration that particular ecosystem. I will stop there, but certainly investments, access, and development of goods and services, and certainly technologies, it's a very important issue in that regard for developing countries such as Ecuador.
Thanks very much, Daniela. We must be on too many panels together because I had the same thought, investment and services, but, but thank you for that. And I think, but it's a really important area, services. And can I ask Sophie, like, you know, back to the question a little bit, like, to what extent do you have developing country suppliers, if I can put it that way, integrated into your supply chain, or do you work with them, or how do you work with them? If you could share anything on that. You know?
Yeah, as we just talked about, like our mission is kind of to realize the global energy equity for all of those countries, especially we're focusing on developing countries right now. We could share with you like the strategy for LONGi is a decentralized strategy. That means we're building our plants, our manufacturing base closer to our clients. Yeah, we have some new sites like in the Southeast Asia this year. And we think that could like help to boom the like local community and the local labor market as well.
Thanks very much. And Director General Wang, you mentioned South-South cooperation and developing country sort of capacity building related work. do you think that's a way that can be used to help diversify supply chains in terms of bringing in more developing country, small and medium-sized enterprises into the energy transition?
That's the depends. If we have this the situation, we can, I think the set up the manufacturing the local is more efficiency because the long distance transportation cost. But sometimes you know just like Longji, they also give the introduction. No matter the manufacturer set up the where, renewable energy resource, that's the local resource, not like the fossil fuels. Fossil fuels resources not balance distributions. Renewable energy resource is very, very balanced distribution in the world. So most importance should you have this equipment to produce the electricity from the local. If you import the equipment, produce more and more electricity from the renewable energy, you also can export the electricity to neighbor countries. If your country is very little bit huge and also have the need the how to say that we say that the wind manufacturer, solar PV manufacturers, that's also belongs to the high technology industrial fields. It's you can then also that's a local government that make decision is very important. Yeah, important. If this is the kind of technology could be support these countries' economic, they can make a decision policy support the foreign countries manufacturer come to these countries set up. Thank you.
No, thanks very much for that. Let's see whether there's any further questions in the room. Anyone else like to raise the floor? No, people are still. Yes, please, Ambassador. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to share some of my personal views on the diversification of the supply chain. I noted recently the diversify the supply chain is a very popular topic in the different various forum. I think when we talk about this issue, we should think from the two angles. On one hand, we should think about how to maintain the existing supply chain more resilient, because we have to balance among the cost, efficiency, and accessibility. For example, in some cases, when you mandatory require the local production, maybe that case means the low efficiency economically. So we should think about how to maintain the existing supply chain more resilient, even in the hard situation. I think if we can have a more effective international cooperation, we can make the existing supply chain more resilient. That means because the existing supply chain mostly driven by the market force, that also means the market efficiency. So if the resilience cannot be expected, of course, we should also think about how to reasonably diversify the supply chain. I think we should think about this issue in the two ways, not just think about the diversify. If you only target the diversification, maybe someday we will face another challenge. the efficiency challenge, the cost. So that's my personal view, share with the colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for that view on this balance between resilience and diversification and also potentially efficiency. And I think I saw Australia. Is it Australia? Thank you.
Hi, yes, thank you. My question is directed at Mr. Wang Zhongying. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was fascinating. It's around China being the world's largest hydrogen producer and the fact that you released a really ambitious hydrogen strategy at the start of last year. You spoke a bit about how hydrogen could be really critical combined with CCUS to enable decarbonisation of hard to abate sectors. Could you please speak a bit more to how you're leveraging China's really cheap solar and wind and renewables to produce green hydrogen, and to what degree you're prioritizing green hydrogen over blue hydrogen? Thank you. That's my question.
Director General Wang, was that okay? Could you respond to that?
Okay, I try answer your questions. Yes, you know that if we construct more and more the wind and PV power stations, that we know that if we have the wind and the light, we can produce electricity. If you no wind, no light, there's no electricity. So sometimes we need more and more wind and the solar power station to meet the demands for electricity. That sometimes, for example, middle night, our bigger power station, wind power station, they're there, but no demand, no energy demand, electric demand. So for this situation, why we cannot use this rich wind power generation to produce hydrogens. But from our research, IRI research, if the hydrogen, I say the green hydrogen can go to the market and take the real roles, not now. Maybe should I think after the 2035, 5 years, maybe during the 2040, we simulate through our power generation system 2040 years can take the place for green hydrogens. Why? You know, so far with China, we have the how to say many iron and steel manufacturer, iron steel industry. But you say all of the steel industry transit to the electricity how to say, we collect the waste steel and use electricity for the new steels, and also we don't use the coke and add the hydrogen to produce the steels, but all of this is plans. No, we cannot stop now. That's the West, the government investment. That's the government investment also come from everybody's people's, from the taxi. So this is should one step and by one steps. So real time happen. Should I think will. That's why I said real time happens 2035. 35. Oh, okay. That's the time we need more and more green hydrogen. And during that time, we also already constructed too much wind and PV stations. We have the reach the wind and the PV electricity to use produce green hydrogen. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me, I think we've got about 10 minutes. Any final questions? If not, I'll return back to the panel. It doesn't seem so. So I think we're in really good time. And for back to the panel, any final take homes you'd like to offer to the audience here, maybe starting with Sophie and then working down the table?
Well, I'll just think like in the view of the final or important mission of WTO is and like discussion, negotiation or arbitration platform to realize the free trade. I would think like for future decisions or standpoints, we might think of a bigger good for both importing and exporting countries, like what Ambassador Lee just mentioned. Like it's always a, integrated thinking for all of those future decisions or questions.
Thank you very much. Daniela, energy transition and the role of trade. Any final thoughts?
Well, thank you very much to all first. And well, final thoughts. Just thinking about the interlinkages beyond, we are here to talk about trade and definitely trade interventions and trade contributions to the energy transition. But thinking that when we think about supply chains and also trade itself, think about clean energy. So we're talking about clean supply chains as well. Health being a moving target for us all today when we talk about creation of markets as well. So health in that sense, but also under sustainable development and the importance of energy, as we all mentioned, for the development and in every aspect of our lives. And that being very important. I was shocked by the numbers you showed, and certainly there is a lot of things to do, for example, in clean cooking, and you have been telling me about this, how, so now I will read on that, and thank you. I will stop here. Thanks, Ho.
Hido, anything you'd like to share?
Yeah, I would just want to, I think, very much share the optimism that I think was in Sophie's presentation about the way that we can address this challenge, if it's a joint challenge. I think I'm maybe on the old side in this room, but I remember when I was younger reading a book called The Seven Sisters about the original oil companies of the early 20th century. And it's very clear that the new energy revolution we are going to now embark in is going to be deconcentrated. And so I think for development, for the cause of development for countries in Africa and elsewhere, this is something where your energy production and consumption can be very close to each other. And I think that leads to a more balanced in every respect. So I have that optimism, and I take the points that Daniela and you have made about the importance of services, the importance of investment. I think Ambassador Lee has made a very valid point about if you are trying to diversify, there can be cost. So you need to think about the cost. None of this is easy. So these are all equities that we need to weigh over the coming years. But the optimism is that the technology exists, it can be shared, it can be deconcentrated, and so in a sense, potentially, at least if we do it well, it can lift all boats.
Thanks very much, Hido. And Director General Wang, you began actually with a very optimistic and positive presentation. It was great to hear that you also shared that, Hido, as well as Daniela and Sophie. I've already asked you to speak a lot, but if you have any final thoughts, most appreciated. But if not, that's also fine. But
yeah, I want to final say first. I think energy transition needs the global cooperations. For example, of China renewable energy industry development today, in fact, get a lot of support from the European, for example, Germany and Denmark, earlier the Netherlands and other countries, even the UO gave a lot of support for the China energy transition. And and this wind and the PV industrial development because, and also get the Asian countries, for example, Japan and other, even Australia, we also get the energy policy, transition policies, and learn a lot of. 20 years ago, I also implemented UNDP project and get the Australia government supports, and also US the support. We have a lot of cooperation with NREL and LBL, and so anyway, I think the renewable energy development need the global cooperations. Thank you.
Well, that's a very good final remark, and I'll just finish here by just saying that I don't think this will be the end of the conversation because we have COP28 coming up at the end of November, and certainly energy transition is a big focus of that COP. At the same time, yesterday we heard from the UAE representative that the UAE COP28 presidency has announced that they have proposed so-called trade day, and I think that's another great opportunity to have more of that type of conversation, in this case within the climate change COP setting. And I think this relationship between energy transition is so vital because, as we heard from the panel, energy is at the back of everything, whether we're talking about an economic activity, a health activity, or an environmental activity. That's the big game changer. What is the energy source to that? And to this, clearly, I think from the panel and also from you in the audience, there does seem to be many pathways that links the question of energy transition and the role of trade. I mean, one could look at it from the most basic in terms of the equipment that is required to generate the energy, to the services that is required, to the investment that is required. All of this has great opportunities for the role of trade. We have heard a lot about the type of economic opportunities that could arise from the energy transition, both in terms of what's needed to generate the electricity or that energy, as well as what you can do with that energy. So that, again, a very positive framing for trade. And maybe the last one, which I think everyone here has been speaking about on cooperation, international or global cooperation. At the end of the day, trade agreements, and I would like to say WTO as a whole, is essentially about that. It's about building that cooperation. So that's a very fruitful area for more discussion. So thank you all very much. And if you would join me with applause to the panel. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody, depending on where you are. And first of all, thank you for participating in this panel. My name is Carlos Guevara. I'm counselor of the Mission of Ecuador to the WTO and chair of the Committee on Trade Facilitation, as well as co-facilitator of the informal working group on environmental goods and services. So from the start point, you can understand how interesting this topic it is to me. And I would like to welcome our panelists today. And first of all, thank you for your availability to take part in this conversation. We have Hildegard Kiev Nordes, is a senior associate at the Council of Economic Policies and professor at Örebro University, Sweden. She is with us online. In the room, we have Florence Jiao-Gay, Global Lead Trade and Customs from the International Chamber of Commerce, and Matteo Fiorini, Trade Policy Analyst from the Trade and Agriculture Directorate at OECD. To begin with, I would like to mention a few things. First, we know that trade has a big role to play in achieving a more environmentally sustainable world, and trade policy is a key instrument to maximize trade's contribution to a green transition. The traditional approach we have observed in the past years from the trade perspectives facing our environmental challenges has been mainly centered in a tariff discussion. However, we have seen a different trend in the last years and months. Policymakers and other stakeholders are calling for a broader perspective, a more holistic approach with the aim of identifying and monitoring relevant trade policies beyond tariffs. And it is within this context that today's panel is an effort to make a contribution in this regard, by bringing to the table a discussion around measures facilitating sustainability trade, encompassing the services sector and trade facilitation policies. Maybe for some of us today, the link between services and trade facilitation policies is not so clear, and that is one of the reasons for our conversation today. In particular, to better understand their contribution and synergies to build greener supply chains and promoting circular economy. Along this conversation, we will try also to understand the importance of increasing evidence-based inputs that are required to inform the policy-making process. It is important to keep in mind that this specific analysis is in a very early stage, so all your comments and contributions are very much welcome. With this brief introduction, let me welcome Hildegard Kiev Nordes, whose initial presentation will address the following questions. Why is it useful to adopt a holistic perspective connecting services, trade policy, and trade facilitation for goods? And what are specific environmental objectives that will call for this holistic perspective? Over to you, Hildegard. You have 10 minutes. Hildegard, we cannot hear you yet. Maybe you're muted. Can you check on that?
Okay, can you hear me and see my screen?
Now we can. Over to you.
Okay, so first of all, thank you very much for having me in this interesting panel. And let me first spend a minute on how trade facilitation and services trade policy are related. So trade facilitation is about simplifying the paperwork and modernizing and harmonizing customs procedures. The purpose of the agreement is to make sure that goods that satisfy the standards of the importing country can flow seamlessly across the border. Simplifying and modernizing means digitizing and automizing, and common standards ensure interoperability. So the core services involved in trade facilitation is customs brokerage. Simply put, this is a service that helps exporter and importers to do the paperwork. So in a way, this sector has emerged from the complexities of customs procedures. And then if we cast the net a bit broader, we also see that other logistics services help organize shipments across borders. And of course, digitizing and automizing customs procedures would not be possible without telecommunications and computer services. So now let me move on to the role of services in environmentally sustainable trade. Services are key to any environmental objective, including mitigation and adjusting to climate change, energy efficiency, and preventing and cleaning up plastics in the oceans. But let me zoom in on one objective, the transition to a circular economy. And simply put, the circular economy comprises the 3 R's: reduce, reuse, and recycle. In addition, the transition from ownership to rental of durable goods is also part of the circular economy. And that's what you see, the product services systems to the right. So which services are involved in each of the 3 R's? Starting with reduce, this is about eliminating waste, improving energy efficiency, designing for durability, and reducing the material use in production of goods. R&D, engineering, and design are also important inputs here. Reuse involves the repair and secondhand trade of used products, functions where the retail sector and online platforms are important. And then if we go to the next, the recycling, the distribution also play an important role here. So retailers provide the collection point for household non-food waste, such as electrical appliances. For industrial and construction waste, there are specialized waste management services, and they are the norm. Engineering and R&D are involved in designing low-emission processes and not least developing new products. For instance, construction materials made from waste are gaining ground in the market and becoming more cost-effective and competitive. Finally, product services systems allow firms to rent machinery and equipment, usually on a contract that include maintenance. Renting equipment turns fixed cost into variable cost and lowers entry barriers for firms, particularly SMEs. There is also some evidence that rental extends the lifespan of the product. Telecommunications, internet services, finance, and transport are essential infrastructure services for any modern economy, including the circular economy. So here you see the traditional smile curve showing the role of services in value creation in supply chains. So the circular economy is about closing this loop and bring the products back into circulation. And for that, you have the concept and R&D aiming at producing more durable goods. And then we also have after-sales services that feed into branding so that the producer knows which products fly off the shelves quickly and which are only sold at a discount. And in the longer run, that would reduce the amount of unsold inventory. So what are the services trade barriers that policy needs to address? So first, restrictions on the movement of people particularly affect R&D and engineering, but also maintenance and repair. In engineering and R&D, lack of recognition of the services are examples. With the digital and green transition of services, the boundaries between sectors and occupations are changing. However, the professional licensing system in some countries has remained unchanged for decades, even a century, and may no longer be fit for purpose. So the circular economy is often driven by open innovation in multidisciplinary and international teams, which may run up against the professional regulation in some countries. For maintenance and repair, the main concern is the speed at which visas are processed when needed. Moving to movement of data, the Internet of Things is an important part of the circular economy. Sensors built into infrastructure and machinery generate data that are processed in the cloud. Such continuous monitoring facilitates preventive maintenance and optimal functioning of the equipment. Finally, the development and adoption of international standards make the circular economy a viable alternative to the linear economy that currently dominates markets. So let's also have a look at quantitative barriers to trade in these key services. So this illustrates the trade restrictions facing key services providers in the circular economy. It shows the simple average of all 51 countries included in the OECD SDRI database in 2022 by policy area. So as indicated, restrictions on movement of people are particularly prevalent in engineering, while lack of pro-competitive regulation is an obstacle to trade in telecommunication services. And finally, market access continues to be restricted in the distribution sector, where performance requirements are quite common. To conclude, services such as transport, logistics, ICT, and engineering are essential for the green transition in all sectors. Trade restrictions on these services raise the cost of the green transition and may create bottlenecks and choke points in the value chains. The services trade policy and regulation affecting these services usually were not meant to hold back the transition to the circular economy. Nevertheless, they do. It needs to be borne in mind when negotiating trade agreements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hildegund. This has been a very insightful presentation, and I'm sure there will be some follow-up comments in the Q&A section. Next, please let me now welcome Florence Zhao-Gay, whose initial remarks will address these questions. How can trade facilitation policies for goods contribute to environmental sustainability objectives along different dimensions? And what specific trade facilitation policies may need to be prioritized from a business perspective for trade in goods to contribute to a green transition? You have 10 minutes as well, Florence. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies. And thank you very much to the OECD and to the Secretariat team for organizing the event today. Let me start. So my name is Florence Binta-Diao-Gay, and I work as a lead for trade and customs at the International Chamber of Commerce. It's not, can we go to the next slide, please? And at the International Chamber of Commerce, we are the institutional representative of 45 million companies in more than 100 countries. And our member companies are of all sizes and from all sectors. And many of them are actually at the forefront of developing solutions to accelerate a green transition. And it's a pleasure to join this esteemed panel today and discuss the pertinent topic of facilitation in the context of sustainability. So I'll focus naturally on the experiences of businesses in this context. And you can go to the next slide. So those are the things I will cover. And we can skip to the next one. So why is it relevant for global business? I have to say also that in some areas I'm biased because through my work, I see companies who are really pioneering sustainability and who are in fact running into issues when it comes to scaling them up solutions and moving goods across borders. And in terms of my focus, I will also focus a bit more on circular economy because I'm leading our working group on circular economy. But we also have a technical working group on plastic pollution that is feeding into the UN plastics treaty negotiations, since ICC is observer at the UN as well. And just in terms of context for our working group on circular economy, we have more than 120 members from different companies and regions of the world, and they all actually share the same goal to accelerate a circular economy. And yes, I put some of the general points. I think that's quite clear. So maybe we can move to the next slide. So end of last year, we launched this working group, and in our first call, we asked our members, what do you consider as the most important challenges related to circular economy? And with these word clouds, so the words that I put several times, they appear in big. So we can see it's very much in line what also Hildegunn said, that there's a need for standards. There are a lot of opportunities for cooperation, policy. Waste is a big issue. And some words are actually the same. It's just that they are typed in a different way. But let's go to the next slide. So what are some of the common issues that businesses are facing in this context? So there's no globally harmonized framework. There's a lack of definitions and standards. The movement across borders is very complicated. And a lack of transparency and clarity is always very challenging for businesses. That can also mean in terms of the processes to get permits. That often involves a lot of several agencies in one country, but then you have to do the same actually in another country where the process is again different. So there again, sometimes I feel like a broken record, the importance of harmonization. So that's why these kind of events are great, because they are steps in collaborating and cooperating more. And as you will also see later in the presentation, it creates actually this fragmentation and lack of harmonization. It creates a difficult environment to invest and innovate. There are not a lot of incentives. I think there is more and more recognition, and there are a lot of ambitions to do more, but in reality, there's still a lot of challenges for businesses. And so one of the things that is always important to ICC, because a big part of our network are actually SMEs, is the risks that in this transition and in our efforts, we are leaving MSMEs behind. We can move to the next slide, please. And so what role for trade facilitation? How can we facilitate trade while addressing protection, while protecting nature? And so, as I said, the movement of goods across borders is critical in order to drive circular solutions. And that's why we can't emphasize enough how important the implementation of the TFA is to really enable businesses to make a difference. And because this will make a real difference on the ground when it comes to moving across borders. And there, of course, we need to leverage digitalization. And I mean, real digitalization, that we digitalize processes, not just we are PDFing documents that will then be sent by email. And I'll give you one practical example from the work of the Global Alliance for Trade Facilitation that ICC co-hosts. In Senegal, the Alliance has digitalized key import processes for seed and plant products, input products. And so what they have done is they've integrated the pre-shipment authorization into the national single window. And actually, by that, they have reduced costs enormously. And because now, I mean, before that, traders had to go on several trips to government offices to get this authorization. So this, I mean, we are talking here about traveling 20 kilometers from the port of Dakar to go to the government office, and then there wait to get the authorization. And so before, this would take 1 week to do. And of course, there's also these, I mean, if we can avoid that, we have also sustainability gains in terms of having less transport. And so now through with their project, they managed to digitalize this process. And so instead of 1 week, they get this pre-shipment authorization within 24 hours. And they save trips to government offices. So again, here we see this leads to increased transparency and clarity for businesses. And I think it shows well the potential of trade facilitation for sustainability. And also, it helps drive economic growth by making it easier and cheaper for MSMEs to trade. And it also shows well the importance of collaborating between the public and private sector. And as I said earlier, also the importance, let's move to the next one, please. So I can't miss this opportunity to promote our recent publication that just came out 2 weeks ago on 1st of June. Where we took a specific focus on issues related to moving waste across borders for research and innovation purposes. And actually, I picked up on the Hildegun's presentation, the 3 R's that are the pillars of circular economy. And actually, for all of those, we need to move goods or services across borders, and so there are a lot of specific issues when it comes to processes or when we want to adapt the design for solutions, where a lot of times we need to actually move tons across the border. But because of the regulatory frameworks, it's limited to kilos when it comes to research and innovation. So in our paper, we look at some examples, some practical examples where we have circular solutions, but that have been really slowed down because of the difficult process of getting permits and moving the goods across borders. So my last slide is just a thank you, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you very much, Florence. I think we start to see a clear picture. We had the presentation from Hildegund from the academia point of view. You have told us more information about the business perspective. And one of the things I want to mention is we start to identify certain connecting points. What Hildegund mentioned as the lack of standards, universally agreed standards, we can talk about harmonization. And an additional thing is the cooperation or collaboration among different stakeholders. And this is something I just want to go back to the opening remarks when I mentioned this broader need to have a holistic approach and trying to understand better why these elements are relevant. I just leave it there for we can have a further discussion later on, but I want to introduce now to Matteo Fiorini, whose initial comments will address the following questions. What is the OECD doing to increase awareness in the 2 areas of services, trade policy and trade facilitation? You have 10 minutes, Matteo, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, Chair, and thank you to everyone for being here in the room and online. Before answering the specific question, let me maybe start by echoing some of what has been said in the previous interventions and highlight once again how the focus on environmental sustainability requires calls for trade policy to adopt this holistic perspective, connecting in particular services trade policy and trade facilitation for goods. So services and goods. And again, connecting services trade policy and trade facilitation is particularly necessary because more than other configurations in production and trade, those that can provide solutions to the environmental sustainability challenges involve complex interactions between goods and services. And therefore, the role that trade can play in facilitating the development, the adoption, and the diffusion of these critical technologies that have the potential to provide a response to the environmental sustainability challenges, trade can actually, again, be a solution to promote innovation, diffusion, and adoption of these technologies, but barriers can get in the way and prevent trade to reach its full potential. And given that we're talking about interactions between goods and services, trade barriers can be of different nature, both related to services and related to goods. And it's really important to approach the role of trade policy with this clear, broad perspective in mind. But let me get to the question I'm supposed to answer here. That is, what is the OECD Secretariat and committees doing to increase awareness in this space? Let me start by saying that the Trade and Agriculture Directorate of the OECD has a long experience in building awareness on policy barriers in these two areas: services trade policy and trade facilitation. The OECD Services Trade Restrictiveness Index, the STRI, that has been mentioned and used by Hildegun in her presentation, is a database that is the OECD flagship tool to map services trade policies across countries and sectors. It provides an up-to-date, comparable information on regulations affecting trading services. The database, the STRI, the Services Trade Restrictiveness Index database, records not only limitations to on market access and national treatment of foreign services suppliers, but also behind the border regulations that impede the establishment and operations of those foreign services providers. The STRI is updated every year, and it covers 50 countries and 22 major services sectors, representing almost 80% of services trade. On trade facilitation, the OECD Trade Facilitation Indicators database provides a structured overview of the trade facilitation policy environment in over 160 economies since 2012, and it's updated every 2 years. The trade facilitation indicators follow closely the policy areas in the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement, covering both the regulatory framework for the trade facilitation measures, but also their implementation in practice. And the indicators cover areas of transparency and predictability, formalities at the border, and cooperation mechanisms between agencies, again, at the border. So many of the elements that we heard from Florence in her intervention. Now, you can see that the OECD STRI and the OECD TFI, so the Services Trade Restrictiveness Index database and the Trade Facilitation Indicators database, provide the perfect framework to build new data and increase awareness on how these two policy areas, services trade policy and trade facilitation for goods, together can contribute in making sure that policy barriers do not get in the way of trade contributing to environmental sustainability objectives. In the area of services trade, work is currently ongoing to extend the OECD STRI database to better map services trade barriers that can get in the way of services trade to contribute to different environmental sustainability objectives. the OECD Secretariat is working to identify a list of measures which will constitute the building blocks of this new indicator in the SDRI suite that we are starting to call the Green SDRI. In doing so, we are engaging in discussions and consultations with the broadest possible group of stakeholders, and opportunities like that of today, discussion like that of today are particularly important for us. Any further feedback from you on measures that you think we should be looking at would be extremely precious for this exercise. Let me share two important features of the initial design of this indicator, the Green SDRI, which we believe can provide also a useful perspective to policymakers that think about services trade policy and environmental sustainability. The first design feature of this Green SDRI indicator is that it will not be a sectoral indicator. It will be independent from any definition of environmentally related services. From a technical point of view, for us, thinking about this indicator, this allowed to overcome the definitional debate around environmental services. And we see the pinning down a definition as an approach to tackle issues like dual use of certain services. But we also realize, and I think Ildegun's presentation was very clear on that services horizontally can contribute and trade can contribute. So any barrier to any service will somehow limit this potential. And also trying to distinguish the use of a specific product or a specific activity in writing trade rules might also imply some risks of adding complications, additional administrative burden for trade. So there are alternative approaches, and this horizontal approach that we're taking in the Green SDRI, I think it's very interested, and it paid off, at least for this technical exercise that we are dealing with. The second feature that I want to mention about this indicator is that policy measures will be clustered around a few concrete environmental sustainability policy objectives. And again, we believe that this represents a tractable but comprehensive taxonomy of the key environmental sustainability objectives. Measures will be clustered most likely around climate mitigation and adaptation, which also includes the objective of reaching energy efficiency, promotion of circular economy, and protection of biodiversity. If you're interested in following the next steps of this work around the Green SDRI, please do reach out to us. We would be very happy to hear from you, your comments, your suggestions, and we will soon organize an expert meeting after the summer, actually, to continue working on the methodology under the guidance of the OECD Working Party of the Trade Committee. So enough on the services trade policy side. Let me say a few words on what we're doing on the trade facilitation front. And here we're also at a preliminary stage of scoping work that would aim at identifying specific trade facilitation measures which could promote environmentally sustainable trade. And here, so when we say environmentally sustainable trade, we do not just mean a trade with a lower carbon footprint. We really mean a trade that is environmental sustainability enhancing, that can contribute to environmental sustainability objectives. In this brainstorming phase, we are aiming to explore four things mainly. So how trade facilitation measures can help reduce time to trade. And here the comments that we heard from Florence are extremely useful. The second thing, we want to understand how trade facilitation can promote trade in those goods that matter for the green transition. The third thing, we want to understand how trade facilitation can help to support the circular economy. And here again, I think your publication is extremely useful for our thinking process. And finally, we want to understand how trade facilitation can help traders comply with the relevant regulations, standards linked to sustainability issues, which might not be necessarily harmonious across the countries. So briefly, and I'm almost done, I want to mention that in the case of the circular economy thinking process and reflections, the OECD has also been looking into specific case studies. One on lithium-ion batteries and the trade policies that can promote circular value chains for these. And the second one that is ongoing on the value chains for plastics. Both these case studies have been very helpful to draw insights into the set of trade facilitation policies that matter for circular economy. And actually they provided initial material to think about how all this can be captured in a more structured manner by an extension of the trade facilitation indicators database. As part of the next steps, and similarly to what is happening with the Services Trade Restrictiveness Index, we would aim to scope the work linking trade facilitation policies to environmental sustainability aspects in the second half of this year within the OECD Working Party of the Trade Committee. We will also organize an expert meeting by early next year. And once again, let me stress that input from this type of audience will be extremely precious for that exercise. So please, if you're interested, reach out to us. And I think conscious of time, Chair, I will thank you once again, and I will leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Matteo. And for those who have been following the EGS discussions, I think you have already identified some of the challenges that we are facing. So I'm quite happy to hear that the work that you're trying to do already address those challenges, because it is important to understand that even in the best of intentions, there are certain limits that we can do. For example, one of them is the definition of environmental services that you have already pointed out, and that is something that we cannot come with a solution in the short period of time, but it is important to keep the analysis going and build some inputs based on the current situation. So I will also encourage you to reach out to us, not only to get feedback from other stakeholders, but we will also be very interested in listening to how the work is advancing. So I would like to open the floor now for any comments or questions that we may have here in the room or online. Alan, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Carlos, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alan Treat from the U.S. mission to the WTO. For somebody that covers both environment and the Trade Facilitation Committee and the TFA, I find this extremely interesting presentation. I think just a comment and a question. I find it really interesting, you know, when we're talking about services associated with circular economy approaches, typically within a lot of our discussions here, we talk about environmental services and the linkages with environmental goods and how to promote and facilitate trade in both. But what we talk less about are those services associated with circular economy approaches and maybe some of those barriers that we face. And so I found that the first presentation by Hildegard really interesting, you know, mentioning, you know, what some of those services trade barriers are. When I think of circular economy, I often think of like remanufacturing, and I have a hard time trying to understand how circular or how services, trade barriers for service can affect trade in intermediate goods that are used to produce remanufactured goods. And so I guess my question is from some of the services trade barriers that Hildegard had mentioned in her presentation, I can understand the movement of people, data and the data localization requirements. I understand that not as well. And so my question is can you provide just kind of a practical or a concrete example, if one's out there, about how some of these different types of services trade barriers can affect circular economy approaches. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Alan. Let's collect a couple of questions so we can go back to our panelists. Anybody else here or online? I don't see anybody yet, but also for the few minutes we have left, I will ask people who are here in the room or online to consider also what aspects have not been included in our conversation just yet. We have heard some elements, but coming from your own experience, maybe there is something that you think we should also talk about, even if it's a very general idea. As I mentioned, any comment is welcome. And also about empirical tools and evidence in these areas that you may think about. I'll just leave that there, and maybe we can go back to Hildegund to answer Alan's questions. Hildegund, you have the floor.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. And I think this is really an interesting topic that we need to do a lot more on. But let me just give you some examples what I had in mind. So if you think about the circular economy and particularly the reduce aspect of it, so improving efficiency, say in the energy and in infrastructure services in general, the modern economy would install sensors in these equipments. So in equipment, in infrastructure, and even in buildings and homes, you have sensors that monitor the performance of the equipment of the infrastructure and feeds back into the manager of these, and that might be the manufacturers of the equipment or somebody else. But it often involves data transfers across borders from these sensors to the managers of the equipment. And to get this to exploit the full potential of this technology, you need the data to flow real time, and you need to analyze them real time, and you need to take action, say in terms of preventive maintenance, kind of as quickly as possible, and that reduces the cost and the material cost and the repair cost a lot. And some of these data are kind of straightforward Internet of Things data that nobody would object to transmitting. But there are also, as soon as you get into, say, homes, you would kind of be able to read when people are home, when they turn off and on the showers and these kind of things. So they are related also to personal data. So it's not kind of straightforward, but it's a policy issue that needs to be addressed and found a solution so that we actually can utilize the Internet of Things to optimize the use of machinery and infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hildegund. And I see we only have 5 minutes left, and I would just like to go briefly back to our panelists and ask you for, in 1 minute, something that you think we should consider or some idea that has not been yet quite mentioned. So probably I can start with you, Matteo, and we will go on the other way around.
Thank you, Chair. So let me add maybe one more thought and actually one concrete example to reinforce this idea that a holistic perspective is useful and required. And let me do that by drawing from some work that actually Hildegund is following on marine debris cleaning services providers. So we heard from Ildegun that trade facilitation is about services. Logistics, transports, telecommunications are very important. But there is another way to connect the two dots. So if you think about trade in marine debris cleaning services, this involves the temporary movement of technical equipment into the importing country. And the measures that facilitate temporary admission of the technical equipment that is required is likely to represent a potential barrier to services providers that engage in this area. So as far as this is easy to do, everything works smoothly. And if this is not, if temporary admission is complicated, then we have a problem for the exportation of services that can contribute to environmental sustainability objectives. This would be my final consideration for today. And thanks to Ildegun, that was actually the one doing the work to provide this.
Thank you very much, Matteo. Florence?
Thank you, Chair. So I think that's a really good point already to adopt a more holistic approach. I would maybe leave from my side, from our side, the key message to also focus on implementation, because what we do is a lot of talking, and there are a lot of great ideas, and it's important, but how can we actually make it happen so that companies are enabled to drive sustainability and to get us to help get us closer to our goals. And maybe to add to that is the importance of working together. So today has been a great example, and yeah, I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Florence. Hildegun, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I would like to make 2 points. And one is kind of digging into the tiny details. And here I think it's, there are so many regulations and barriers that are unintended consequences of something else. And here I think Matteo's example of the equipment for temporary entry is a very good example. So say your research team is entering somewhere and bring analytical equipment, and then they cannot bring it across the border without the customs clearance and sometimes even paying customs, although it's there for a few months. So these kind of things, I think it's very important that that trade policy makers listen to business and there is a dialogue, because I cannot imagine that that these consequences are intended. So there really needs to be aware of such consequences and address them. So that's one thing. The other thing is the holistic approach, and I fully agree with everything that has been said about that. And to take that one step further, I think it's important when thinking about the architecture of trade agreements that we do not continue to go down the road of having very sector-specific and occupation-specific approaches to trade negotiations. We really need to see this in a more holistic perspective. And if you need to spend years to agree on a definition of a sector to move forward, I think we are on the wrong track. So I think there is a need to have a look at even the architecture of trade agreements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hildegun. And I have a lot of notes, but I will just try to wrap up with a few thoughts. And basically, I think what I will take from everything that I've heard today, and this is, I think, an ongoing conversation that I'm very much interested in following. We need to break some silos and better understand how services are involved in trade facilitation. We saw it today, but for people who are more related to trade facilitation, we tend to think of goods and exactly how goods move across the border, but we don't have that idea of services and how much services are involved. The second thought is how the implementation of the TFA, the Trade Facilitation Agreement, can support environmental sustainability efforts. And this is facilitating trade while addressing environmental and climate changes. This I took from Florence's presentation. I think the idea of learning from the ground and not keeping only conversations going, but we need to feed this conversation from actual experiences and what's going on in our countries. We need to better understand what tools are at our disposal to build a more sustainable world. And these is everything going from greener value chains to circular economy. And what are the barriers we're facing, as well as how can we work together to face these challenges. Regarding next steps, I think one of the key elements that we have discussed in environmental goods and services, for example, is the task of identification. We can understand that there are elements, we can understand that there are barriers, but unless we give more flesh to the bone, we don't really know what the challenge complies. So identifying what are the linkages, synergies, tools, and barriers. I believe that once we have a proper understanding, we will be able to make substantive contributions to the trade policy process, as well as negotiations, the ongoing negotiations. So we understand that there is a lot of work left, but for now, this is all we can do. So thank you very much. And thank you everybody for your participation. Have a good afternoon.
Good morning, Ms. Kakabadze. Can you hear me? If you can, could you please turn your camera on to test your connection? I think for you it's early morning here, it's afternoon already, but. Ms. Kakabatse, it's me again. Can you hear me now? If you're able to hear me, could I ask you to turn on your camera to test your connection and your sound?
I can hear you well.
Oh,
Is
excellent.
this okay?
I can hear you now. I can see you for sure. And could you please say something just to make sure that I can hear you?
And good morning. How are you? This is 7 in the morning in Ecuador, and glad to be with you.
Good morning. Thank you so much. We're very happy to have you here. And I can hear you well, so everything is great. I think we're going to start very, very soon. Thank you so
Super.
much for waking up so early to be with us today.
And I'm going to change the background. Here it is. Okay.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Okay.
We'll be with you in a
Thank
second.
you. Thanks.
Testing 1 2 1 2. Tu m'entends là? Test, test. Sound check, sound check.
Yes.
Sound check. 1 2 1 2.
Is that for me or for everybody? Hello?
Testing sound. Undo, undo. Testing 1 2 1 2. 1 2 test.
Hello, hello. This is test. Is this okay?
Opening remarks by, no, he's not here. Non, c'est lui qui parle en premier parce qu'elle va être très rapide. Can you hear us? Is it working?
Yolanda, who? I'm listening.
Is it working? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Still not?
I
Okay.
Yes. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for being here with us in Geneva at the headquarters of the World Trade Organization for the high-level opening event on the Trade and Environment Week 2023. This segment this high-level segment is going to focus on the role of trade for sustainability and more specifically, its contribution to tackling the triple planetary crisis of climate change, pollution, and loss of biodiversity. For this exchange and discussion, we are very happy and proud to have experts here around me in the room in Geneva and also online, a wonderful person also, Yolanda Kakabatse, who's online with us and she's in Ecuador. But first, before introducing you the different panelists, I will start to give the floor for the opening remarks to His Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed participants, I am honored to welcome you to the inaugural session of the Trade and Environment Week, a WTO week-long program of activities that highlights the members' commitment to addressing, from an international trade perspective, the urgent global triad of environmental challenges: climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. As we gather today, the clock is ticking. We are driven by a shared responsibility to act swiftly. We must exert the potentially transformative power of trade and trade policies to tackle these three critical planetary concerns without further delay. Our first call to action is to confront the massive challenge of climate change. The repercussions of escalating global temperatures and unpredictable weather patterns are universal and felt by economically affluent, developing, and less developed nations. Like all WTO members, Ecuador has already suffered and will suffer the harsh consequences of climate change in the future. My homeland faces today severe predictions about the hazardous effects of El Niño by the end of this year. Heavy rain, flooding, destructions of fields and infrastructure, and the unfortunate possibility of victims and displaced persons are linked to El Niño. This complex climate phenomenon may come this year stronger than usual due to the ongoing increase in the temperature of the Pacific Ocean. It is almost a personal commitment, not business as usual, that we need. We bear the responsibility to catalyze sustainable change. The WTO 2022 World Trade Report illuminates the complex interplay between international trade and climate change. Despite trade activities contributing to emissions via production and transportation, concrete trade policies can promote safe and environmentally sound technologies, clean and renewable energy, and carbon-efficient practices, enabling us to shift towards a sustainable economy. By championing collaboration, we can contribute to driving down greenhouse gas emissions, bolster climate resilience, and secure a promising horizon for future generations. Our second focus is the pollution crisis, a significant hazard to our planet's ecosystems and human health. The spectrum of its impact ranges from air and water contamination to wasting, when reflecting on potential trade-related measures to impact the entire life cycle of plastics through the dialogue on plastic pollution. So far, we have identified numerous strategies and tools from the trade disciplines available to combat plastic pollution. We must do our part with creativity, perseverance, and political will. Let us support international efforts to negotiate a legally binding new plastics pollution instrument that will enhance our regional and national actions, support developing nations, and enable new resources, technologies, and capabilities to combat plastic pollution. Finally, we must contend with the escalating crisis of biodiversity loss, which destabilizes our fragile ecosystems and threatens life on our planet. Trade policies can also play a crucial role in preserving biodiversity through measures such as thwarting illegal wildlife trafficking, advocating for sustainable agriculture, and championing the preservation of endangered species. The ratification of the Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework last year provides a renewed opportunity to strengthen the nexus between trade and biodiversity. By adopting trade policies that safeguard biodiversity-rich regions, endorse sustainable sourcing, and encourage responsible tourism, we can conserve the diverse flora and fauna that shape our ecosystems, sustain life, and enhance the beauty of our planet. To summarize, dear colleagues, the urgent triad of environmental crisis calls for our immediate and collective efforts. The WTO Trade and Environment Week offers a pause to reflect on use and trade strategies, public policies, and trade tools to foster sustainable development, transition to low emissions economy, conserve land and sea biodiversity, and end pollution. United, we can envision and build a more sustainable, equitable, and prosperous future for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you to His Excellency Ambassador Jose Valencia, who is the permanent representative of Ecuador to the WTO and the chair of the Committee of Trade and Environment. Excellency, thank you so much for these opening remarks. We took good notes of the different points that will be discussed with the other experts here. I will now introduce the different experts that are sitting at this table today. Maybe I'll start with the person online. So online we have Ms. Yolanda Kakabatse, who is the former Environment Minister of Ecuador. And she has a very broad experience into environment, and we're looking forward for you to share the different elements with us a little bit later. We also have the pleasure to have Mr. Stuart McGuinness, who is the Deputy Director General of the International Conservation that is based in Gland, not far from Geneva. Thank you, sir, for being with us here in Geneva at the headquarters of WTO. We have also the honor to have at the table, around the table, Her Excellency, Madame Marie-Chantal Rwakazina, who is the ambassador of Rwanda. Rwanda, an African country that is one of the leaders in preservation of environment. I should say even the leader, if I may. So we're looking forward to listen also so the way your country did take initiatives, those initiatives, in fact, as a leader in not only in the region, but on the continent. We also have the pleasure to have with us Miss Elisa Tonda, who is Chief Resources and Markets Branch of UNEP, the United Nations Environment Program, here also based in Geneva. Elisa also will present different aspects of these triple planetary crisis that has also already been mentioned globally by His Excellence Ambassador Jose Valencia from Ecuador. And we have also, not least, but the pleasure to have the director of WTO in charge of Trade and Environment Division, Mr. Ike Owe Lim. I hope I pronounce well. Okay, so you're going to tell me how to pronounce perfectly your name, and my apologies for the pronunciation. So without further ado, I'll give the floor to Ms. Yolanda Kakabatse, former Environment Minister of Ecuador, who is online and who will present us today the importance of working with different stakeholders. That means also civil society, of course, and the private sector. You have a very broad experience. For the one that are interested in your experience, they can have a look to your CV and they will understand how you can present to us the different angles of environment, how to help environment to live in amidst, I would say, crises like climate crisis. So, Mrs. Yolanda Kakabatse, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And thank you also for giving me a space to share with other outstanding leaders of this planet and leaders in this field of environment and development. Probably we all can confirm that integration of trade and environment is a process. Is a process that will never end, because we will continue to look for improvement in whatever we do as a society or as a country. The integration of trade and the environment is something that has been growing since '92, when the summit, the Earth Summit in Brazil, clarified what and constructed what it really means, what sustainable development is about. It's a process that grows with the innovation of technology, of new interpretation of traditional models. Just think of the specific weight of the different groups in the production sector that have been created to address sustainability. Very powerful groups where we see the main producers around the world. But it's also a result of the growing awareness we have of every process and what it means in terms of impact on the planet. Sometimes it's positive impact. The majority today is still negative impact. Mining and minerals, for example, there is a discussion on how to make mining and minerals a more responsible process. I wouldn't call it sustainable because I don't think that in the mining sector we can talk about sustainability, but there is an effort to reduce the impact on the planet. I would say that on agriculture, it is the area where we have more examples of change. On agriculture, new technologies to plant and to harvest, to transport the products, the solar energy used in the different parts of the chain of production of food, the impact of plastic, and that impact that Ambassador Jose Valencia mentioned, the impact on the oceans of plastic, and the many initiatives to substitute plastic with biodegradable materials. There is a fantastic tension between all sectors of society, and I would say mainly the producers and the consumers. We are all consumers, and only a small portion of society are the producers. But the creative tension that has been growing in this last year to construct new alliances, to have further dialogue, to discuss options to break away from the most destructive ones. And I think that all of us are adopting the meaning of One Health, a health that envisions a healthy planet with a healthy human society that measures and prepares anticipated risks. And the change of the financial sector is probably the one that raises more interest. Defunding investments in coal, for example. Although it's some of the members that signed up to that are withdrawing, but there is a push to leave behind coal and maybe produce, create, invent new technologies that would not make it so hazardous for the planet. I want to mention, Madam Chair, the debt swaps, because Ecuador has just gone through a fantastic debt swap only last month, and debt swaps for conservations, where we have experienced a moment of that in the 80s, and now it's back. It involves several parties, the banking sector, the private foundations, scientific organizations, governments, ensuring debt relief to the recipient country. And finally, Madam Chair, I would like to mention that we all, I hope after this meeting, should stop talking about climate change and begin speaking about a climate crisis. There is not one continent that can say that they are safe from this crisis. And I think that people who are not experts will understand better that this is not a change, but a crisis that threatens our interest to have a planet where humans live in harmony with nature. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much to you, Ms. Yolanda Kakapatse, former Minister of Environment of Ecuador, but also thank you for sharing the broad experience and the actuality about what's happening in the region in Ecuador. We are sure to hear more a little bit later about what you just mentioned, and you're right that we should stop speak about climate change and address the problem as the issue as a climate crisis. And you will see tomorrow UNHCR, the High Commissioner in charge of refugees, will release its report on IDPs and the moving of populations across the world. And a lot of people, hundreds of thousands of people are now moving from one place to another due to the climate crisis. You're right. We'll be very careful in the future to use the proper vocabulary regarding what's happening in the world. We are all impacted by those changes. The next speaker is Mr. Stuart Maganinis, who is the Deputy Director General from IUCN, the International Union for Conservation of Nature. And Mr. Stuart Maganinis is going to share with us his remarks about what his organization is doing and the priority of this International Union for Conservation of Nature with us, and it will certainly give us new aspects of the problem. The floor is yours, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends, colleagues, it's great to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation to join this panel. And thanks very much to WTO for their leadership on this. I think this is a critical issue. Obviously, this is this is one of a series of events, and I think it's really timely that we focus on these real challenges between trade and sustainability and how one can actually make step changes to greater sustainability. Now, it won't surprise you, I'm going to focus, we've mentioned the climate crisis, pollution, and the biodiversity loss crisis. I am going to focus on the biodiversity loss crisis, although I will highlight that all three of these crises are linked. And we saw that in the COP26, the UNFCCC COP26 cover decision, which for the first time recognized the interlinked nature of the biodiversity loss crisis and the climate crisis. So while I speak about biodiversity loss, obviously this relates to all the planetary crises we're facing. I think this is timely because, number one, of the scale of the crisis. The Red List Index, IUCN maintains the authoritative database on the conservation status of just slightly less than 10% of all described species. We compile this into an index which actually can show trends. The Red List Index shows significant decline across all major taxonomic groups over the last 20 years, and sometimes really precipitously, such as coral reefs. So there's a real crisis there, and the scale of it is growing. We haven't actually brought it under control. The second is that, and it's been mentioned, Yolanda mentioned this, there are now multiple international frameworks that are now looking for ratification, but give us a real direction towards action. And I will highlight the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework passed at CBD, and of course the High Seas Treaty that was agreed earlier this year. There is also, I think, the thing is that there's a key role. There is a key role between the consumption production of internationally traded commodities and environmental loss. And therefore, I think, while Yolanda said that it's this issue of between trade and environment has been on the agenda for 30 years, I think now is the time to really make a step change up to the next level. I'll start off by saying here that from an IUCN perspective, trade is essential. No one will dispute that. It is a central source of our economic wealth and growth. The means of the model of consumption and production that underpins trade accelerates biodiversity loss. And we can see this through there are 5 well-recognized drivers of biodiversity loss. The first is land use, or indeed sea use change, which destroys habitats for species and destroys ecosystems. The second is climate change. The third is pollution. The fourth is unsustainable natural resource exploitation. And the fifth is actually the expansion of invasive species, which actually push native species out. And this is a significant driver. So there's 5 key drivers of biodiversity loss, and all of them relate to international trade and to the consumption and production behind that. IUCN and the University of Sydney have taken the red list, and we've looked at what this means in terms of trade, and we estimate that 30% of the consumer biodiversity loss footprint is embedded into international trade. That footprint's not evenly distributed. OECD, China, and India are the largest importers of biodiversity loss footprint, while 42% of low-income countries export their footprint to their richer counterparts. So richer, higher consuming countries drive considerable loss beyond their the boundaries of their national jurisdiction. The other thing to realize here is that this loss of biodiversity, and as already highlighted, it's also linked to climate change and pollution, also comes sometimes, not always, but sometimes can also be linked to impacts on the human rights of Indigenous peoples and local communities. So there's another downside to this challenge. So what actions can we take to address this? For the sake of time, I'm going to just highlight 2 key avenues. First of all, I think there is, and particularly looking at richer countries, there's opportunities for better regulation. And I won't go into this in detail, but we have seen with the EU law on deforestation, deforestation-free products, that there's an opportunity to actually frame the responsibilities of companies that are actually bringing goods into richer areas such as the European Union. The second is subsidy reform, and obviously this is a charged area, a difficult area, and I think we also need to recognize that not all subsidies are harmful, but the evidence is actually quite clear that those that are coupled to production support and/or those that encourage input use, such as pesticides, fertilizers, etc., invariably have a clear relationship to the 5 drivers of biodiversity loss that I mentioned before. The scale is massive. There's at the minute if we look at agriculture alone, there are $640 billion going in to subsidize agriculture each year, and only 5% of that amount is actually, one could say, is nature positive or green or biodiversity friendly. The other thing is, just as I mentioned on those sort of greener subsidies and those repurposed subsidies, they also tend to be concentrated in OECD countries and China. The same can be said for fisheries, $9 billion a year, and the same, and of course, then there's the impact of fossil fuel subsidies with $600 billion a year. So again, clearly, not all subsidies are linked to the production of internationally traded commodities. And as I've mentioned, not all of them are harmful. But to give a sense of the scale of impact of removing those subsidies and what it could mean to support better responses to biodiversity conservation, if those subsidies that were directly linked to supporting inputs or other factors of production were removed, it would save, as estimated, about 27 million hectares of natural ecosystems. To conclude, it's not simple. I think, and I'm not coming here with a set of answers, because this is a challenge, and that's why I think we need to raise our level of attention on this issue. It will be a real challenge to decouple international traded commodities from the impacts on biodiversity loss, but also it's imperative. There's no other choice, and I think we've seen that with several of the agreements that have been passed last year or earlier this year. Target 18 of the Global Biodiversity Framework aims for a reduction of harmful incentives by 500 billion per year by 2030. So you might ask, where do you start? I would say there's maybe three areas that we can start with. Number one, I think that we do need to recognize to say this is a challenge. This is a contested space. It is not a simple question of just removing subsidies or whatnot. But I do think one thing that we do now, we can do is we can acknowledge acknowledge and account for the externalities in international trade and in internationally traded commodities. And we can do this now. We can do this looking at carbon footprints, but we can also do this by looking at biodiversity footprints. IUCN, again, I'll come back to the red list, this depth of knowledge we have on species. We can now draw a polygon anywhere on the planet and actually estimate the biodiversity value there and what the consequences of an action, whether it's positive or negative, can be. So we can do that. Later this year, we want to try and start to develop up some commodity lookup tables based on that tool. So I do think we need to start to be honest in acknowledging and accounting for externalities in supply chains. The second thing I would encourage us to do is we need to really bring these issues into WTO. We need to see actually more collaboration. I think it is, and again, those of us in the conservation community we're both appreciative and inspired by the agreement reached on fishery subsidies. That is a significant step for conservation. And the third area that I would suggest we can look at, particularly actually maybe in the richer countries, is that to actually start or to begin to accelerate subsidy reform and repurposing subsidies that actually do have impacts on international trade, and obviously that do link to biodiversity. And we've seen that. We start to see some of those conversations in several countries. And again, I think this is given that there is, and also recognizing that the import of the biodiversity loss footprint to richer countries, I think there's an opportunity for richer countries maybe to start looking at how subsidies can be repurposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stewart McGuinness, for these examples and also the new ways of collaboration and a closer to, if you want to bring the issues a little bit more to WTO, I mean, it's not far. You have His Excellency, the Ambassador José Valencia next to you. So I'm sure, and the other side, you have also the representative of WTO. I'm sure that you will be able to build a closer collaboration as the House is very open to new ways and new solutions. I now will turn to my left to Her Excellency Ambassador Marie-Chantal Rwakazina, who's the permanent representative of Rwanda at the United Nations office in Geneva, but also here at WTO and for the other international organizations. And as mentioned at the beginning of this exchange, Rwanda is one of the pioneers, not only in Central Africa, but in Africa in the domain of protection of environment. And Her Excellency Marie-Chantal Rwakazina is going to present us the national perspectives that the country is in fact doing and addressing for climate change and pollution and biodiversity. We'll use climate crisis, as Yolanda Kakabatse told us at the beginning of this presentation. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Catherine. Indeed, we need to. We all agree that we need to start using climate crisis. In fact, recently in May 2023 in Rwanda, flooding and landslides triggered by heavy rains killed more than 100 people and destroyed more than 5,000 homes in the northwestern part of the country. Excellencies, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, let me also take this opportunity to thank WTO for organizing this event and for inviting all of us here to these important discussions. I would like, as it was said, I would like to share the following on Rwanda national perspectives to address climate crisis, pollution, and biodiversity. Rwanda is gearing up its efforts for the circular economy transition. For almost 2 decades now, Rwanda has taken a proactive approach in putting environment and climate change at the heart of its trade and environment policies, programs, plans, and initiatives. Among others, Rwanda is one of the early pioneers in banning plastics and one of the funding countries and co-chair of the African Circular Economy Alliance. Our green growth and climate resilience strategy aims at making Rwanda a developed, climate resilient and low carbon economy by 2050. Rwanda has this as an important part of its Vision 2050 developed in 2020. Our national environment and climate change policy provides strategic direction and responses to the emerging issues, critical challenges in environmental management and climate change, adaptation and mitigation. Our updated national determined contributions targets a 38% reduction in greenhouse gases emissions by 2030. In addition to these, I think I should make also some highlights with regards to our efforts to eliminate plastic pollution and waste as a mean to contribute to address climate change pollution and protect biodiversity. As you may be aware, Rwanda is co-chair of the Intergovernmental Negotiation Committee to negotiate a legally binding treaty on elimination of plastic pollution and waste. Since 2008, manufacturing, importation, and use and sale of polythene bags in Rwanda is prohibited, and we are transiting smoothly towards a plastic-free market. Rwanda is also among the few countries that have an electronic regulations and is the second in Africa to have a state-of-the-art e-waste dismantling and recycling facility. To implement all these initiatives, my country established the Rwanda Green Fund since 2012. It is an environment and climate change investment fund with the mandate to, 1, invest in public and private projects with the potential to create transformative change in Rwanda. 2, to create an ecosystem to incubate, accelerate, and provide growth capital to high impact green ventures, and to provide expert technical assistance to ensure the success of its investments. Rwanda mobilizes climate finance through bilateral cooperation and multilateral partnerships, and the likes of the Green Climate Fund. Now the fund has now mobilized around 250 million US dollars during the past 10 years. And there are three main financial instruments that are currently provided. One is grant, second is innovation grant, and the third one is credit lines. In summary, and to find, as I do not want to take long, Rwanda has integrated trade, environment, and climate considerations into its policies and practices that I've just shared with you. By promoting sustainable agriculture, supporting emission reduction initiatives, implementing environmental standards, and engaging in international collaboration, Rwanda strives to balance economic development with environmental protection and climate resilience. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Excellency Marie-Chantal Rwakazina, Ambassador of the Republic of Rwanda to Switzerland and permanent representative to the UN, for the experience, for sharing the experience of your country, and particularly on the battle against single-use plastics. It's very interesting, and I'm sure that you will be able to share more a little bit later. But now I will give the floor to Ms. Elisa Tonda, who is Chief Resources and Markets Branch of UNEP, the United Nations Environment Programme. And she will address the question of the three aspects of the triple planetary crisis, with a focus on how trade can be an enabler for change. So, Madame, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, partners, and friends, it's great to see so many of you present with us here today. UNEP is honored to be part of such a crucial conversation. As alluded to in earlier interventions, humanity is currently staring down to a number of crises across different aspects. They affect our economy, they affect our social well-being, they also affect our environment. And what we will be concentrating on is the three crises that are affecting our environment, which, as alluded to in earlier intervention, are very closely interlinked. Our unsustainable consumption and production patterns are feeding climate change and therefore increasing the climate crisis. They are causing an epidemic of pollution. They are driving 1 million species towards extinction. The science is clear. Any hope of limiting temperature rise to 1.5 degrees means achieving global net zero emission by 2050. However, the Emission Gap Report 2022 reminds us that policies currently in place point actually to a 2.8 temperature rise by the end of this century. And in the word of the UN Secretary General at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, he was referring to the fact that humanity has a choice: cooperate or perish. And obviously, trade is ultimately not only a process, as alluded to in earlier intervention, but it's about deep cooperation. It's about recognizing that the trade networks and the whole economy are actually heavily dependent on nature. More than half of global GDP is either moderately or highly dependent on nature and its services. This means that we need ecosystems and biodiversity in health to ensure that trade flows are sustainable. Likewise, we need a systemic transformation that looks into our current economic model and make sure that trade is harnessed as much as possible as part of the policy mix that will enable us to drive biodiversity recovery, pollution abatement, and climate mitigation and adaptation. So the questions that we're confronted with is, how do we strike the balance between the environment and the demands of the global economy? And here are 4 areas that I would like to bring to our discussions. And I'm particularly encouraged that a number of these areas are very closely aligned to the areas that were mentioned in earlier intervention, that creates a space for collaboration and alignment. The first one that I want to put on the table is around the opportunity to harness, to eliminate environmentally harmful subsidies by redirecting the more than $5 trillion of harmful annual subsidies towards nature supporting practices. By 2030, investments in nature-based solutions will need to at least triple in real terms if the world is to meet climate crisis, biodiversity crisis, and reach the land degradation targets. And as alluded to before, this is really very closely aligned to Target 18 in our new Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, calling to identify by 2025 and eliminate, phase out, and reform incentives, including subsidies, harmful for biodiversity, by at least $500 billion per year by 2030. And in this context, UNEP applauds the great strides that were made via the WTO's agreement on disciplining fishery subsidies adopted last year in June. These marked a major step forward for ocean sustainability by preventing the widespread overexploitation of the world's fish stocks, setting a good precedent on the role of trade in advancing global sustainability. The second idea that I want to put on the table for our discussion is the role that trade can play in driving and incentivizing sustainable agri-food systems, systems that are decoupled from deforestation. These can be achieved via market-assessed concessions and preferential allowances on goods compliant with specific biodiversity-related requirements. And these can greatly support attaining several targets of the Global Biodiversity Framework, including Target 10, to ensure the sustainability of agriculture, forest, and ecosystems. On this front, UNEP applauds the Swiss-Indonesian Free Trade Agreement, which entered into force in 2021, providing reduced tariffs on sustainably produced Indonesian palm oil by 40% within a fixed quota, while using strong sustainability standards to certify compliance. It's clear that building in economic incentives in trade agreement can be a powerful way to move to deforestation-free value chains. We've also seen trade regulation work for wildlife too. Species like vicuñas and crocodiles have seen substantial recoveries thanks to CITES international trade regulations, which covers 40,000 species worldwide. Crocodiles were listed in 1975 in response to severe depletions. The crocodile industry is now worth over $100 million a year. Illegal trade is all but vanished. However, crocodiles are far more abundant than they were 50 years ago. Third reflections that I want to put on the table is that trade can be a driving force for a circular economy through adopting fiscal and industrial policy measures. For example, by placing high import tariffs and restrictions on single-use plastic products, or by introducing green industrial policy measures that stimulate technology transfer and innovation in sustainable plastic alternatives. We commend the WTO members on the dialogue of plastic pollution and environmentally sustainable plastic trade for their collective actions to address plastic pollution and for their commitment in supporting the ongoing negotiation for an internationally legally binding instrument on plastic pollution. And lastly, it goes without saying that truly succeeding in sustainable trade requires multilateral dialogue and international collaboration. Trade and environment ministers need to continue sitting at the same table. We must follow the principle of doing no harm. Bilateral, regional, and multilateral needs to be good for the environment now and tomorrow. UNEP looks forward to continuing our strong and long-standing partnership with WTO on environment and trade, and to supporting countries with environmental science and data to move these important agendas forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Elisa Tonda, who I remind you is the Chief of the Resources and Markets Branch in the Industry and Economy Division of UNEP, the United Nations Environment Program. Elisa, one of your last points was quite interesting, is the one you addressed about the multilateral dialogue that trade ministers and ministers of environment have to stay around the same table, have to engage a dialogue. So that's the reason why I turn to His Excellency Ambassador Jose Valencia, who is the permanent representative of Ecuador at the WTO, but he is the chair of the Committee of Trade and Environment. So Excellency, what is your reaction about the collaboration and cooperation between ministers of environment and ministers of trade? Is that an issue, a way that is going to continue to be developed in the future?
Bueno, voy a hacer uso de la facilidad de interpretación del español al inglés y agradecer a los funcionarios de la Secretaría que son intérpretes de este evento para mencionar que justamente es un punto que, y ya no estoy solamente hablando como presidente del Comité de Comercio y Medio Ambiente, digo, nos preocupa a los miembros de la OMC y concretamente hay una iniciativa actualmente que está en curso y felizmente se está consolidando de una manera muy positiva, en lo cual varios países y actores, miembros, la Unión Europea, Kenia, Nueva Zelanda y mi propio país, el Ecuador, están tratando de buscar y consolidar una permanente coalición de ministros de comercio para trabajar sobre temas de la crisis del clima. Es este enfoque extremadamente útil, ya que nos va a permitir, sin duda alguna, que estos planteamientos que nosotros tenemos aquí en la OMC tengan una concentración al más alto nivel de decisión política y que por esta forma o de esta medida logremos que el comercio, la ecuación desde la perspectiva del comercio sea una ecuación positiva para lograr resultados en materias y en consideraciones ambientales. Hay actualmente magníficas experiencias de coaliciones de ministros de economía, por ejemplo, para trabajar en temas ambientales. Ellos están muy involucrados en asuntos o en las conversaciones de las COP sobre crisis climática. Y, ¿por qué no? Los ministros de comercio ciertamente pueden jugar el mismo papel estratégico para desde el ángulo, desde la perspectiva del comercio, aportar de una manera eficiente a que juntos impulsemos esta agenda multilateral que a todos nos interesa y que nos mencionaban algunos de los panelistas aquí hace unos pocos momentos. Entonces sí, yo creo que hay esta preocupación que usted nos indicaba y estoy seguro que los miembros de la OMC vemos con claridad la necesidad de tomar las cartas en el asunto y actuar de manera propositiva y efectiva. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, señor ambassador. I'll give the floor also to Yolanda Kagabatse, because we're talking about the multilateral system and particularly the multilateral trading system, how can it be used by the countries to protect their biodiversity and also to improve their strategies to tackle climate crisis? Yolanda, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I would say there are several key elements to promote change and a change that leads into more sustainable practices. That is having the SDGs as a framework. SDG 12, for example, I think it's absolutely vital, not only for the production sector, but also for the consumer sector. And that is allowing us to keep on track, not to forget that we are dealing with lots of elements, health, well-being of society, the urban areas and the rural areas and agriculture that several of us have mentioned. And I would say that what is new that has evolved in the last 10, 20 years is the participation of other actors that are not exclusively governments that are represented at the WTO. The civil society groups, scientific groups, even I would say how interesting it's been to see academia coming with scientific data that allows both the governments at WTO as well as the rest of society to be well informed for taking policy decisions. And that has made a tremendous change, especially when we saw decades of policy decisions that were unfounded on science. Over.
Thank you so much, Ms. Yolanda Kakabatse. We spoke about multilateralism before with the representative of UNEP, with His Excellency Ambassador of Ecuador at WTO. And we are very fortunate also to have with us at this table Mr. Aik Owe Lim, who is the Director of the Trade and Environment Division here at WTO in Geneva. And I would like to ask you, sir, the work that in fact WTO is doing on the two topics, the issues and the agreements that are in fact discussed here in order to improve the relations between trade and environment, and also work and find new issues, new ways, new tools, in fact, to fight the climate change crisis, but also the three interlinked crises we spoke from the beginning on, that has been mentioned by different speakers here at the table. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Firstly, it's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you all for attending this session, and great privilege to be on this panel with this esteemed panelists. I think in the beginning, someone said, and I believe it was the former Minister Yolanda Kakabatse, that we have to think about process to a certain extent, and then of course substance. And if I think about Trade and Environment Week, and we look at what we have today at this particular Trade and Environment Week, it has really been a process. I mean, 4 years ago, when the idea of a Trade and Environment Week began at the WTO, it was really a very modest affair. And most people didn't even really recognize, why should we have a Trade and Environment Week? And what did that really mean? In the end, we did have a few activities around the CTE. And I was very happy to also say to my colleague, Elisa Tonda from UNEP, that they played a very critical role in helping us launch that Trade and Environment Week, because it began with an event similar to this, with their executive director at the time, with our director general at the time, trying to put a spotlight on this discussion, the exact discussion that we're having today, on looking at trade as the missing piece in this puzzle of moving towards greater environmental sustainability. And today at this particular Trade and Environment Week, there are more than 18 events taking place on really very critical issues. And the other thing which I just like to mention is that these are not events by the Secretariat, these are events by the members. And that's the fundamental part of the process and of the process of change. As much as we in the Secretariat, and I'm sure that's shared with my colleague from UNEP, are here to help facilitate and to move the conversation, that conversation is a conversation that the members and all the stakeholders in the so that's one very big change in this process at the WTO for the members and stakeholders to engage on many of these critical topics. And a little bit on what these topics are and what is the substance of these topics. At the end of the day, if again, this has been said already, so apologies if I repeat, but we're really addressing essentially production and consumption. And then we're looking at how does trade become part of this mix between production and consumption? How do we link all of this in what is a very complex global economy? Because producers are interacting with each other, producers are interacting with consumers, consumers are interacting with each other, and the way that they do it, whether you call it supply chain or trade, is essentially a global affair. So there is very hard to think of us unless we bring trade into the picture as part of this systemic change. And one can go deeper, of course, into all of this, but maybe one message I think what I hear from the panel, and maybe I'd like to re-echo, is that not to see it as a trade-off. I think that's the old debate on trade and environment, that is always about trade-offs. And here we, in our World Trade Report last year on 2022 on trade and climate change, tried to look at it from a perspective of amplifiers or as multipliers, looking at how trade can support, accelerate, and create new opportunities in building a new global economy based on environmental sustainability. So that's a sort of shift that we hope that we can engage the discussion on. And of course, the members themselves, I would say, are already quite advanced in this type of discussion. I won't go into great detail, it's not the purpose of the panel, but just to mention that the many of the members here and also out of the room are engaged in the Committee on Trade and Environment. They're engaged in the trade and environmentally sustainable structured discussions. They're also engaged in the dialogue on plastics pollution. And they also have a group on fossil fuel subsidy reform. So many of these linkages between production and consumption and the trade aspects to it are currently being addressed or at least discussed, and discussed with a lot of intensity at the WTO. And we're hopeful that this would be a trajectory that will lead to meaningful results. And just lastly, a little bit of points as to what types of things could be done. I think Elisa already spoke actually quite a lot on this already, on trade policies and trade policy measures. Essentially, it's like, big buckets on regulations and standards, a big bucket on subsidies, a very big bucket on tariffs, how do you look at your tariff structures? And then there's another even larger bucket on non-tariff measures, which is everything else but a tariff. And the question becomes driving towards greater coherence, greater cooperation in the policy mix to ensure that they pull in the same direction towards environmental sustainability. So this is as much as a sort of general intro that I can provide to your discussion, but happy to join the further questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Director of the Trade and Environment Division of WTO. It's more than an introduction. You gave us new points and elements in order to continue this discussion, and particularly when you addressed the problem of production and consumption. It's interesting to see, for instance, in the case of fight against plastic, how did Rwanda, on a very practical way, had to face that situation? how did you do? As you started, I said you are a pioneer. You started in the beginning of the year 2000. So how did you confirm and convinced the manufacturers, the factories that we know that in Africa you have those big factories, plastic factories, and it is very difficult, particularly in West Africa, to convince those businessmen and women to stop producing plastic bags, for instance. And then I will turn also to you, Elisa, about how UNEP is also addressing that problem. So, Excellency Ambassador of Rwanda, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Catherine. I think for me to be able to respond to your questions, I will use my experience as a former leader of local government, where we didn't really start by convincing the people involved in the production of the products that were to replace the plastics, but we started by creating the demand, by mobilizing the population that the use of plastic bags and plastic any other plastic product was very harmful to the environment. And I think this is the process that took much of the time, because it was about mindset change and also mobilizing the population to cleaning their city, their environment, their villages. Once we have mobilized the population that for that using the plastics were harmful, then there was a demand of products that will be used to replace the plastics. This is how it became easy to go to those producers that were producing or selling the plastic bags and other plastic products to replace the plastics bags that were on use or on the market. It is on the other way that we have done the thing. We created the demand, and it was easier for us with some financial support from the banks and from the Green Fund to bring to the producers of the plastics to change and to the other products that were to replace the plastic. Thank you.
Very interesting. I have to mention that you've been the mayor of Kigali, the capital of Rwanda, and that if I believe 13% of the population lives. Yes. I give.
Yes. Rwanda now has a population of 13 million, and we normally have 1 million spending the night in the city of Kigali, but 2 million of people being in the city during the day. Thank you.
Interesting to know about it. Elisa, UNEP, what is?
So I'll tackle your question on two fronts. One being the front that many of us have been living a couple of weeks ago. It looks so long ago, but many of those who are in the room, we are gathered at the second meeting of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee in Paris, and made really significant progress during a very, very intense week of negotiations, with a very important outcome of a zero draft having to be produced ahead of the third meeting of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee that will take place in November in Nairobi, Kenya. So definitely that's one process that is ongoing, and it's very strategic in terms of bringing solutions and ideas and a strong political will to address plastic pollution. In around that, what we have been seeing is great interest, great passion, and great motivation from many stakeholders. The Friday just before the beginning of the INC, local governments have been coming together to show their ambition and their willingness to be part of the solution. Many representatives from other stakeholder group, a scientific coalition, an ambitious group of businesses, jointly with the High Ambition Coalition to End Plastic Pollution, came together all to signal their willingness to move forward and at pace towards reaching that agreement, but also showing in parallel that there are solutions that are taking place and that are taking shape, and that should show the possibilities and the opportunities associated with the negotiation process. And it's undeniable that trade policies across the entire plastic value chain will really play a fundamental role in creating the new economy that we are imagining, within which we have been able to address plastic pollution. And the policies will really need to help, the trade policies will really need to help us find responses to different aspects and different facets of what the full plastic value chain will require. They will need to speak to a reduction of products that we do not want to see in our economies because they are hazardous, because they cannot be recycled, or they will help us push toward more innovative solution of more circular business model, more circular solutions that are based on reuse, that are based on refill, that trigger recycling, make recycling easier to happen. But also they will be creating the conditions to innovate also in the field of technologies and solutions related to waste management, and therefore make a higher share of products that reach the end of life, potentially being not creating any harm and any pollution to the environment. So there's really a broad spectrum of solution that the trade policy mix can bring into the conversation, and can definitely provide already existing examples, experiences into what is possible, and they will feed into the negotiation process as positive energy and positive inspiration.
Thank you, Elisa. I would like also to ask Stuart McGuinness, the Deputy Director General of IUCN, when you presented us your program, your actions, you spoke specifically about 5 recognized key drivers, and among that you had the plastic pollution, plastic pollution, and you spoke also about the link between commodities and the biodiversity loss. Could you please tell us more about that? Because of course, as you mentioned, you're not against trade.
No, absolutely not. As I mentioned, we recognize, trade provides the lifeblood for our global economy and local economies. But again, I think one of the things that we do have to recognize is that several of the means of production that underpin the commodities that go into international trade have impacts, negative impacts. And I think actually this is where one of the framings that has now come up really over the last couple of years has been this perspective of ensuring that economies and companies, and particularly commodities, are nature positive. It's moving beyond simply doing no harm to actually saying, what can that positive contribution be? And I think that really does, and again, go back to what the ambassador is saying, I think some of that can be put in place by regulations that actually stop the most egregious impacts. But a lot of this has actually got to come back and be driven by actually positive incentives to actually encourage a demand for that. And again, maybe if with the ambassador's permission, maybe I'll just use a small example that Rwanda and IUCN are working on. The Green Climate Fund in Eastern Province, the drier part of Rwanda, and looking actually at how to actually help agriculture be more resilient, how to actually enhance land productivity through good regenerative agriculture and nature-based solutions, so to speak. All that is well and good, but then where do that also requires supply chains that will actually take and absorb that. So it's not just a question of putting the actions on the ground, the conservation actions on the ground. It's that whole idea again that we've heard right through these panels of making sure there is that connectivity, realizing that if we can work with farmers, maybe provide farmers with new lines of credit so that they can invest in more regenerative agriculture, they need to have supply chains that will actually absorb and reward them for that. And so I do, maybe just to conclude, I think one of the things we would feel in IUCN is to be able to do this, you need, the old adage, you cannot manage what you don't measure. And now we actually do, that's what I think we do. We are at the point now, I've mentioned the IUCN Red List, which we are purposefully trying to apply to several of these challenges to really help to understand and differentiate how different commodity and commodity production practices actually play out when it comes to biodiversity. You can say the same for climate change. You can say the same for plastic pollution as well. So I do think, and maybe this, just to conclude, that I think this reinforces Yolanda's point about really needing coalitions of different actors to come together, each with a different role to play, but being able to, in their totality, be able to provide the information and the options and get coalitions together and build consensus around how we can actually both recognize and acknowledge the impacts that commodity production may have on biodiversity, but also then ways forward that it can be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you for your intervention. And I wanted to ask you also a question regarding, you said that countries have to come together. Does it mean also that, for instance, African countries should meet more with Latin American countries and Asian countries, as they have rainforest, and maybe they could exchange about good practices, particularly in Latin America? You have very interesting initiatives, yes, in Ecuador, but also in Costa Rica, in other countries, also in the basin of the Congo. Do you think that there should be more interaction and also with the Western countries, the countries where we live and that are in fact the big consumers? And then I'll turn to the director of WTO also to ask you a few questions on that topic.
Absolutely. I mean, I think this goes to the heart of international cooperation. It's always, I've had the privilege of working both in Costa Rica and in Rwanda, and actually looking at those two countries and knowing there is one of the in fact, one of the things actually IUCN did do was actually to try and get Rwanda's exchange experiences between Rwanda and Costa Rica. Similar sized countries, similar commodity mix as well, if you substitute tea for coffee and whatnot. Topography sort of similar, biodiversity rich, and actually a real need to make sure that good sustainable land management lies at the heart of both commodity production and biodiversity protection. So just one small example of where I think this sort of exchange is important. But I also, and I think it just can't be government to government. I also think that needs to be different actors within civil society, private sector as well. And there is, I think the more we can actually give that sort of scope of lesson learning and lesson sharing, I think that is where we actually then start to maybe focus less on the obstacles and start to identify those channels, those ways through the problems that we're facing. Thanks.
And with these new ways, new channels, and creation of new opportunities for new global economy, that's the reason why I'm turning to the director of the Trade and Environment Division. How do you see things in order, because we know that most of the commodities producers are in the south. Consumers are more in the north. So are the ones that are the poorest and that are the producers are going to be the ones that have to change their way of production in order to tackle the climate crisis, as we are the ones that are the most polluting. So how do you see things? And could you share also a bit your experience about the discussions that you have here at WTO? Because the broad public has tendency to think that WTO is more about rules, agreements, but there are also very interesting discussions, dialogues, exchanges, and also exchange about good practices and experience of the field.
No, thanks. They're all great questions. I think the first one, I mean, this may sound very pedestrian, but I think at the end of the day, it's a change for everyone. It's not a change for one set nor the other. Though the question as to how to change and what to change may differ. So as you were saying, those who have the resource producing countries, as opposed to those who may be absorbing more the resources, may have different roles to play in that change. But it is precisely why we talk about global cooperation and trying to drive it through a global process as the way forward. But then again, to be maybe also a little bit more concrete on this in terms of what are the opportunities. You know, I had good discussions with my director of economic research here, and he often likes to put forward an idea which I find quite compelling. It's not my idea, it's his idea, but he talks about environmental comparative advantages. And he raises this question about whether all countries have really understood what is their environmental comparative advantage in this world of environmental sustainability. And it comes back to your point that developing countries do have certain comparative advantages and beyond that, environmental comparative advantages that are often not seized upon or not seized upon enough. And what could be an example of this? Take renewable energy generation. And in one of the sessions today, I saw a rather interesting map that sort of said, if you look at renewable energy or solar energy as a resource, and you look at which countries get more daylight or more sunlight, you know, they're typically all in the lower southern hemisphere. Okay. But then if you look at that chart again, and then you say, who is generating the most renewable energy? It's not the ones in the south, it's the ones in the north. So this would be an example of an environmental comparative advantage that is not fully realized. You know, the ones in the south have that possibility. They have the solar energy, but that solar energy is not fully being converted. So it raises a question. I don't have an answer, but it raises a question as to what could be done. And here that's where the sort of win-win scenarios and trade scenarios come in, to sort of say what could be done to help to bring that out more and in the equation. Some of it may be trade, but I suspect a lot of it is also going to be about investment, going to be about infrastructure, it's going to be about services. So it'll be a broader package of issues. And maybe quickly to what is being discussed here in these particular discussions you mentioned at WTO. I mean, they come back again to looking at climate change related measures. How can trade be useful to, be it trade mitigation, no, climate mitigation or adaptation? How can countries share their experiences? So it's more than just, as you say, rules or rules negotiations, a lot of learning from each other, what would be the possibilities forward, trying to drive a certain amount of coherence. I mean, it's not perfect coherence, but it's some coherence between trade policy, environment policy, climate policy, again, relying on the inputs from our members as to how they see this. The opportunity to get engagement from stakeholders, which is very new, the TESD discussions, the dialogue on plastics pollution, have done a lot more than other discussions at WTO to get in stakeholder views and inputs. And that's been, if I can say, at least I found it very enriching, and it gives lots of new ideas. There are very concrete discussions looking at subsidies. Fossil fuel subsidy reform was mentioned, and these are in the discussions in that group. A lot of it is on data, as I think, as Stuart said, you know, to know what you're tackling, you need to be able to measure it. I mean, there's already been a lot of work on this, but still questions are still being raised about what types of subsidies, the extent, which ones are the ones that should be looked at. So there's a whole range of this work. It's not to say that rules and agreements are not important, but there's also a need for deliberative space, and this is what these discussions are essentially doing. So let me stop there. Thank you.
Very interesting. Many thanks for sharing those elements. And I turn to Elisa from UNEP. Also, we spoke about the developing countries that are most of the time the producers of commodities. What about the consumers of those commodities, and the one that where commodities are transformed? Because most of the time they're not transformed in the places in the developing countries which are producing.
Thank you very much, Catherine. And I also wanted to do justice to the framing of the conversation that we had since the beginning, as we have been reflecting on these triple crises, has been very closely interlinked to our unsustainable consumption and production practices. And there's a word to be said also around the opportunities that are there in looking at the consumption aspect, in looking at the broad spectrum of consumers, and in looking at the implications of lifestyles. And some of the IPCC reports and an emission gap report started to dive a little bit more in depth into the demand aspects of the footprint of products that are going through the economy. And indeed, it's very relevant to recognize that giving access to information, to data in the right form to consumer is also a very important driver to transform into addressing these crises. And it's obviously also very well aligned to one of the targets, target 16 of the Global Biodiversity Framework, that calls to improving access to education and information. And definitely there is an important role in making sure that that information associated with product follows the products across their movements in our economy, so that really it enables people to make informed choices, to understand the impacts that are associated with their decision, with their choices, and therefore making sure that those in the consumption hand have the power through their decision to really influence, drive change. And when we look at it from some of the sectors that we have been alluding to, we have been talking to opportunities around the food sector. There's one expression that we tend to use, that there's an opportunity for consumers to actually vote with their forks, and therefore making sure that through their decisions, they are really promoting sustainable farming practices and a care for the environment that they are looking forward to. So I just wanted to make sure that we had also placed on the table for the discussion aspects related to the role of the demand side.
Thank you so much, Elisa. I see that in the room we've had some reactions regarding what has been said, and it's maybe the good moment to open the floor for questions or sharing experiences. So who is going to start? Don't be shy. There's a mobile somewhere. Okay, so please, any question for the moment? Yes, please, could you stand up, open your mic and introduce yourself and say for which mission or entity you work for. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I apologize in advance for only following part of your instructions, because me standing up would mean that effectively you would not be hearing me as well. At the same time, my name is Yeva Barshulskaite, and I lead trade, environment, and climate change work at the ISD, where we have recently actually released a publication about the WTO members' efforts made into reducing plastic pollution. It's an extremely important topic, as a panel outlined today, and I really had the question to Her Excellency Ambassador of Rwanda of what learning opportunities the process has offered to you that you think could be useful for other governments that might be willing to follow this example while dealing with harmful plastics in their own jurisdictions.
So, Madam Ambassador of Rwanda, please, the floor is yours.
Do you allow me to speak in French?
Nous avons la chance d'avoir des interprètes. Merci, mesdames.
Oui,
et messieurs.
Oui. Merci. Merci beaucoup pour la question. J'ai essayé un tout petit peu de revenir à l'expérience du Rwanda. Au fait, ce qui a pris un plus grand processus, un processus beaucoup plus difficile, c'est le changement de mentalité. Mais le changement de mentalité n'a pas commencé par les plastiques en soi, mais ça a commencé par la propreté de nos villages, de nos villes et des gouvernements, des environnements des gouvernements locaux. Donc, on montrait facilement que le plastique empêchait, amenait un frein à la propreté et surtout, nuisait à l'agriculture et salissait les eaux du pays. Donc, le changement de mentalité et la mobilisation de la population a commencé par ça. Alors, on s'est dit, qu'est-ce qui cause la saleté des eaux, la saleté de notre environnement? Parmi les choses qui causaient cette saleté, il y avait l'usage du plastique, mais il y avait aussi les déchets qui n'étaient pas collectionnés. Donc ça, ce sont deux fronts auxquels s'est engagé le leadership du pays. Alors, mobiliser la population que le non-usage du plastique ou la réduction de l'usage du plastique amenait la propreté, ça a pris du temps. Donc maintenant, c'est devenu comme une pratique normale, mais les gens se sont rendus compte que parmi les causes majeures, donc les avantages majeurs d'amener beaucoup plus de propreté dans les villes et dans nos environnements, c'était le non-usage du plastique. Alors, ça, c'est une pratique, mais autre chose, c'est d'en parler aux enfants et dans les écoles. Vous êtes sans ignorer que les enfants et les moins jeunes sont ceux qui sont beaucoup plus ouverts au changement de mentalité. Alors, ce qui s'est passé, c'est que dès que les mentalités, ça a pris une dizaine d'années. Donc, on a fait ça depuis une dizaine d'années. Et en même temps que l'on empêchait l'usage de plastique, on a mobilisé les producteurs de plastique et les ventes de plastique à amener sur le marché beaucoup plus de produits de remplacement. Alors, c'est un processus. C'est pour cela que je disais, le processus de remplacement chez les vendeurs et les producteurs a pris beaucoup moins de temps que le changement de mentalité dans la population. Alors, s'il y a des choses à apprendre, c'est sur plusieurs fronts. C'est sur le front de la mobilisation de la population, sur le front de l'approche des producteurs et des vendeurs de produits en plastique, mais aussi, comme ça a été dit, sur le changement des régulations et des politiques qui donnaient un cadre pour mettre en place ces initiatives. Merci beaucoup.
Et je pense, si je peux me permettre, qu'il faut ajouter l'importance de la volonté politique à tous les niveaux.
Oui, la volonté politique à tous les niveaux, je n'y reviens pas parce que c'est devenu comme, c'est que on doit, les leaders politiques doivent mettre en place ce qu'ils prêchent. Donc, à tout moment, ce sont les leaders politiques qui commençaient à ne pas utiliser le plastique. Là où, donc, dans la consommation, dans leur ménage, donc, il fallait qu'ils œuvrent qu'ils soient l'exemple dans tous les aspects, même dans le comportement qu'ils avaient au sein de leur ménage et au sein de leur village. Merci beaucoup.
Est-ce que vous avez un complément à votre question?
Non, merci beaucoup, Madame l'ambassadeur.
There, another question. Yes, please, if you could introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, Catherine, and great moderation, and great to see Elisa and also Stuart and Hobart. Greater to see Ecuador and Rwanda together. We were also together in the Paris negotiations. So I'm both part of the High Ambition Coalition. Just to add, and I think it's very important from what the ambassadors mentioned, the sustainable production side, and we were talking about the caps, for example, and the importance for the consumers to know what they are consuming. And we're talking about this when we talk about toys and plastic plants and plastic products, and the importance of the labeling, but also that there are products that are safe in the environment. There's no possibility to create secondary markets without cleaning the first one, in terms of what was mentioned also by Yolanda, the One Health approach. So just looking into comments, this year is the year of the just transition also in the ILO, which is very much important. We see that now, when we were talking about COVID, for example, the COVID crisis, every institution, every organization across the UN, but also the WTO, we were talking about how to deal with the crisis. Now that we're talking environmental crisis, we are talking how the whole multilateral system will, in a collaborative effort, approach this. And certainly there are trade and health aspects, but also labor. So how do you see this collective effort going on? We have seen this in plastics very much happening. How do you see that in terms of biodiversity and climate, and that's something that I wanted to put in there. Certainly more things will come from health, and so looking forward to the question, to the comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Stuart.
Thanks. That's a great question. I think from a conservation perspective, I really think that what we now need to see is, in many of these, is a whole of government perspective. What we've had actually, and I would say, Ambassador, it was a whole of government approach that actually had such an impact. I mean, you visit Rwanda and it's noticeable immediately just how clean the streets are. But that wasn't one government, that was a whole of government. I think that's what that has bedeviled us a little bit in the conservation community, that conservation is over here. It's seen as something to safeguard. The dependencies, which I think Elisa has highlighted, are not properly realized as well. And dependencies for the economy. There was a great, actually the best meeting I was at last year was the African Protected Areas Congress hosted in Kigali. The interest, and that wasn't just about protected areas. In fact, one major discussion there was about taking the whole One Health agenda forward. So I'm actually quite hopeful that this is we start to see this. I was actually, just by chance, I was on the phone with the chair of the Irish Citizens Assembly on biodiversity. If they're not familiar with that document, I would really recommend looking at that report. It's fantastic, and one of that is, again, emphasising this. These were Irish citizens coming together to look at how you deal with biodiversity. That then goes up to the Oireachtas, the Irish Parliament. And again, this whole issue comes up again, a whole of government report approach. So I would say that is one thing we really need to move forward on climate, on biodiversity, on pollution. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like, yeah, please do so.
Just a very quick one. I mean, of course, whilst we're here, we are at the WTO, and we're talking about how trade is integrating the environmental discussion. And I think at the same time, and it's really happening, of course, but it would really also be a good opportunity to think about how the environmental community could see a pathway for trade to be discussed when they meet, when they have their discussions. Often I know this is a challenging proposition sometimes because it's very new to people. But we had yesterday at the Committee on Trade and Environment a mention from the UAE representative who told us that for COP28, the climate change conference, that the UAE will be dedicating some time or specific theme to trade at COP28 on climate change. We welcome this as a really important new way of looking at things and hope to encourage those of you who are in other environmental forums to think a little bit on those sorts of new ways of having this discussion also at the environmental side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as mentioned before, being in Geneva, that international platform, you have the other UN agencies like WHO, ILO, International Labour Office, but you have also the United Nations Office of Refugees and the High Commissionary of Human Rights that are mentioning every day in their new reports the problem of the climate crisis, about the pollution and the loss of biodiversity that has an impact, that have an impact on the people, on the people that are displaced, on the medicines, on the quality of labor. By the way, the 111th session of the International Labour Conference is taking place now in Geneva, and tomorrow and the day after we'll have about 13 chiefs of states and heads of governments that are going to talk about labor, quality of labor. And as you've mentioned before, COVID-19 has changed a lot of things in our everyday life, but it also gave us the conscience, how can I say, gave us the opportunity to see that everything was interlinked and that the climate crisis is not only, in fact, touching the South, but nowadays everything goes very quickly. And also here in Europe, we've seen the last couple of years the impact of the rise of temperatures, and all in a sudden we see how difficult it is to live in such conditions. So I think that the role of Geneva is more important than ever, because when we have the opportunity to have experts like the important people that are sitting around me and that have the possibility to share their experience, it can really help society, all kind of levels of societies and all the countries. Any other question in the room before we wrap up? No? Maybe I will, before wrapping up, I will ask Yolanda, because I haven't heard her. She's online. No, she left. Okay, she left. Okay. After, okay, but we had the opportunity to have her at the beginning of this dialogue, and thank you for all the organizers. Stuart.
Apologies for jumping in,
No.
but just based on what you said, Catherine, I think one thing that might be helpful is we could talk about environment and trade writ large, but I would say actually maybe one thing that would be helpful to the international organizations is for the countries to say, here's a challenge that we really would like to figure out and start to put down that. And I'll give you one example. ILO, UNEP and IUCN, we are collaborating on every 2 years, we're producing a report around decent work and nature-based solutions. So we're looking at this idea of using nature-based solutions, deploying that, but from a perspective of actually getting creating job creation and good job creation. And that's just one example. If there's a specific issue that you would say this is an issue where we really are seeing tensions on climate and biodiversity and trade, I think, and have specificity, then that might be helpful to help them focus the organization's minds on doing something that one could say is demand responsive. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. So I don't know if Mr. Director Ike Oe Lim would like to add a few words before we wrap up.
Not really. I think it's been such a rich discussion, but my few words are basically to thank you, Catherine, and the rest of the panelists and the audience in the room. We just started Trade and Environment Week, and I think we'll have a great week. And, thanks so much for all of your participation. Thank you.
So I would like to thank all of you, you that are here in the room, the people that are online, and also I would like to warmly thank the panelists for their time and also for sharing their experience, and wishing good luck to all of you, and have a nice afternoon. Thank you. Bye-bye.
When you come to Caterpillar Reman, you are coming to people who have the ability to make. When you come to Caterpillar Reman, you are coming to people who have the ability to. When you come to Caterpillar Reman, you are coming to people who have the ability to make.
Good afternoon. This is a message for the speakers for the next session. Could you please turn your camera on? And if you want to test your connection, turn your mic on, please.
This is Jeff Stukenborg. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Please keep your camera on. We'll start in a few minutes.
Okay.
Hi, this is Michael Schmidt. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, I can hear you very well. Can you hear us?
Thank you. Yes, I can. Thank you.
Hi, it's Chris.
Very much.
Can you hear me as well?
Yes, we can.
Good,
Thank you. And
good.
can you hear me?
Thank you.
Yes?
Very well,
Perfect,
thank you.
And Mr. Spear, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Yeah, that's all good. Have I tested everybody?
Hi, this is
hello,
Anne-Marie
Paget.
Paget. Yes, can you hear
Hello,
me?
how are you? Yes,
Good,
I
how are
can.
you?
Yes. Do you have some
Wonderful.
headphones to wear maybe for during the webinar?
I can try to
You're
see
just
if
getting
you-
them. Okay. Thank you.
Let me try. Are you able to hear me clearly at this point though?
Yes, it's pretty clear.
Okay, because the headphones might not work properly. Actually, I think it's
Okay, no
better.
problem.
Give me a second.
The only issue is that if the interpreters deem that the audio quality is not good enough, they won't interpret. That's why I'm just giving you a little warning. We try to get quite clear audio for them. Otherwise, it's very difficult. Okay, so we'll stream the welcome slide again. And if you could just stay online with your mic muted for now, and we'll get started in about 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Should I do this? Hello. I've always wanted to do that. Should I do it again? No, just kidding. Okay. Hello, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. We've hit the 4:15 mark, and so we want to stay on track timing wise. So we're going to go ahead and jump into the next set of speakers. So hello, good afternoon, good morning to those online joining. Good evening. My name is Kelly Milton, and I am the Assistant United States Trade Representative for Environment and Natural Resources. I'm really pleased to be here today to moderate a discussion at the intersection of two very important trade and environment issues, circular economy and climate change. So in particular, how we can look to remanufacturing as an element of circular economy and a climate change solution. As we well know, the need to decarbonize our economic activity is increasingly urgent, and the demand for key resources and materials to enable this decarbonization is also rapidly expanding. More circular approaches to production, use, and disposal of goods will help to keep goods in productive use for as long as possible, and in doing so, decrease demand for virgin resources and materials and lower overall carbon footprints. Today, we'd like to focus our discussion on a key element of a more circular economy, a process known as remanufacturing. So remanufacturing is essential to increasing the circularity of certain goods and to lowering the demand for raw materials. In turn, it therefore produces fewer greenhouse gases than the original manufacture and supports economic development and green jobs and generates goods that meet the same or even higher quality standards as new goods, but at lower prices. So I'm pleased to introduce a distinguished set of experts and panelists to describe how remanufacturing as part of a more circular economy has helped realize these benefits and what more we can do, including through trade tools, to enable this process. I'm really looking forward to their presentations, to engagement from all of you, to the discussion that will follow. I'm also pleased that we have a hybrid format. So we were able to assemble our panelists remotely and in fact gather an esteemed group of experts from all over. So with that, I'd like to turn it to Jeff Stuckenberg, who will provide a high-level frame for our discussion today. So I'm going to briefly introduce Jeff and then turn it over to him. Jeff is currently the chairman of the Remanufacturing Industries Council, as well as the head of Reman Engineering for the ZF Group. He has spent over 40 years in automotive and heavy-duty industries in many engineering and project management positions. Jeff is very passionate about the reman industry since he became involved with the industry 20 years ago while working for Delphi, WABCO, and ZF Group. So over to you, Jeff, to set the stage for us, and we'll put the presentations on the screen.
Very good, Kelly. Thank you very much for the introduction, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak about one of my favorite subjects, remanufacturing, in front of the World Trade Organization. So I would like to go ahead and set the scene for my reman panelists. I want to define here what is a remanufacturing product as it pertains from the ANSI definition. So it's a like new, same as new, better than new remanufactured product resulting from the recovery transformation of the core using a comprehensive industrialized process. So a remanufactured part is 100% tested, it performs like new, and given the same warranty as a new part, in some cases better than new, and clearly identifies the part as a remanufactured part. It states the remanufacturer, and it's always sold at a reduced rate. So the core is a previously sold, worn, end-of-use or non-functional product or part intended for the remanufacturing process. So during the reverse logistics, for us to get the core back, the core needs to be protected, needs to be handled, identified for remanufacturing to avoid damaging and then preserving its intrinsic value. A core is not waste or scrap and is not intended to be reused before remanufacturing. Next. So the remanufacturing process to make the reman product, it's a comprehensive and rigorous industrialized process by which a previously sold, leased, used, worn, or remanufactured or non-functional part is returned to a like new or same as new or even better than new condition from a quality and performance perspective. And we do this through a controlled and reproducible and sustainable process. And what we're here to tell you that remanufacturing is an enabler to the circular economy. Next. So what's the benefits of remanufacturing? Well, from an economy standpoint, remanufacturing processes are typically very labor intensive. We use to disassemble, clean, and to salvage and restore the components, which are then fully reassembled, fully tested, and then providing a lot of employment opportunities. Also, from a technology standpoint, remanufacturing provides a way to advance new process technology that we use to improve material salvage. A lot of the additive material technologies have been created for remanufacturing. And then from an environmental standpoint, by salvaging the components, there's a significant savings in raw material needs, energy, and CO2, promoting a more efficient use of materials. Here's an example from our APRA friends in Europe. This is a remanufacturing starter, and you can see the difference for material savings from new to reman of 50 to 90%, a 50 to 60% reduction in CO2 emissions, a 50 to 60% reduction in energy needs, and then a 2% reduction in logistics needs just by using reman versus a new product. Next. So it's important that we have open trade to support our remanufacturing process. From an access to cores, this open trade allows companies to engage in remanufacturing, access to a wide range of cores from different markets and regions, ensuring a consistent supply of products for the remanufacturing operations. We need cross-border collaboration because this collaboration enables the knowledge sharing, technology transfer, and access to specialized expertise, leading to improved remanufacturing processes and product quality. It also allows remanufacturers to tap into global markets, which then benefit from the collective knowledge and experience of the industry players worldwide. And then from a market expansion side, open trade provides opportunities for countries to take advantage to the environment and cost benefits of a remanufactured product. This expansion drives growth and investment in the remanufacturing sector, thus encouraging innovation, development of advanced manufacturing technologies. Next. So there's industrial interest in sustainability to help reduce our carbon footprint. From a corporate needs, we need to meet the sustainable objectives in reducing our scope 1, 2, and 3 of our greenhouse gas emissions. There's also customer demand to help satisfy their scope 3 greenhouse gas emission from the supply base, thus improving life cycle supply availability and also life cycle cost management. The investment community is also interested in remanufacturing because they're interested in companies that have good environmental practices. And as I mentioned before, from a circular economy, remanufacturing is an enabler to the circular economy. Next. So thank you to Anne-Marie Paget from CAT. She gave me this slide to show how does remanufacturing participate in the circular economy. So if you start with the beginning of the life cycle of product at number 1, it goes through the typical product goes through performance. There may be some maintenance from the owner in the middle of the life cycle, but at some point the product matures and needs to be replaced at step 5. So then this is where we call a core. A core is then returned, in this case to Caterpillar, at step 6, which it goes through the full remanufacturing, disassembly, cleaning, inspection, salvage, remanufacturing, assembly, fully tested, and then it's re-entered again to begin its second life cycle. So this is how remanufacturing participates in the circular economy. By doing this again, we have fewer greenhouse gases, we lose less energy, less material, and a fraction of the original price. Next. So I'd like to throw this back to Kelly Benton, who is going to introduce our reman panelists.
Great. Thank you so much, Jeff. That was an extremely helpful scene setter. And, you really, I think, provided an excellent frame for our panelists. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce the panelists, and then we'll move through their presentations. So first, we have Christopher Mason, who is the Technical Division Director for Advanced Remanufacturing in the Advanced Remanufacturing and Technology Center of the Agency for Science, Technology, and Research. Prior to his current role, Christopher held a number of senior management roles for Rolls-Royce, including manufacturing manager of Rolls-Royce's high-pressure turbine blade machining facility and civil large engine assembly and test. We also have with us Anne-Marie Paget. Anne-Marie is Director for Market Access within the Remanufacturing Division at Caterpillar. In this role, Anne-Marie leads Caterpillar Reman in developing specific market access strategies to penetrate closed markets and define growth strategies for existing markets. She advises on activities related to the acquisition projects at Cat Reman, including private and public acquisitions, mergers, joint ventures, develops a thorough understanding of the Reman business and its contribution to sustainability, and developing growth strategies to achieve organizational goals. We also have with us Michael Schmidt, who is the Remanufacturing Technology Director at GE Healthcare. Michael has over 28 years in technology, supply chain, remanufacturing, quality, and regulatory expertise, and has global experience in driving market advocacy for healthcare remanufactured products. He is the chair of the DITA GRP working group and has contributed to the publication of the IEC standard IEC 63077 on good refurbishment practices for medical equipment. And then finally, we have Raphael Spear, who is director for the Recon Performance Cell at Cummins. Rafa is originally from Maracaibo, Venezuela, and has been with Cummins for 20 years, more than 7 of which have focused on the remanufacturing business. He started in Rapid Serve as a warranty engineer and has held a variety of roles such as segment director, manufacturing site leader, new business development, and account management. In his current role, he is responsible for the growth and performance of Cummins' remanufacturing business. So each of our panelists will tell us about their experiences working in or supporting remanufacturing businesses and why facilitating trade for the remanufactured goods supply chain is imperative to make circular economy and climate benefits a reality. So Christopher, I'm going to kick it over to you to start us off. So we'll go back to the presentation slides. Over to you, Christopher.
Okay, is someone going to move to the first slide, please? Okay, so thank you for the time and the kind introduction. My name's Christopher Mason. I'm R&D Director for the Advanced Remanufacturing Technology Division for A-Star in Singapore. Could I go to the next slide, please? And so what I would like to do on my first slide is share a bit of the history of Singapore. So in the 1960s, Singapore started investing quite heavily in its MRO sectors for marine and aerospace industries. Partly that was exploiting Singapore's position as a global position as a hub and its location. And also the government actively supported this by providing incentives, infrastructure and policies to attract local companies and attract talent to that industry. And over the last 40, 50 years, what that's meant is Singapore now excels in aerospace and marine industries. Approximately 17% of the world's trade transits through Singapore annually. And it has a very skilled workforce because of this investment that's been put in. And also, one of the outcomes you can see from that, it's a very vibrant aerospace hub and marine hub. So for an example, as an example, aerospace MRO alone contributes 8 $0.9 billion US to the Singapore economy, which isn't bad for a small country with 5.5 million residents. It employs 21,000 people, and it's 10% of the world's global aerospace MOR. So all of that investment and the incentives and the policies that have been in place for the last 50 years, 60 years, have built really a perfect platform for Singapore to become a remanufacturing hub. Next slide, please. So what this slide is showing is how is Singapore enabling the circular economy through remanufacturing as one aspect. So this is a view from Singapore's towards zero waste plan. And if I start on the left, Singapore has activity going on for sustainable production. So reducing the use of resources, recycling materials in production and using less energy and using green energy. Also, that's the supply side, but on the demand side, we're looking at sustainable consumption and policies for sustainable consumption. And then at the end on the right, sustainable waste and resource management, so segregation. But part of that to prevent incineration and landfill is free activities. So at that point, things are redistributed and repurposed and reused. They're also recycled and the material sent back for sustainable production. But a big part is remanufacturing. And if you look at the bottom box on the left, one of the things that's going on is designing more products that are remanufacturable to lengthen their lifespan and to keep the product in its highest possible value to prevent it entering the stream. And if I move to the right now and look at what impact that's having, what impact remanufacturing has. So on society, it's really good for Singapore to reduce its reliance on outside resources. Singapore only has its people. It has no other resources, not even a great deal of water. So it brings resource security if we're remanufacturing and using circularity. It promotes good jobs as well, good technology, good jobs. It's good for the climate and it reduces emissions and it reduces externalities like climate change. And in general, minimizes waste. And also for Singapore, it brings new business opportunities to build on that expertise it's already built in MRO. Next slide, please. So the organization I work for, ASTAR, the Agency for Science, Technology and Research, I work for a research institute called the Advanced Remanufacturing Center, 220 scientists and researchers. And we're actually a public-private partnership set up by the Singapore government to look at remanufacturing in 5 industrial pillars. So aerospace, FMCG, energy, land transport, and medtech. We have a consortium membership of some very large companies that bring the use case for remanufacturing and technology in general. And then we support that with technology providers, local small and medium enterprises to create solutions for remanufacturing for these companies and advanced manufacturing. Okay, next slide, please. So, and how we do that, we are actually under the Ministry for Trade and Industry. We're not under the Ministry of Education, and there's a reason for that. Is because we're there to bridge the gap between basic research in the institutes of higher learning in Singapore, pull from the lower technology readiness levels, pull through and deliver through our consortium to our industrial members, so that you know, is bridging what people refer to as the valley of death, that gap between basic research and industry. So that's our role, to industrialize this research at the ARTC. Next slide, please. So how we do that is we have a very strong technology team that look at the aspects of remanufacturing. And if I start at the top of this circle, we do in-service health monitoring technologies. We look at reverse logistics to support remanufacturing, because if you're going to remanufacture, you need to be able to get the core product back to remanufacture it. We do disassembly, so human collaborative disassembly, assessment and sortation of the product once it's been disassembled, and inspection to decide what path it needs to go on. We look at technologies for cleaning and processing, reassembly, and then testing of the product. So if I pick out some highlights, we have a very good program of work of supply chain simulation and optimization to support monitoring the product in service, and then the reverse logistics to get it back. Agile disassembly, and also remanufacturing processes such as welding, cladding, machining, and then state of health monitoring in service. Okay, next slide, please. And so what really is driving us to do this, many of the members in our consortium are moving to circular business models where they're providing product as a service. So in aerospace, you have the power by the hour where they lease product. Automotive is probably going to move to mobility as a service in many cities in the future. Precision engineering are starting to lease large tools to manufacturing rather than sell them. And in marine, we're doing projects on turbochargers as a service, etc. So these companies are going to need these technologies when they stop being product-based companies, when they start being service-based companies. So, you know, the places, if I move to the right, the markets you can look at beyond aerospace and marine in the future will be automotive, electronics, even office furniture, and industrial machinery as an example. And my final bit is the photo in the bottom right is the latest development we're doing at the ARTC. We're heavily investing and researching EV battery remanufacturing, and that's our disassembly line that actually collaboratively disassembles the battery packs, inspects them, and then starts to test their state of health to help repurpose into energy storage systems. So that's live at the ARTC for our members to come and work with us on. Okay, next slide. So that's it from me. So thank you all for your time. And if you wish to contact me, there are my contact details. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Christopher, and a special thank you for joining us so late in the day from Singapore. So we really appreciate you joining us today, and really informative presentation. So next we'll turn to Anne-Marie Paget. So Anne-Marie.
Yes. Hi, good day. Thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited that we're having this discussion because, you know, a couple of years ago, a lot of people weren't aware of what remanufacturing is. And so to see that we're having this discussion at such a large scale and on this stage, you know, I think is telling of the importance of remanufacturing and the role that it's playing in the circular economy. So if you can start the video. I'd like to start by, you know, giving you a brief synopsis of what our remanufacturing process looks like in our facilities.
When you come to Caterpillar Reman, you are coming to people who have the ability to make things new again. We take parts, they come to us, they're dead, and we breathe life into them. We get to sell it back to the customer at a discounted price.
Saving money for the customer is what we're all about, because our business model is based on recycling the components and refurbishing those that need to be refurbished.
You don't have to buy the new state-of-the-art $1 million one. If you already have one, you can put in reman components and you give it a second life, and you're saving yourself a lot of money.
We want the customer satisfied, and we want the dealer satisfied.
At Cat Reman, we have to pass the same validation tests that a new product would have to go through.
We measure micron level. We can measure tenths of a micron.
Me gusta mucho trabajar en esta empresa porque es una empresa de clase mundial que se preocupa mucho por los recursos humanos, por sus empleados, seguridad y calidad en sus productos.
You know, everybody does this recycling. We did it long before anybody else even realized that it was a thing.
I love my job. It's a challenge every single day because you never know what you're going to be trying to save. What we do is we bring a part in, We disassemble it.
Once we disassemble, the next step is to clean the components. Once we have the components cleaned, we are ready to be able to inspect them.
We coat it with metal deposition, we machine it, we gauge it, we validate its quality, we assemble it, test it, paint it, inspect it, and we ship it.
One time we had a dealer come in from out west. Their engineer got all his gauges out and magnifying glass and went to inspecting, and he could not tell me which one was a new and which one was a reman. They leave just impressed and definitely a customer again.
When you buy Cat reman parts, they will work. We stand behind this. Do we have warranties? Absolutely. But the customers want it to work. Cat reman works because of the quality that's built in it. When you come.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I wanted you to see this video because it gives you a glimpse into our remanufacturing process. And if you saw that last part of the video, there was a picture, a visual of the core, right? So the used product that came in, and then you saw the final remanufactured product. And, you know, as the video says, we brought our engineers in and say, hey, here's, you know, there are two parts here. There's a new part and a remanufactured part. Which one is a remanufactured part? And they had a pretty hard time telling the difference because, you know, when we remanufacture a product, we're trying to bring it back to its original specifications, right? So it's same like new, and we offer the same warranty that you would get on a new product. So, you know, when you can see the difference, you know, in what we're doing here in terms of being able to reuse, you know, parts instead of them going to, you know, to recycling or, you know, where they're not able to be used again, we're able to reuse those same high quality, you know, parts to be able to breathe new life into them. So with the top of the line technology that Caterpillar uses, I mean, we're inspecting, we're disassembling, we're cleaning, we're salvaging these end of life materials or core and, you know, in the remanufacturing process. And the focus is to make sure that this product is going to operate the same like when it was new, you know, so all the specifications of a new product. That's what you're getting in our Cat reman product. And so, you know, this is done, of course, in a specialized industrial process where you see all the machines that are being used for, you know, this process, which is very important, you know, because as we talk about trade and remanufacturing, we can't remanufacture our products in every country where we're selling products, right? Because you need the right machines, the right process materials to be able to do the process at a high standard and high quality that Caterpillar is providing to our customer. So the Cat reman process begins when the customer, you know, comes in and brings in the end of life product. And if you can go to the next slide for me, please. So when you look at this slide and you see at the top right-hand corner, there's a comparison of the old and the new, right? So the core and the new. And so you see what we're able to do to salvage these old parts of the core where, you know, it comes in, there's a lot of stuff on them. I mean, they've been used in the field, and the process that we're able to take it through to clean it, disassemble it, you know, we're able to bring it back to a condition where it looks like it was a new product. So you really can't tell. And our customers are able to get Cat reman products, you know, anywhere we're operating in where our global dealers are located, unless there's a restriction for being able to sell remanufactured goods in that area. But we're able to provide our customers with this option where, you know, it's a lower cost from what you would pay for a new product. And it's operating the same like new, and it comes with a warranty. So if it's a 1-year warranty that's on a new product, you also get it with the remanufactured product. And our products are designed from the beginning to be able to provide multiple life cycles, right? To go through multiple life cycles. So our engineers, when they design our products and when we're building them with intentionality that this product is going to be remanufactured. And that's important because you're building it with durability. And you know that, regardless of all the process that it goes through, the work that's being used, you know, that this product is being used to, it's, you know, it's going to have some erosion. There are things that's going to happen, you know, but because of the way it's built, it's sustainable. You're going to be able to recover that material and reuse it in the remanufacturing process. And of course, we're saving energy, right? And raw material usage. It's interesting because when you think about, COVID and what we went through with the supply chain shortage, remanufacturing actually, did fairly well because we weren't relying on raw materials to be able to do the remanufacturing process. We were using existing materials that were already, out there to remanufacture and to be able to sell back to our customers. Next slide, please. So this year marks our 50th anniversary for CAT Reman, right? So we've been doing this process for 50 years. And if you know anything about Caterpillar, so, we're a heavy industrial equipment manufacturer. We've been in the business for close to 100 years, and we've been remanufacturing for 50 of those years. So we started back in 1973, with a small product line, and then we evolved over the years. And, we've been able to create the technology to be able to remove and install products from the bigger components. So like, for the big machines where you look at the engines, we're able to take parts of that, like the cylinder, the cylinder head or the engine component, and remanufacture that as a single unit, where now our customers can actually use that remanufactured part in part of their rebuild process. So instead of taking the machine completely apart, they're able to just replace that part that's broken with a remanufactured part. And so all these changes that we've been making has, definitely been helping our customers meet their environmental needs and, and create a sustainable environment. And also with Caterpillar as well, because sustainability is part of our focus as a company, and remanufacturing is at the heart of our sustainability strategy. And we're remanufacturing our facilities in the US as well as some places around the world. We have facilities in Mexico, as well as China, Indonesia, as well as Brazil. And so we're remanufacturing in specific areas around the world where we're able to meet our customer needs. Next slide, please. So when you think about what we're able to remanufacture, now Caterpillar is able to remanufacture over 8,000 parts. So over 8,000 parts are being remanufactured. And so we're able to provide those parts, to our dealers who then sell to their customers. And, these products, as I mentioned, they're going to go through an extensive life process where, they get eroded, they're things that get broken, or, there are other areas that may need, fixing, but we're able to take those parts and actually manufacture it. And so, that's really, the success in terms of being able to salvage these materials and not having to send them to, a dumping area or where they're not going to be able to be used again. And with that process, we're able to, of course, sell the product at 45 to 80% less of the cost of new. So the way our process works, our customers return the product to the dealer. The dealer then sends it to one of our facilities where it's examined for a credit. So if you think about the Coca-Cola model, right, with the bottle, some people might remember that you can take an empty Coca-Cola bottle, return it to the store, and they give you a dime or whatever, that exchanges, wherever you are. So it's similar to our process and what we do. When the customer of the product, when they return the core or the end of life product, they get a credit. So that credit could be anywhere from 45 to 80% of the cost of a new product. And so that's a great value that our customers are able to take advantage of, to be able to bring back that old or the used product and get a credit. And then they can use it to purchase, another remanufactured product. And then we're also able to provide them with a remanufactured product off the shelf as well. So they don't have to wait. If there's no inventory for a new, they can get a remanufactured product. And that's one of the advantages of, this process. So our process actually relies on volume. It's important to make sure that we're getting that core back. We're able to get the core out of country, wherever the product was being used, because we need to be able to process that core for it to be remanufactured, to be able to sell again to our customers. And so when you think about policies and regulations that govern the remanufacturing industry, it's important to think about what restrictions are put in place, because if you're restricting the core from coming out of country, that's going to impede the remanufacturing process from being successful. So we're not just looking at the regulations to import remanufactured products, we're looking at regulations to be able to get the core back as well, which is extremely important for the business that we do. And then finally, we do have a lot of resources on our website. So if you go to the last slide, please, our website offers a wealth of information about CAT reman products and our sustainability story. Last year, we collected over 140 million tons of material that came back to us. And so those are parts that we're able to use in our remanufacturing process as well, and parts that are not going to the landfill, right? That we can salvage and reuse for remanufacturing. And with that, thank you again for this opportunity. I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Anne-Marie, for that extremely informative presentation of CAT reman's process and the benefits of reman goods. And we'll certainly come back to you, I'm sure, with some questions. So at this point, though, we'll turn to Michael Schmidt, who will provide a perspective of the healthcare sector. So Michael, over to you.
Thank you, Kelly. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, everybody. Appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this discussion and represent the healthcare industry as it pertains to remanufacturing. Next slide, please. So at GE Healthcare, we're focused on solutions for diagnosis, treatment, and monitoring within the healthcare space. The key products that we remanufacture are large, high-cost capital equipment, like the ones you see on the page here. So CT, MRI, X-ray, ultrasound, PET, nuclear. So they definitely lend themselves to remanufacturing, being that they are high-cost capital equipment. Next slide, please. The brand name for GE Healthcare's remanufactured product is called Gold Seal. And the equipment that goes through this process is procured through trade-ins or off-lease, allowing the customers to upgrade to new equipment. So typically the equipment coming back for our remanufacturing process is not end of life. It's not defective equipment. It's working equipment that a customer is just trading in after using, for 5 or 7 years. So definitely a lot of value in the core that comes back. So the return system is remanufactured, recertified to the original specification. It's backed with the same as new equipment warranty. It's priced very competitively, 25 to 35% less than new. And then there's service contracts and support that's also available. So, really as a part of this Gold Seal offering, it circles around sustainability, circular economy, access to healthcare with product that's as safe and effective as when it was new. And it increases the capability for a healthcare provider at a fraction of the cost. Next slide, please. So this page talks a little bit more in detail about the remanufacturing process. So starting in the upper left corner at Hospital 1, so a customer decides to trade in their equipment, whether it's X-ray, MR, CT machine, or it may be coming off lease, or we may be doing a direct buy from a hospital. So in step 1, it gets deinstalled by our professionally trained engineers, and then shipped and approved and validating shipping materials in step 2. So those 2 steps are really important. I think Anne-Marie also talked about this to ensure the quality of the core coming back. In step 3 is really the key part of the process where we apply certified remanufacturing procedures in a factory environment. So it gets decontaminated, cleaned, we remove the patient data. It gets inspected. We check for any safety updates that are required. It gets painted to look exactly like new. We replace any wear items. There's full system performance and safety tests that happen. We make sure that update for any product tracking, and then we prepare it for shipment. And then once it gets to step 4, where it ships to the second hospital and gets reinstalled by the same trained field engineers, it's just like it's a new piece of equipment when it arrives at the second hospital. Next page, please. So this is really kind of the summary and my last slide before we get into another presentation and some of the discussion. So some of the benefits from eliminating the non-tariff barriers. Really, it's about healthcare access to advanced technologies at a lower cost for providers and patients. So there are some, segments of the market that can't afford a brand new MRI or CT with the advanced technologies that they bring, but they can afford a remanufactured one. So it really helps to gain access to patients and communities in those areas. The impact on the environment is substantially less to produce a remanufactured device compared to new. I think you also saw this in some of the previous presentations. So within GE Healthcare, we have about 7,000 pieces of equipment that we recover, with 95% of that being either remanufactured, resold, or recycled. So a very small percentage that ends up in landfill. And then about 5,000 tons of material is recycled as well. So the last point I have here is on industry standards. There are industry standards that exist that support a safe and reliable medical device. Jeff talked about the definitions from the ANSI standard. There are also industry-specific standards. So the one for medical imaging equipment, it's IEC 63077. So, definitely there's a way to distinguish between waste, used equipment, and then quality remanufactured goods. Next slide, please. So looking forward to the following presentations and the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Very important to see that, remanufacturing is a process that's also really essential to the healthcare sector as well. So thank you for sharing that perspective and that information. Next, we're going to turn to Raphael Spear. So I'll just turn it over to you. Please proceed.
Hi, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Raphael Spear. I'm the Recon Performance Cell Director for Cummins Incorporated, a global power technology leader. Today, I wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about some of the benefits of reman, really talking a little about what we produce, where do we produce it, and what are some of the enablers for remanufactured products, but really spend a little bit of time on what we could be doing to advance this industry, given its customer benefits, environmental benefits, the company benefits of this particular industry. Next slide, please. So today I want to talk, you heard a lot of messages today about the importance of reman, the different markets, talk a little bit about the core and some of the pricing and benefits. So I didn't want to spend too much time going through that. I'll start with what does it mean for remanufacturing at Cummins, just give you a high level overview. But we really believe that remanufactured products are good for our customers, Cummins, and the community that we live in. One of the benefits is providing availability, uptime, and quality at a lower cost than new for our customers. And the way that this is achieved is really by having a part in stock that's been remanufactured in an industrial setting that provides performance like new, instead of having to spend the time to take that part, figure out what's wrong with it, and how did it fail, look for the parts, look for the tools, put it back together, repair it, and really in a way that's not process driven. So this is a way that we believe that the customer can really replace the part, get back to producing products, and really help the repair locations get through work a little bit quicker. Now, if you look at the bottom, kind of where the engine's picture is, one of the points that's super important for us is over the last couple of years, we've had some supply chain issues, right? Getting materials, getting new. And one of the things that remanufacturing has enabled us to do is not only really keep our customers going, right? So if we think about our products enable the overall transportation of goods across, right? So again, if we are not keeping our customer running, we further worsen the situation with supply chain. So remanufactured products that really enable us to produce more new engines and keep our customers running for longer. So from an overall remanufacturing perspective, we think this industry does well by doing good. And so if you think about the overall closed loop model, we sold 2.2 million units in 2022 in that particular model where you buy your product and you bring the core in. And that resulted in removal of 57 million pounds of core out for us to produce our overall reman products and really to properly dispose, to recycle the subcomponents that are removed out of those particular products. On the right-hand side, you see a picture of a couple of our products, the turbochargers and turbo actuators, where they go from reman, or really the core when they comes in, that it looks not so pleasant, but then we're able to produce a remanufactured product that looks just like new. Again, we really believe that remanufacturing, it's enabler to use less, use better, and use again. Next slide, please. So I wanted to spend a little bit of time on remanufactured products and where do we do them. So we've been remanufacturing products for about 65 years. So we've got quite a bit of history on this space. And our products that we remanufacture range between engines, subcomponents, and those components may be mechanical or electrical in nature, and transmissions. Recently, we're starting to work through batteries, so you might have seen some of those things and some of the other technologies that we're working to bring to the market, but they're not really part of our main offering. From an overall footprint, these are our plans globally, right? And I think one of the key takeaways is, again, remanufacturing is a global product in a global manufacturing setting, but it does require some scale and industrialized expertise as it comes down to bringing those cores back to life. Next slide, please. My last slide is really around what are some of the enablers of the product, of the remanufactured products? What is our overall adoption? And really what we could be doing to improve the overall adoption and use of remanufacturing so that we can improve our overall circularity. So I'll start with the left, and what are some of the key enablers for remanufacturing? I'd start by saying core is key to remanufacturing. Core is the lifeblood of our business, and without core that's usable in a good condition, we just simply cannot remanufacture products, right? So it's really important that we get that core back when that transaction happens, right? So the second thing that I think it's super important is we design the products with remanufacturing in mind, and having suppliers that support that vision, it's super critical to our success on the remanufacturing product. Because if we can't recover material, and if we don't design it in a way that can be reused, recovered, then we lose that opportunity to continue to generate value utilizing less resources. The next one is really increasing salvage, right? So if you think about material reusability, salvaging the material, which is the term that we use for bring back or restore, it's really achieved through investment and deployment of remanufacturing technologies. So additive manufacturing, cleaning processes that are good for the environment, where we can reuse those solutions and properly dispose of those solutions after use, and then clearly reusing more of that core that it comes in, right? So increasing our overall ability to reuse material is important, not only from an environmental perspective, from a cost perspective as well, but also just advancing the overall technology and enabling other industries and players to benefit from such technologies and advancements. Lastly, super important is to have the overall manufacturing capability and scale to be able to do these things. So remanufacturing is a capital intensive operation. And so consolidating and making sure that we are able to leverage those investments across multiple products, multiple regions, is key to our success over the long term. Now I'm going to focus on the middle graph. And one of the things that I wanted to bring to this group is really a little bit of an awareness from a reman perspective. And one of the things that I want to highlight is in North America, we're able to sell about 50% of our sales are all remanufactured, or what I would call exchange products, which is where you're able to get something off the shelf and then turn your core back in so that that core, it's properly used for a second life or disposed or used in the subsequent process. As you look at some of the other regions, the exchange penetration, or what we're calling internally as recon adoption, it's less than half of that, right? So at 18% in Europe, Middle East, and Africa, 17% China and South Pacific, and then 22% in Latin America. And one of the things that I'm going to turn to the far right, again, if we go back to the message that core is key to our business, actually before the core, there's the acceptance of the use. So there are locations that do not allow the use of remanufactured product or label core as waste. So there's the first thing that we could do to advance this industry and really improve our overall circularity and benefits of this particular industry is to allow the legal use to repair equipment or what may be with remanufactured products, right? And then from the second point I take is we do have to overcome the overall customer perception that this is a quality product that provides great value, but without the legal opportunity to do such thing, it stops there, right? So I think it takes time to get through it. Let's make sure we can openly use reman product, openly get that core back, and really incentivize and improve the overall customer perception of remanufactured products. The second item I talked about is core. So cores, one of the things that we see is tariff and duties imposed on cores can really make the remanufactured product more expensive than new, or maybe less attractive than new, right? So in the way I would explain is when the part gets sold, there's a core charge. That core charge gets taxed. When the core gets sent back, it gets taxed. When it gets resold again, it gets taxed. So there's a disadvantage in terms of our ability to recover material when we talk about tariffs imposed on core. So that's one of the things that we could improve is how do we treat core in a way that allows us to pass on those benefits to the customer and the environment and the communities that we live in and properly dispose of those material. The second item, it's around allowing cross-border and just the overall flow core, right? Without core, there is no remanufacturing business. So allowing that to flow, having the infrastructure to do that, and having to handle it in a safe way, it's super important to make sure that we retain the intrinsic value of that core, and we're able to recover as much material as possible out of that core. So again, from a core perspective, it really comes down to incentivizing the return and making it easy for customers to return that back to wherever they may be remanufactured, and so that we can maximize those benefits. And then lastly, I'll leave you with an overall support the industry. Today, you've had the opportunity to hear from different players on what they do to remanufacture, some of the great benefits across many stakeholders. So just overall awareness that, be supportive of this industry. And that may be through incentives, it may be through advancing technologies, advancing the overall trade, whichever way you can, it would be greatly appreciated. Again, I wanted to, next slide, please. I just wanted to thank everyone for the opportunity to share with you today about this industry, and look forward to the next section of this particular panel.
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Rafa, and really interesting perspective on the enablers of reman. And you started to really touch in your last slide on what I would like to focus, I think, our discussion and question and answer portion on, which is really the trade aspect of all of this. So So thank you, Rafa, and thank you to all of our presenters and panelists for the excellent presentations. Maybe I'll get us started with a couple of questions, and then see if there are any questions from the floor or from the Zoom, and we can open it up. But as I was just noting, I mean, we're obviously here at the WTO to talk about trade. And to talk about the role that trade can play when it comes to enhancing benefits to the environment, enabling, finding climate solutions. And, this seems to be, in my view, quite obvious when it comes to the issue of remanufactured goods. We've had a lot of discussions within, the WTO, especially recently, regarding the nexus of trade and circular economy, focused somewhat on the upstream, the design of products, on the downstream, the end of life of products. We haven't touched too much, at least as of yet, or at least lately, I should say, on the supportive trade policies for remanufacturing. So again, hence why we thought this would be an important perspective to share during this week's Trade and Environment Week. So I think I'd like to ask all of our panelists and presenters to talk a little bit more about this. I think each of you touched on it to some extent in your presentations. Rafa, you did especially so, I think, in your last kind of closing slide. But it would be useful to unpick a little bit more where each of you are seeing where there might be gaps that we as trade officials could consider and seek to address when it comes to supporting trade in remanufactured goods. So maybe I'll just open that back up to our panelists and see if any of you would like to start us off with that question. Feel free to jump in or
I'll start if you don't mind. Hang on. So for standpoint, I think one of the biggest issues I see is around the core. We've had a lot of issues with people calling the core waste or scrap, and we need, as Rafa mentioned earlier and the other colleagues, we need free movement of the core. We have to treat it like a good product. Again, without the core, we have no remand. So I think one of the biggest issues is better understand what a core is. It's not waste, and allow free movement of that core.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah, I would agree with Jeff on that, definitely. Because, as we're seeing it all around the world, you get different definitions of what remand is and how core is being treated. So in some countries, core is defined as used, and it's in the same category. So it's under those same guidelines of how you would treat a used product. But the core itself is it's the center of our remanufacturing process, right? So we need that core to be returned. And if governments can understand that we're actually using this material for the remanufacturing process and understanding what that means, I think this is open up, the market and just general understanding of remanufacturing itself. But we have to be able to get the core out of country. And, there are restrictions on getting the core out of country. As we mentioned previously, we cannot remanufacture in every country where we're operating because it's a very industrialized process, right? And you need certain expertise to be able to do the remanufacturing process. So we need to be able to get that core where our processing facilities are to be able to start that process. And so when you have restrictions, you're not supporting the remanufacturing process because we need volume. We need the core to come back for us to continue this process to be able to get the product back to our customers.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Anne Marie and Jeff. This is Mike. I'll just talk a little bit about from a healthcare standpoint. So besides the core, even our finished remand goods, sometimes we have issues with specific countries that have restrictions or even outright bans for the importation of anything that has used components in it. So they treat the product as used or waste, or at least they don't let us treat it as new for the remanufactured goods. So some of these countries, it's specific to the healthcare products, but for many of them, it goes across all the different industries that they don't allow the importation of used good, which includes remanufacturing. You know, the definition and the standards that Jeff talked about at the beginning, because it helps to be able to distinguish the difference between waste, used, and a quality remanufactured product. So I think that's another thing that we struggle with in certain countries and economies.
Hi, it's Chris. So I've experienced that myself, trying to purchase machine tools where I had to purchase new. I couldn't purchase remanufacturing in one country I was working in. So that certainly resonates. Something I think is also important is IP regulation. You know, people invest a lot of money, expertise, in time in researching how to remanufacture their product, and being able to protect that IP is important, so you can do it in different countries and different regions in safety. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. I wonder, I mean, you each have kind of touched on this issue of these goods being treated or viewed as waste or as used goods, and that we need to, you know, kind of, in essence, bust that myth, so to speak. But I mean, how do you think that can be best done? Is that something that, you know, you're seeing being done through, for instance, international standards development that basically demonstrates that these goods are in fact basically, you know, to be considered as new because they meet the same technical specifications as new products? But I mean, how do you suggest that we kind of bust that myth, so to speak, to kind of be able to push past this perception that these are, you know, quote unquote used goods and therefore should not be imported, so to speak?
Okay, I'll start that. I think the need for standards are very, very important, as our ANSI standard that I showed in the beginning. I think it's important for standards to define what products are, and I think that's very important. Right now, ISO is working on a circular economy standard. There's several documents related to that. We're all involved with that just to make sure we understand what the definitions are, and it's very clear. So I think the international standards is a good start to educate basically the world on what remanufacturing is.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And also, you know, I mean, these platforms are really great to be able to have these discussions because education is important, right? To help people understand that remanufacturing is not reuse, it's not rebuilt, it's not repower, it's not, you know, it's none of those things. It's in its complete own category. And so you can't categorize it as being used. It's remanufactured, and that means something. So what does that mean? That's why definitions are so important. And I'll also recommend that if you have the opportunity, go to a remanufacturing plant and see the process firsthand, because when you can see how the process, the high-tech process that's being used to remanufacture this product, and you understand the amount of time and effort that put into this process, you really can understand that this is definitely a high quality standard product. And it's not what those other categories are. You know, when you think about used or rebuilt, it's remanufactured, and it's in its own category.
Yeah, there's an element of, again, education, understanding, baselining that I think standards help with, educating help with. But I would say the last thing is, there's an element of leading by example, right? So if you're today considering improving the overall perception of remanufacturing products, then is the use of those in government use a way to start it up, and let the numbers speak. Like let the quality and the value really show up in the bottom line wherever you operate. And that's a way to tell the story, right? Sometimes you tell the story and then, hey, it's actually what happening supportive of this story. So I think that would be the other element that I would add to what my peers started with.
Great, thank you. Thank you all. I'm going to see if there are any questions or observations from the floor. Aiva, in the back.
Thanks a lot, dear organizers, and let me start with compliments for a session. Because as I think the moderator just mentioned, we are not really discussing this topic as much as we probably should do. We are talking a lot about different stages of a life cycle, but I don't think that we have been discussing the extension of a life cycle itself enough, at least recently, and it's a really needed conversation. I want just to congratulate the whole panel on their ability to engage us in a topic of definitions, which is not easy to do, not in this house. And I would just really like to thank you for also highlighting the important fact that remanufacturing is also a really complex operation, probably not as complex as we think about it initially, but I really like the slides that illustrated the complexity of value chains of manufacturing, thus bringing the message about the employment and value addition that is being created in the process, while also at least aiming to, of course, lower our carbon footprint or material use. So I don't really have a very specific question, but I was trying to listen to the trade policy challenges that I think this house should be aiming to answer. And I think definitions was named as one, and the IP issues as another. You know, my question is probably a bit basic, but is there a problem with tariff treatment that the panelists have been observing and that we find challenging as well in this context?
Yeah, I'll start. The answer for us is yes. We do have some opportunities in terms of getting the core treated in a favorable way. So by the time it gets taxed in multiple areas, then yeah, then all of a sudden the benefit that could have been 20-30% is now diminished to 5%. And if I have to now return or take the time to return that part, what is the incentive to do so, right? So all of a sudden, the benefit is diminished, and that's just an opportunity that I think we have in terms of how do we deal with the core and improve that situation.
Yeah, I would just add that, you know, customs training is very important in this process as well. Make sure that customs understand what it is they're looking at. When a product comes in and it says that it's remanufactured, you know, what standards are they basing it on? Do they have some sort of guidance in terms of how to manage these products coming in? Because that's also an issue that, you know, we face in some areas where it's a customs challenge. And so we having to engage customs individually to help educate them as well in terms of the remanufactured process and product. But, you know, if customs have ample information ahead of time and they're aware, they know, I think that definitely alleviates a lot of the issues we may have at the border as well.
Okay, thank you. I see. Oh, sorry. Before turning to the next question, Michael, did you want to add your perspectives?
No, I think we can go to the next question.
Okay, great. So I see a question from our UK colleagues.
Thank you very much. Just a quick question. First of all, I'll actually say that I'm really impressed with the presentations here. Makes me sort of believe a little bit in the future. And of course that you can make money out of doing this. I mean, this is something that should be encouraged, and it should be encouraged as much as possible. One question I do have, though, is the materials that you do use in connection with remanufacturing. I mean, there's going to be an environmental load from using those sorts of materials. You're cleaning them, you're remanufacturing, you're scrubbing down, you're oiling, you whatever it is that you're doing. Do you have any idea of, sort of broadly speaking, the environmental load of doing remanufacturing compared to, for instance, producing a new product? Thank you.
Let me begin. So typically, I think the question's around the industrial processes in our reman. We as remanufacturers, we also say remanufacture our cleaning system. So we're reusing our waters, we're taking the filtration out so that we can reuse the water. So we try to minimize the impact of our processes on the in society in general. So a lot of our cleaning systems are not high caustic systems. A lot of them are soap based. But again, we try to efficiently use our processes to reduce the impact on basically local organizations.
And I'll just add that for the, whatever scrap that may have been generated through the process, we work with other companies to make sure that we're responsibly, melting them down or using them in another form of recycling process. But overall, by using the core and remanufacturing it, we're saving 80 to 90% less raw materials in use when we compare it to the new part. So if you're making a new part and then you're remanufacturing a part, that's 80 to 90% less raw material is being used in that process. And then also in terms of other benefits to our customers, it's 65 to 87% less greenhouse gas and 65 to around 87% less energy being used in the manufacturing process when compared to the new. So overall, there's some great benefits, sustainable benefits for the remanufacturing process when compared to the new.
And if I can add to that, we do work hard, the remanufacturing community, to look at recycling of wastewater, using renewable energy, clean processes as well, and reducing the impact. Another thing we often do, we do life cycle engineering and life cycle analysis as well. We actually quantify the comparing remanufacturing in the whole product life cycle from extracting the resources to end of life, to see where remanufacturing sits and to quantify that benefit as well in financial terms and also in carbon emissions as well. Okay, that's it from me.
Yeah, and I would like to just...
Mike and Rafa, you'd like to add?
Sure, I would just like to add that, depending on the industry, there's probably a different level of impact. So if we look at medical equipment, a lot of it is computer equipment. So there's cleaning that definitely needs to happen, and some disassembly and reassembly. But again, like I said, the equipment coming back from for an MRI or a CT or an X-ray machine is not damaged or non-working equipment. It's already working equipment. So there's, much less that we need to put into it from an environmental impact when we're doing the remanufacturing process. And I'm sure it's industry dependent as well.
Yes, I'd like to add a couple items. So again, and by the way, great question. So if we think about the capital intensity of this industry, it's not just how do we recover more, but it's also how do we make sure that we're not negatively affecting the environment as we do such activity, right? So we invest quite a bit on our chemistry, or maintaining our chemistry, filtering, again, water usage, electricity usage. All those things we do for our, what we call our first fit or first production, but we also do the same thing for our remanufacturing. We don't treat them differently. So whether it's safety, environment, all those things are taken into account and are part of what makes this particular industry a little more capital intensive. Right? So we have to make the investments to make sure we're doing the right thing, and we got to make sure that we hold our suppliers that recycle things for us accountable to make sure that they're doing the right thing. I think the only other thing that I would add, besides what was already shared, is as we go through the process of remanufacturing, we tear things down and we're able to sort through things. So for example, the brass can go in one bucket, the electronics go in another, and so things are segregated in a way that they can either be recycled if they're not going to be reused, or properly disposed, whichever way it may be. So that's another benefit of the remanufacturing, and how do we deal with overall waste and overall reuse and recovery material. There is one more element now that I think about it, is there's an argument that again, from an overall logistics, we have examples that say it's more beneficial to ship core to a central facility than it is to dig out the materials and have the energy to even to recycle it, right? Just the overall melting down takes more energy than it takes to transport and really extract value over the core to make it a remanufactured product. So oftentimes remanufacturing is better than no remanufacturing at all.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. A clear, based on those responses, clear demonstration of the environmental benefits that are clearly out there from remanufactured goods. I see a couple more flags up, so I'll turn to the EU.
Thank you very much. I would like to join the other speakers in thank you for the insightful presentations. What piqued my interest was located in the presentation by Christopher Mason, mentioning the use of digital passports in end-of-life diagnostics. And I would be interested, because the EU is working on a similar digital product passport scheme as part of the eco-design requirements for sustainable products regulation proposal, on whether you see the scope of such digital product passports as facilitating the trade in remanufactured goods. And on that account, I would be interested in what is your experience with any such traceability tools? What levels of information could be shared and contained in the data carriers, including information on any hazardous chemicals used during the remanufacturing process, or which parts of the original product have been replaced or remanufactured, and whether all this could have any potential for facilitating the trade in remanufactured goods. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Yes, sure. Hi. Thank you for the question. It's certainly a very interesting topic, especially if we look forward to products like electric vehicles, which are going to be manufactured in large quantities, and we're going to want to retain the data for those products right from the extraction of raw materials and manufacturing. They're going to be right through manufacturing, right through use. They're going to be transported all over the world, and this is going to be a massive undertaking to collect and store that data, make sense from it, and then also make sure it's secure, and also that it's the integrity is good as well. So one technology I very interested in is how we use blockchain for that to distribute it and ensure its integrity, and then technologies like asset administration shells, so that we can have standard hierarchy, standard data call out protocols, and that, so that the data can be across borders and across organizations understood. So I think those are the technical challenges, and I would look towards some of the blockchain technologies and asset administration shell being the answers for those. Okay, did that answer your question?
Yes, I see a nod. Yes, thank you, Chris.
Okay,
Appreciate
thank you
it.
for your question.
I see Norway.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to all the panelists for very, very interesting presentations. I knew very little about this industry from before, so it was really an eye-opener to see how this works in practice, and also to see what the volumes are and the volumes needed to make it profitable. Initially, I did have a question on the global market structure and to what degree the industry is spread globally with production in developing countries. It was partially answered, I think, by several interventions, that you need near closeness to markets, economies of scale, it's capital intensive, and so on. So what I saw from your facilities abroad, they were mainly, or outside the US, they were mainly located in either other industrialized countries or in large emerging markets, and which of course has its logic. But could I then rephrase it? When you consider new investment decisions, what are the most important factors you have to consider? And then what would be needed, for instance, in smaller developing countries or developing countries just outside the frontier where you consider investing for the moment, to be able to acquire such type of industry and such type of production, which I think would be a good addition to the industrial life in many countries, if that was understandable. Thanks.
Thank you, Norway. Interesting question. Does anyone want to start? Michael, I see you've unmuted.
Yeah, so I can start. I think, first of all, I think we look for proximity of markets. So to make sure that there's market close by to be able to distribute the products, as well as, labor force, skilled labor force. In many cases, the remanufacturing requires skilled labor. And then also, I guess the way to term it is lack of regulatory constraints. So, you definitely don't want to be setting up a new remanufacturing facility in a country where we have restrictions to get the cores in or to get remanufactured, product out, because typically it will be a hub to be able to distribute, to other countries in the region. So I think those are three that come to mind, and I'm sure my colleagues have other comments they can contribute.
Yeah, I'll go next. That's a really great question. So I'd like to maybe start with, one of the ways that remanufacturing adds made what I would call local jobs. It's the transportation is one of them. So one of the benefits of remanufacturing is you get the reverse logistics, right? So making sure that we get product where it's needed to be supportive and whatnot. So I think outside of just the manufacturing, there's probably other things that are generated from an overall flow of products and cores, and just overall industries develop, right? And there's also an element of what we do in a certain country or how we operate also helps other folks operate in their industries and whatever they may be. So I think there's an element of the more that we do it, the more that others will, right? So so I'd like to start with, there's other benefits besides just the company like ours investing in a different country. But I would say some of the things that were shared earlier, like supportive of the industry, right? So whether that is, hey, we're working on the advancement of technologies, or we've got the right labor, or we're willing to allow the flow of core or some of the things, and really proximity, right? We are particularly looking at, is there adoption, right? So it all goes back to adoption, and I'll share a little bit of a comment. We used to have a factory in China, and we've decided to not pursue that any longer. And the reason we did that is because the adoption by the customers wasn't there, and the timing wasn't right for us anyway. I think there will be a time, and I'm sure that there'll be a place for us in there, but today there isn't. But at the time, it really came down to adoption, right? So is there customer adoption? Is there proximity? Are they supportive of the overall reman industry, both technological and the core are probably the main elements for us.
Great, thank you. We have time for one more question, and I see a flag up, Australia.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you. Such an impressive presentation. It's wonderful to see such a valuable innovation in this space, and I echo that of my colleagues in the European Union, and and the United Kingdom. And certainly it is such a welcome presentation, Trade Environment Week. Noting the panelists such a long history in this space, I'm wondering if you can make a comment perhaps as we wrap up in your personal or in your collective experiences, whether you've observed movement in these efforts to sort of define the core as not as waste or as used recently, or perhaps in some of the other barriers that you've spoken on today. What's the current situation on this outside the WTO? Is this as fully stalled? Is it fully stalled? Are things looking positive, bent towards change? Noting, of course, we have a long way to go, at least in this house, or is the WTO in fact the one that you're waiting on here? Thank you.
Well, I'll start. I think that's a great question. And, you know, I am encouraged because there are multiple discussions that are currently taking place on this topic. You know, a couple I'll highlight with APEC. So the APEC process is, you know, also looking at remanufacturing. As a matter of fact, the APEC had an agreement where 12 economies agreed to treat remanufactured products as new. And so now the US is hosting the APEC this year. And so the discussion is taking place again to help other economies who did not support the previous agreement to revisit the agreement, and hopefully, you know, we'll be able to support it. So that's encouraging that exists and that discussion is continuing. Also, the ASEAN region, they're also updating their current trade agreement. And so the ASEAN economic ministers held multiple meetings where we had discussions with them about remanufacturing the process, helping them understand what it is and just guiding them through their process to help develop standards, you know, for their trade agreement if they decide that they are going to include reman in the agreement. So, you know, there's definitely some positive conversations taking place. So I'm encouraged. And so it just takes time. I think this is something because lack of understanding definitely is something that we're dealing with right now. And so that to be able to have these discussions continuously and to educate, I think is definitely going to push us in the right direction. And I see that it's actually going in the right direction. And I think Jeff also mentioned the ISO process now that's taking place. So there are multiple platforms now where we're seeing the discussion taking a front stage.
Yeah, I'd like to add a little bit more. And again, going back to the example, right, that I just shared with China, I am actually seeing some positive elements of ability to use remanufactured products and warranty. Again, this kind of happened post our decision, so it's a little bit of a, I think we exited too early, but again, so we see that as a clear sign of positive movement, because that all of a sudden enables the adoption via the use of products for warranty. I'll name a couple of other specific examples that we're seeing. We recently have seen a little bit of a movement in the India market where, again, similar, they're starting to use remanufactured products for warranty. And there's also been a lot more open about the flow of core and really being able to produce in-country for in-country and out-country for export. It does take quite a bit of work from making sure we've got the right controls in place and ask for permissions. But that was something that was not possible many years ago, and we're starting to see that move in the right direction. Similar to Brazil, I think now we've heard of a supplier that's been able to now leverage their investment in Brazil, where core is being sent into Brazil only for export purposes only. So again, we're starting to see more and more discussions about enabling the adoption and flow of core across so that the manufacturing capabilities can be leveraged.
Okay, great. I'm cognizant of the time. I want to really thank again everyone for joining us for this really important discussion, and most especially to our experts, our presenters, for sharing their experiences and insights related to this important topic. I wanted to close with a few of my own takeaways from this discussion, which really, you know, clearly from what I heard and from the conversation that we just had with the questions, you know, trade has a critical role to play in supporting remanufacturing activities. One of the best ways to facilitate trade, or one of the maybe first and easiest ways, is to not treat reman goods as used goods in domestic markets and allow them, in fact, to be imported. Trade is a key component of a circular economy approach to goods manufacturing and life cycle management. We heard today about the nexus of cross-border supply chains, some of the difficulties of, in fact, moving cores and other key components across borders. So this is clearly an area for further work. And there is a role for trade officials to play in considering how we can support and foster this industry. It's one that's critical to our circular economy goals, and therefore our decarbonization and our climate efforts. The benefits of remanufacturing from an environmental, economic, and trade perspective, at least in my mind, are quite clear. And so my hope is that we can continue the discussion among WTO members to consider ways to support trade in remanufactured goods as a key component of promoting more circular economies and addressing climate change. So with that, I will close the session, and again, thank our experts, our panelists, for their knowledge and expertise, and all of you for joining us this afternoon. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.